A very good morning and a warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Yes, we are here at the John Fretwell Centre for some more Metro Bank 50 over one-day cup action. And I'm delighted to say joining me straight off is the captain, Haseeb Hameed. You've just had the toss. Would you like to inform the viewers of that toss and the result?
Yeah, we won it and we're having a bowl.
Having a bowl, any reason behind that? Look at the pitch or maybe the settings, or do you just prefer to maybe chase that target down?
I think we've played here a couple of times in the last couple of years, and bowling first has worked well for us. Of course, I don't think there's any guarantees for today, but hopefully we give ourselves the best chance to do some early damage. And
now, it's been quite a successful campaign so far. 3 games, obviously we had that rained fixture at Trent Bridge, which was a little bit disappointing against the Yorkshire Vikings, but in the 2 games that you've managed to play, 2 victories, seems like it's been a really good start for the boys.
No, absolutely. I think we're very happy with the start that we've had. Yeah, to get 2 wins on the balance on the road as well, which is nice. Yeah, shame to have missed out on that family fun day at TB, but yeah, this is our first official home fixture to play now, I guess. So yeah, excited to put in performance for the home crowd.
Now, as we say, we're at an outground today, you know, the home of Welbeck Cricket Club, the John Fretwell Centre. People coming in, as we can see, you know, in front of us here. It's going to be a good crowd. What does kind of the challenges of an outground bring?
Oh, I guess, I mean, rather than the challenges, we all feel quite excited by the prospects of playing on an outground. I think it's different, of course it is. And I guess one of the challenges is to be able to adapt to conditions. Like I say, we've played here a couple of times the last couple of years, which gives us a bit of a head start, hopefully, going into today. But yeah, generally we've really enjoyed coming here, and hopefully we can have a few good days here this year as well.
Indeed. Well, there is 3 games here, so obviously today against the Hampshire, which I should say we are facing Hampshire today, and then a game on Sunday as well. But talk about the good start that we've had. We've had contributions from a numerous, you know, people in there. Lyndon James, obviously, in the last game. Brett Hutton's chipped in, Dane Patterson, and we mentioned, you know, before we came on air, Tom Lowton as well. How nice is it to have different people contributing in the games that we've played? Yeah,
absolutely. I think yeah, to go far in any tournament, you need different people to stand up at different times, and to have had that in the first couple of wins that we've had is brilliant. And yeah, I guess for someone like Tommy Lowton to come in, it's his 2nd game for the club, and to bowl the way he did last game at Leicester was yeah, unbelievable really. So yeah, really happy for him and the other boys that you mentioned there as well. So now hopefully we can all keep coming together and putting in performances for the club.
And just finally, you've obviously captained some games in the county championship this year due to Stephen Mullaney being injured. How have you found captaining, you know, the Metro Bank One Day Cup team? Are you excited about the challenges of this team? Because we've got quite an experienced team as well, haven't we? Yeah,
absolutely. I think we've got a lovely mix of, you know, those younger guys who are still quite experienced now, actually, and yeah, the senior lads who have played a lot of cricket now. So, no, I really enjoyed it last year. This year again, to have everyone year on in their cricketing journeys is brilliant. And yeah, I am enjoying it.
Good. Well, I wish you well today. Appreciate your time for us today as well. No, and yeah, go well today, mate.
Thanks,
all right, thank you very much to the captain, Haseeb Hameed there. And let's go through the Notts Outlaws selected 11 for this fixture. It's the 2 Bens, Ben Slater and Ben Martindale. They will open the batting when the time comes, and Ben Slater only needs 8 runs to reach 10,000 career runs. Lyndon James, we've just spoken to the captain, Haseeb Hameed there, and Matthew Montgomery are the next 3. And Lyndon James, he scored that career high score of 82 against Leicester in the previous fixture. Liam Patterson-White, Dane Shadendorf, Calvin Harrison. Dane will take the gloves, and Calvin Harrison, he made his List A debut against Essex at the start of this year's campaign. The final 3, Brett Hutton, Tom Lowton and Dane Patterson. Brett Hutton currently leads the Outlaws in wickets this campaign with 6. They are your Notts Outlaws selected 11 for this fixture against Hampshire, and your head coach of the Notts Outlaws is Peter Moores. Okay, so that were the Notts Outlaws selected 11 for this fixture against Hampshire. The players will be making their way out into the middle in just under 5 minutes' time. But let's remind you of what's happened in the campaign so far for your Notts Outlaws. As I mentioned to the captain, Hasib Hamid, there's been 3 fixtures. Unfortunately, that fixture against the Yorkshire Vikings did get rained off at Trent Bridge. But it's been 2 victories for your Outlaws. That first game down in Essex, a victory by 168 runs, 2 away victories as well, I might add, as the previous fixture was against the Leicester Foxes and the Outlaws won by 4 wickets due to the DLS method. Now let's look at the table for this group and see how that has affected and how the other teams have got on, because you will see that the Outlaws sit at the top on 5 points from those 3 games. Lancashire Lightning are next. There's a group of teams on 4 points. It's still very early in the competition, and net run rate will have a big say come the end of it. Essex are at the bottom with Hampshire. They're on 4 points as well after they've had 2 victories in the campaign so far. So literally it's coming up to 5 to 11 plays due to start at 11 o'clock. So I'm going to hand you over to your match coverage team, and your commentators will be Dave Bracegirdle and Kevin James. Enjoy the game.
And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Welbeck. We're on our summer camp again. Nottinghamshire have been playing matches at this outground in the north of the county since 2015. Hampshire have been here before, of course, for a county championship game that can best be described in one word: rain. 3 days were lost, days 2, 3 and 4. That was back in 2019. It was a soggy picture then, very different today. The sun is out, we've got lovely blue skies overhead, we can see the vapour trails from the aircraft, and some white fluffy cloud as well, and a decent forecast. Notts have won the toss, they're unchanged, they're going to have a bowl first, so Hampshire, the visitors, will get first use of what looks to be a very decent track. It's straw coloured, and as we've seen matches in the past here, lots and lots of runs generally. Decent crowd in, and having made his way up from the south coast to join us, his second time here, but this time he's hoping to see rather more cricket than he did last time. A very, very good morning to my good chum, Kevin James.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dave. Yeah, lovely, isn't it? Picturesque ground. I had to say, it does feel as though we're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
There's not a lot round here, is there? But I mean, scenic, isn't it? You know, beautiful green fields around us, and yeah, it's a lovely setting.
You city folk. You city folk.
I'm sure
with
Southampton's massive.
With your houses and your bungalows and your shops and your businesses.
Not me.
Notts are unchanged. Hampshire, well, you're going to need a minute or two, aren't you, to run through all the amendments?
Yeah, 4 changes for Hampshire. 1 or 2 surprises, it has to be said, in the lineup as well. So let's go through the side then. As we expect, Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins, the captain, opening. Tom Prest, then Ben Brown, the keeper, and Nyrin Donald. Toby Albert is back in the side after missing the last game with injury. Ian Holland, the all-rounder. Mason Crane, the leg spinner, being released by London Spirit for this game. He's in this one. But the big surprise is pace bowler Brad Wheel, who's been injured all season, has had injury problems for quite a while now. But he's going to play his first game of 2023. Scott Curry is also in the side, and 17-year-old pace bowler Eddie Jack is back in the side after missing the last game, the win against Essex.
And of course, as we sit here just before 11 o'clock waiting for the umpires and the teams to arrive, Notts sit top of the table with 5 points from 3 scheduled matches. They've won 2. They were rained off at Trent Bridge last Saturday against Yorkshire, and it is a battle of the undefeated sides, because Hampshire have played 2 and won 2. So obviously if Notts win today, they will remain top of the table. If Hampshire win, then they could very well usurp them and go to the top of the table. Our umpires for this one, Paul Pollard and Jack Shantry. Paul Pollard, obviously vastly experienced, long playing career with Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire latterly, and he's been on the county circuit now for a good 15 years or so as an umpire. Jack Shantry, I think just his second year, former Worcestershire bowler. Nice to see him here. I don't think he's been to Welbeck before, but they make their way out to the middle, followed by Notts in their predominantly green strip with the gold hoops and the gold piping and the names and the numbers on the back. Hampshire will be in yet another new shade of blue. So many sides that wear blue, but they do have a little variant on the theme in that bright gold or bright yellow pads and helmets, which does really make them stand out. The openers are out there in the middle. We are at pitch level. We're in our Bijou marquee. We're on summer camp here, Nottinghamshire's version of Glastonbury, and it's going to be Brett Hutton, I think, to get us underway in a moment or two. There's an awful lot of noise of things falling down and crashing all around us, but thankfully, Kevin, so far not in our Bijou marquee.
As long as the marquee stands up, that's all we need to worry about. But it is quite breezy, sunny but breezy.
BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Soul and Sport with you. There are pictures available on the live stream. Brett Hutton's going to get us underway in the next moment or two. I'll just mute the old feedback, and here's Hutton comes in and gets this match underway, and Fletcher Middleton will work it through the leg side, and there's a single. So as Hutton bowling from this end of the ground, the Charlie French end it's now called, the village of Spion Cop behind us, we are at long off to the left-handed Gubbins, who's on strike. We've got a good view of the pylons. Kev asked if we'd be all right for electricity today. Well, if we get a little bored later on, we can count all the pylons at the far end. I think last time you were here, you were down the far end, weren't you?
We were, yeah.
Very, very wet. Here's Hutton. He's had a good start to the competition. Bowls to the left-handed Gubbins, the run machine. Nick Gubbins, and he plays this to Ben Martindale at point, and there's no run. So I told you Nottinghamshire run change should really run through the 11. Ben Slater, Ben Martindale, who've forged a nice little opening partnership. They put 107 on down at Chelmsford against Essex. Lyndon James, who made 82 at Leicester at 3. The skipper, Asiba Mead, and Matthew Montgomery at 5. As Hutton in again to Gubbins. Wide of the pegs it goes through to the keeper, Liam Patterson-White, Dane Schardendorf, who does have the gloves, of course, Calvin Harrison, who had a little spell couple of 3 years ago now with Hampshire in the Blast, Brett Hutton, who's bowling at the moment, Tom Lowton and Dane Patterson. And as Kev has said, Hampshire, Middleton, Gubbins, Prest, Brown, Donald, Holland, Albert, Curry, Crane, Whelan, Jack, as Hutton bowls to Gubbins, works it on the leg side. That's not necessarily in batting order, and it's just as I've scribbled it down in red felt pen on the bit of paper in front of me.
It's pretty close. I think Albert will come in instead of, or in front of Holland, but I think other than that, it'll be pretty close to that.
Of course, Nottinghamshire supporters, viewers, followers will have seen Toby Albert fairly recently, because he's had a very, very brief loan spell with Kent, which constituted one match at Trent Bridge. Kent got a bit of a hiding, in truth, as Hutton is in wide of the off stump and driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. Toby Albert went in at the top of the order for Kent in that one match.
Did he get 20 odd or something?
In the second innings, I think he got a few, yeah. It was a very inexperienced Kent side. Yeah, he opened with Ben Compton. Not next match, funnily enough, in the Championship, 10th of September, is against Kent, the return, and we think there might only be about 3 Kent players who played at Trent Bridge who might play in that match. That's how depleted they were. This is nicely driven by Gubbins, but he's denied a run by the ball clattering into the stumps at the non-striker's end, so that's a decent enough over for Brett Hutton. Just 1 run coming from it, 1 run to Fletcher Middleton at the start of the first over. Be time for him to do a little radio update in just a moment. So far, the 2 pieces of string and the tin can, or rather the 2 tin cans and the piece of string, seem to be connecting us to our studios in Nottingham. Should be Dane Patterson down at the far end, who's quite a long way away from us, and he is going to bowl the second over. Paul Pollard is the umpire down at that far end where the written media are congregated. The Notts committee also, they've got a really swanky marquee down there. Here's Patterson into the right-handed Middleton, leaves it alone, and it goes through to Shardendorf. 2 slips, Montgomery and Calvin Harrison. Martindale at point. Got Liam Patterson-White, the closest to our commentary position, down here on the ropes, third man, one of the 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. I can't see the other one, so it must be away to my left, the little area that I can't see.
So there's no catches go down there, Dave?
No. Here comes Patterson in to Middleton. He's bowled him! Lovely delivery from Patterson. And Fletcher Middleton, who got 2 half centuries, remember, in the championship game down at Southampton at the start of the season, has gone for just 1 run here. And Dane Patterson continues to defy his own feelings that he doesn't like taking the new ball. Through necessity, he's had to bowl with it, and virtually every time he's picked up a wicket. And Hampshire are 1 for 1 in the second over, and Fletcher Middleton's day with the bat done and dusted. And just 8 balls in, Nottinghamshire have got a really important breakthrough there.
I'd love to see this again. That looks like that's nipped back a bit. That has come back a long way. Between bat and pad, super delivery. It's come late as well.
So Hampshire are 1 for 1. Tom Prest on his way out to the middle. I think we should have done an update for BBC Radio Nottingham, but they've been, we've listened to the news, and they've gone.
Yeah.
Although we didn't really listen to the news. I don't know about you, Kev, I was more concerned with what's going on in the middle. Now we can hear ourselves think again. It was a cracking delivery, wasn't it?
Wasn't it just? That was super ball, that. That would have got a few out. Fletcher Middleton's been in good form in this competition. 100 against Middlesex, 36 in the last game against Essex. So not only a good ball, but also getting out an informed player.
You talk to Dane Patterson, he's one of these that likes to come on as first or second change, or let somebody else have the new ball and all the rest of it. I always say it doesn't make as much difference, I don't think, in white ball cricket, but every time, as I say, through necessity, he's taken a wicket. He's in again to bowl to Tom Prest. This goes through to Shardendorf. Notts have got the dream start. I see Bermuda's had a good run of winning the tosses in this competition so far, and certainly they prefer to chase. How many will they be chasing? We'll find out, I guess, by about 2:30, 3:15.
The thing is with Patterson, I mean, he has both deliveries, doesn't he? The one that nips back and the one that that last ball there to Press just nipped away as well. And with the white ball in there, you'd think he'd want to use the new ball.
It's a terrific acquisition. Comes in, bowls again down the leg side. He might have to reload that one. They've gone through for a bye, so there was no connection with either bat or pad, so it was down the leg side. Shardendorf couldn't take it cleanly. Paul Pollard has signalled wide, so that's a couple of wides. And Hampshire move on to 3 for 1, brings Nick Gubbins back on to strike. Didn't see a replay of that one, and from here it was hard to tell, but I fancy that one might just have jagged a long way down the leg side.
If you're watching on the live picture feed, you'll see the camera moving around a little bit. Gives you an indication of just how breezy this is here.
Well, talk about the camera in a second as Patterson bowls to Gubbins, and again a little bit of shape, moves away from Gubbins through to Shardendorf. The camera at this end, the media end, in fact at both ends, is perched a fixed camera on top of the sight screens, but we do have, as ever, our roving camera crew round about the ground, and as you can see now, pictures of Patterson from one of the side-on cameras. Here he comes from the Suckhome end, bowls, and Nick Gubbins again, the skipper, happy to let it go through to the wicket keeper. So Hampshire were here in 2019 for a county championship game. It's the only time that a county championship match has been scheduled for this particular ground, and we had about 95 overs, pretty much a full day on the first day. Notts were bundled out for 160, and Hampshire, I think I did have a look yesterday, I think it was something like 140 for 2 at stumps, so they were in a really strong position, it's fair to say. As Patterson comes in and bowls, this goes through to the keeper. Kyle Abbott, by the way, took 6 wickets in that Nottinghamshire humbling end of the over wicket for Patterson. It's 3 for 1. The only runs in that over were wides, but they do go against the bowler. And we've had 2 overs here on Solent Sport and BBC Radio Nottingham online, and that was a different angle there, those of you watching the live stream of the dismissal. Patterson celebrating, and then we had 3 days of rain, didn't we, back in 2019, and it was a shame because Phil Tufnell came to see us as well.
We didn't go see him, he came and saw us. That was a good evening, isn't it?
It was indeed, yes.
Here's Brett Hutton then from our commentary end, right arm over, released from the 100 again, as that's turned away on the onside by Tom Prest. There is no run, so he gets released from the.
Who's that?
Rockets. Is it Rockets? Brett Hutton?
No, he was.
Is he not
No.
Is he not?
No.
I thought he was.
No.
Would you expect it to get a 100 contract?
Well, he hasn't done.
Has he not?
No, he's never played in it.
Having a good championship season,
Yeah.
though. He comes into Prest once more, runs away from us, and Prest walks into that shot. It's quite a low bounce wicket, this, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
It's not. I don't think the pace bowlers are going to be expecting to get the ball racing through to the keeper, with the keeper taking the ball while it's still rising around stomach, chest high from a length. Not really that sort of pitch if you're looking at the live picture feed. Very white in colour.
Yes, Hutton 52 wickets in the championship, Patterson 44. They've predominantly done the damage in red ball cricket.
It's a pretty good return. We're still with, what, 3 games left down the leg side. That'll be a wide. That'll be 4 for 1 then. That's a good return by this stage, isn't it?
Yeah, 5 wicket hauls for Brett Hutton, and the one match he's missed this season was the first game of the season at the Ageas Bowl. Patterson's played in them all. In this competition, Hutton 3 for 17 against Essex, 3 for 42 against Leicestershire. Patterson 4 for 30 against Essex, 1 for 51 against Leicestershire.
Comes in again to Prest. Prest gets a length ball, which he quietly pushes out on the onside. So, a good opening attack here for Nottinghamshire. Already made a breakthrough. Certainly test the Hampshire top order out here for a while. Then the balls will get soft a little bit because it's a new ball at each end. Here comes Hutton again into Prest, and Prest just tucks it away down to fine leg. Runs the first one. Won't be a chance of 2. And the Hampshire total, I think, moves on to 5 actually. I think that'll be the scoreboard down to our left. Is a little slow. There's quite a few in the crowd. If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll see there's a good, decent crowd, at least 1 or 2 deep, most of the way round the ground here.
I'll tell you what, Kev, as well, fair play to the Hampshire supporters, because there's quite a lot I've seen in the Hampshire colours.
There's been 1 or 2, isn't there? 1 or 2 I've spoken to. As Hutton comes in, always playing a missing outside the off stump there, Gubbins. Was one supporter who used to live down in Hampshire. I said, gosh, you've made a long journey as well. He said, no, we've retired and we've moved up this way, 20 minutes away from the ground. I said, is that still in the middle of nowhere? He said, yeah. There is literally just villages around here and nothing else, is there? Nice part of the world, really, if you want to have a slower pace of life. Here's Hutton. Gubbins walks into that one, playing that out on the offside, and that'll be the end. I thought it was the end of the over. Yes, it is. As we've had, what, 3 overs here? And Hampshire are 5 for 1.
Yeah, we're not too far away from quite a number of little villages, and amongst them is Welbeck, which is probably larger than the ones round here. Nettleworth and Spy-and-Cop and Suckhome, but Welbeck was a colliery village, and the cricket club there was right in the middle of the properties, Welbeck Colliery Cricket Club, a successful club for many years, as Patterson starts a new over, bowling to the right-handed Prest, who eases it into the offside. Bruce French, of course, is one of their most well-known former players. His brother Charlie French, for many years, was one of their outstanding players in all the Nottinghamshire leagues, and as I said, the end we're commentating from is now in his name. It's the Charlie French end, and of course Bruce French is the uncle of Jake Ball, current Nottinghamshire player, former England player. Next ball is played away on the leg side. He's with Welsh Fire in the 100. He has been injured. We've not yet seen him play in that competition. No run there. It remains 5 for 1. But when the Welbeck Colliery closed, obviously the cricket ground became under threat, and they wanted to build on the land and all the rest of it. So they looked to relocate, and thanks to businessman John Fretwell, this land was purchased. As this one's driven into the offside. That's a decent stop at backward point by Martindale, who's a really good fielder, and they take a single, but good work by Ben Martindale. Single, 6 for 1, and Prest will move on to 2. Nick Gubbins still yet to score, so this ground was opened about 12 or 13 years ago now, and Notts have been playing 1 or 2 matches a year since 2015. Patterson in to bowl and clipped away, and his runs in, 4 of them. Gubbins off the mark. He's faced 10 deliveries before getting his account underway, but just clips this nicely away off his thigh pad and away for 4. Fast outfield, Kev. That went quickly.
Yeah, it looks from well, we're almost at we are at ground level. It looks quite flat as well, doesn't it?
Yes.
Looks a nice little neatly cut outfield.
Which sort of purposely built. There's bowls greens, tennis courts, I think it's a football pitch as well behind us, proper sports complex. Next ball is nudged away towards mid-wicket, fielded over there, no run. That's Ben Slater doing the fielding.
Enjoyed watching all the cars turn up today. It was like a car boot sale.
Yeah.
Everybody turned up and all parked neatly in a line.
So it's not so bad today, but when you've had lots and lots of rain, and I mean, we all know, we've all been to outdoor events where you're parking in muddy fields and then having to walk to watch whatever event you've turned up to see. It can be pretty horrific, but nice and dry today as Gubbins eases us into the offside, and there's no run. And no, we're not at the end of the over. It's 9 for 1 with 1 ball left. It is the end of the over, I beg your pardon. I'm watching the live stream because it is behind the arm at the moment. 9 for 1 after 4 overs. Notts have had 8 one-day matches here scheduled since 2015. 2 have sadly fallen foul of the rain. In that first year, the match against Glamorgan, we only played for about an hour, and a couple of years ago against Somerset, we only played for about an hour. But of the other 6 games, Notts have won 5 of them, and they lost in, it was 2018 to Northants.
Here comes Hutton into Prest, and Prest gets a length ball, which again he just tucks on the onside. Seems to have quite a lot of time to play that. Doesn't seem to be a lot of pace off the pitch.
And in that one defeat that they have lost on this ground to Northants, one of the catalysts for that Northants victory was Brett Hutton, who's bowling now, who winkled out a couple of early wickets. He had, remember, 3 years away from Notts, 2018-19, and the COVID year 2020. That's the only game Notts have lost on this ground.
Here comes Hutton. Bowls. Prest goes down a wicket, goes aerial over the covers, just lifts it over the covers, and that is going for 4 runs. It's a lovely little shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Just went for placement. Nice use of the feet.
In the matches here in one-day cricket, there's been centuries for Ricky Vessels and Alex Hales. The top score by a visiting batter is Mark Cosgrove of Leicestershire with 80. So that's a challenge for the Hampshire batters today.
Prest drive straight to the fielder in the covers. That's Lyndon James. Hard-hitting left-hander, Aussie, wasn't
Yeah.
it, Cosgrove?
Yes. It's a big ground, but it wasn't big enough for him that day. I think Notts were relieved when they got him out. But that defeat to Northants, it's funny. Hutton got wickets, Ben Duckett got runs, Graham White, of course, had a spell with Notts. He got wickets as well.
14 for 1 then. Here's Hutton again to Prest. Prest just opens the face, pushes it to backward of square.
We've been to visit the cake stall.
We have.
Kev took out a mortgage to
Well,
place an order.
it's interesting. We were given 2 prices for the same cakes, which was a bit odd. About a £3 difference.
We've got an order in for a pizza.
Here comes Hutton. Bowls Prest again, uses his feet, but just eases it up to mid-on, where it is fielded by Liam Patterson-White. Yeah, it was it 3 cakes we got? 3 slices of cake. They were very nice, but we were originally quoted £5.50, and then for some reason when you moved out of the tent it became £8. So
It's a little bizarre that you selected your cake and then had to go to the cashier.
yeah,
It's like it being in a
had to get the merchandise table to
Yeah.
get it paid. Press works that away square on the leg side. There'll be at least one, probably only one actually. Press turns, it's going to take the throw on. In the end, the fielder just gets tangled up a little bit. And Press comes back for a comfortable 2, and that will be the end of over number 6, I think that is. 5. Over number 5.
Yeah.
Getting ahead of myself, and Hampshire are 16 for 1. Fletcher Middleton, the 1 wicket, who went for 1.
Yeah, it's like in those cafes in Italy. It's the other way round there. You've got to queue for the cashier and say what you want, a cup of tea and a donut or whatever it might be, and pay, and then with your receipt then go and go to the bar and here's my receipt please, I'll have my coffee and my cake. As Patterson comes in, bowls to Gubbins, got a boundary in the last over, works this to mid-on, there's no run, but here it was the other way round. He picked your cake and then Kev got in the queue to pay the cashier.
Yeah. It was like think of a number for a price.
And double it.
Yeah. They're very nice though. I've already had my 2 pieces, which is ridiculous, to be honest, but I have.
You can never start early enough. Natural banking here being put to good use. Lots of deck chairs out. As Patterson comes in, driven crisply into the offside by Nick Gubbins, the former Middlesex left-hander. Takes a single. Moved from Middlesex to join Hampshire. Anybody else done that in history?
Nah, not off the top of my head.
He's going to be modest about this. I'll just pull up my stats before
I moved in end of 84.
Before I wander down memory lane. As Patterson to bowl to the right-handed Prest. It's a good young player. Keeps this out. Pushes it to Martindale at point. The name Martindale bring back any memories for you, Kev?
Martindale?
Yeah.
What, his dad?
There you are. You've played against Duncan Martindale in the
Right.
past. Nottinghamshire top and middle order batter
Okay.
back in the day.
You've got a great memory. Much better than mine.
Patterson bowls. Slightly uppish. Was never really going to get him in any trouble. Here is Martindale chasing after this. Beats Ben Slater to the ball, but then uses Slater as his relay man. Nice bit of work by Martindale, who is pacey over ground. Flicked it back, and Slater with a return into the gloves, and a couple more to Hampshire and to Tom Prest, who's gone very nicely here. He's on 10 from 16, 19 for 1. We're in the 6th over. Find your name. I've typed KD James somewhere in my notes. This is pushed into the offside.
So Duncan Martindale played 55 first class and 19 list A.
Yeah. And as Nottinghamshire supporters will be sick of hearing me say, It was that cup final at Lords where Derek Randall, I think, needed 18 off the last over and got 16 of them against Essex before getting out on the last ball. Duncan Martindale's at the non-strikers end. He's known for a lot more than that, but that's the one that sort of springs to mind. Patterson bowls again, and cries of catch. It was just scooped up on the leg side. There's no run. Where on earth have I typed your name? I thought, ooh.
Just look down the bottom of any list. It'll be there somewhere.
There it is, right at the bottom of the list.
I told you.
Best bowling performance by a Hampshire bowler in List A cricket against Nottinghamshire.
Is that right?
6 for 35, KD James at Southampton in 1996. However, Notts won by 82 runs.
Yeah.
Now, how can you take 6 for 35 and lose by 82 runs?
Well,
Do you remember it?
I wasn't very well supported by my teammates, to be
Clearly.
honest.
It's 19 for 1 after 6, by the way.
Yeah, they relied on me a bit too much in that game.
Do you remember
I do
it?
remember, yes I do. And I'll tell you what, I think, do you know what? Only because he used to be connected with Notts, he probably still is, was I think I bowled Andy Pick. For some reason. He's Hutton's round the wicket this time to go. It's not, it's a new bowler, isn't it? Oh, it isn't.
No, it is.
Played on the onside. Quick single by Gubbins. Sorry, I'm
No,
trying
you're
to
all
think.
right. You're
I'm
all
trying to think
right.
of the game.
I'm asking you questions, and
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the game. And why can I only
I'll
think
try and
of that
find it.
wicket? I'm going to look at, I'll look it up. Well, I know you're very good at looking
well,
things
in
up, so I'll
the
let you.
same game, Chris Tolley of Notts got 5 for 16. So
Another left armer.
yeah, he clearly.
No, was he left armer?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Chris Tolley. Yes, I remember him. Some players you remember sort of more than others, really. I don't know why. Here's Hutton. It's down the leg side. Oh, they're appealing, sort of,
Quarter wide.
for a catch down the leg side. But that's what players usually do when they know that the umpire is going to stick out his hands for a wide. So 21 for 1, Hampshire. Prest has 10, Gubbins 6, Fletcher out for 1. Yeah, I should remember some other wickets. Why don't I only remember Andy Pick's? That's quite silly, really. I didn't know Andy Pick particularly well at that time, although actually in the end of that season, we roomed together in Hong Kong for the International Six-a-side tournament. Here comes Hutton, bowls, Prest drives, Hutton picks it up, threatens to throw. How you doing on looking it up?
I'm doing okay.
Are you doing good? You getting there?
What I'm actually doing is trying to watch the cricket as well,
Oh,
so
I know,
it's delaying my progress. But I'm in List A matches 1996, Hampshire versus Notts, Southampton,
The
won
old
by
ground.
82 runs. AXA Equity and Law League,
Other insurance companies
14th
available.
of July 1996.
This Hutton runs away from us, bowls to Prest. Prest gets wrapped on the pad. Only Hutton's appealing.
Nottinghamshire 209. 5th bowler used after Stevenson, Milburn, Connor and Udall.
Yep.
Kevin James 8 overs, no maidens, 6 for 35. Tim Robinson caught by Adrian Ames. You got
Caught behind.
Paul Pollard caught by John Stevenson.
I shall remind him of that later.
Who else did he get? Chris Tolley caught Sean Udall.
There's an article about Sean Udall on the BBC website at the moment. As Prest plays that late into the ground, fielded in front of first slip.
Kevin Evans, LBW, is missing leg. Wayne Noon caught and bowled.
Ooh.
And as you rightly say, last man Andy Pick bowled Kevin James 0 first ball.
Yeah, I think the reason I remember that wicket more than any other is because I remember actually thinking, right, I'll bowl a Yorker this, and it actually came off. A number of times you try and bowl Yorker and it doesn't come off. That one was almost a perfect one. Here comes Hutton, bowls. That's again pushed out towards mid-wicket. No run there.
So that was 209 all out, 40 over a side game, and Notts were bowled out in 37 overs. Then Hampshire, John Stevenson 8. Was it Jason Laney?
Jason Laney.
9.
He got 100 the last couple of days for the Hampshire over 50s.
Striking. Robin Smith 45. Winston Benjamin batting 4, made 18, and he didn't bowl.
Wow, must have been injured. Yeah. Hutton again, must have been. As that's a length ball played square on the offside.
M. Keach, I'm afraid I don't remember.
Matthew
M.
Keach, formerly of Middlesex, moved to Hampshire. There's another one.
P. Whittaker.
Paul Whittaker was at Derbyshire originally.
And then Kevin James caught Kevin Evans, bowled Richard Bates for 2.
Oh.
Anyway, Hampshire 127 all out in 28 overs, so your 6 for 35, I'm afraid, was
How can I get
in
6
vain.
for, How can I get 6 for 35 and Nottinghamshire end up with over 200?
Yeah.
What are the other bowlers doing?
Well, exactly. 21 for 1 after 7 as we return from memory lane. Or was that a rhetorical question, or you want to know? Stevenson, 8 overs, 1 for 32. Milburn, 8 overs, 1 for 50. Connor, 8 overs, 2 for 41. Sean Udall, 5 overs, none for 37. As this is turned away by Gubbins for 4 through the offside. Concentrate on the cricket day. There we are, 25 for 1 at the start of the 8th over. Remember, 10 over initial power play. We are just coming up to half an hour's cricket played, and still they come in. It's a decent crowd for a Friday. Yeah,
Love it. Yeah, those country lanes are filled up, haven't they, coming into the ground?
we've got Toby Petman on water duties in front of us. A giant skyscraper that is Toby. Just waving as he comes past, as Gubbins again with a pleasing push into the offside. And Hamid does the fielding. One more run, 27 for 1. Petman in the one match played here last year got a 4-fer against Surrey, who come to town on Sunday. Say come to town, come to the village.
I was going to say
on
town.
Sunday.
It's a hamlet.
It's a field in the middle of nowhere. It's our Glastonbury. Patterson again, past umpire Pollard, bowls to Albert, who's Prest, I beg your pardon, who's looked very good in the early stages here. Drives this up to Brett Hutton at mid-off, must be all of 200 yards away from us.
Yeah, this is an important competition for Tom Prest, really. Had a couple of championship games earlier on in the season, didn't really impressed, didn't really get going at all, so this is a competition where he'll be looking to do well.
Patterson bowls again. Oh, that's well, it's wide enough to be called a wide, but Tom Prest went hard at that. Anyhow, it's been called a wide. Clearly the batter thought he could get something on it. Chased after it but couldn't.
Hello.
Patterson with the 1 wicket to fall. Out of Middleton, he's in again. Bowls, edge, caught! Patterson gets a second. Calvin Harrison with the catch. Singing Tom Prest's praises there, but he's pushed at 1 from Patterson, just got a little bit of bounce. And Calvin Harrison takes the catch at second slip, and Hampshire are 27 for 2 in the 8th over. Prest caught Harrison, bowled Patterson, and he made, is that 19? No, 10, I beg your pardon. He made 10. Second wicket then for Patterson. So Notts, I think, will be the happier of the two sides as the breeze picks up. Yes, well caught by Harrison, who's already fostered a very decent reputation for himself as being a really good slip catcher. It went sharply to him, but it was at a nice comfortable height. He would have expected to pouch that, and did. The new man on his way out to the middle is Ben Brown, the wicket-keeper. Former Sussex man, of course. Moved along the south coast last year. Good man to have coming in at 4. It's the 8th over of the innings. Patterson now has figures of 2 for 16. Just getting a little bit of bounce. And that was partially the undoing of Tom Prest. Just felt he was perhaps a little rash. The ball before he got out, the one that was called a wide, when he really chased after it, threw everything at it, then had a little nibble. So Brown on strike, Patterson bowls to him, hits him on the pad, asking umpire Pollard. I fancy the bowler pulled out of that appeal just a little early. Knew that wasn't going to get the verdict.
Yeah, hi there. Yes, we're in the 8th over, and Hampshire are batting first after losing the toss. They've lost a couple of wickets already. 27 for 2 they are. Fletcher Middleton went in the 2nd over, followed by the seamer Dane Patterson for one that nipped back on him. And Tom Prest has just gone and caught in the slips off the same bowler for 10. Out there is
Dane Patterson in once more. This is cut away and cut away nicely for runs past the diving Martindale.
The base bowler playing his first game of the season after injury. Mason Crane's been released.
Really good shot.
From London.
That's the end of the over. 31 for 2 after 8 overs. So 10 runs came from that over, but Notts, I think at this stage, would have been more than happy to have taken that in a swap. You can have 10 runs conceded in this over if you can get the wicket of Tom Prest, and that's exactly what happened. Going to be a bowling change here, Kev, and it's going to be Tom Lowton, the tall, medium pace bowler signed from Yorkshire, York-born. I think you're off to York, aren't you, next week?
I am, yeah, looking forward to it. Never been there before. I've never even been to York before.
Well, Tom Lowton was born there. He took 1 for 19 against Essex from 6 overs, 3 for 26 against Leicestershire. An interesting approach. I've described it as a youngster playing hopscotch in the school playground. You might want to have a look at his run-up, but it works for him.
It's probably where it originated. Here he comes, oh my word, yeah, there's a few in there. As he comes in and bowls, and on the back foot is Gubbins, pushes that up to mid-off. Brett Hutton, the fielder. Yeah, there's a couple at the start, and I thought, yeah, that's enough. And then about 2 paces down, there's another one. So very interesting. If you're watching the live picture feed, I'm sure they'll study that for you, and then we'll have a look. I reckon there's at least 3 or 4 in there.
Yeah.
Which is maybe when he learned to bowl, there was some hurdles in the outfield. Here we go, 2, 3, 4. There's another one. Oh my word, there is a few there. He's round the wicket. Gubbins works that up to actually back to the bowler in the end.
But you do hear of people, don't you? Oh, my mum and dad had a big backyard, and there was a tree root or something, so you had to, as you set off, you had to sort of hurdle over this tree root.
That's right. Well, I remember when I was very young, and I was playing with my brother in the garden when I sort of first started to play cricket. And that there was, to have an extra long run up, there was about 3 steps up to the lawn. So about 2 yards away from where you bowled, you had to make this big jump over these steps. So maybe he had the same. That comes in and bowls. Gubbins whips that away, but only as far as square leg, and there is no run.
They like him. They like the look of him. Kevin Shine's working with him, and he is. He's listed at 10 on the card, but he's been scoring runs in the seconds as well. And, they've every faith that he can become a genuine, decent county all-rounder.
24 years of age.
Yeah.
I think here as well is I don't think you're going to run through sides on this particular pitch. So you're looking for something different as a bowling coach. Comes in again. That sort of one halfway through his run-up is a massive jump. Gets one on the pads, just tucks it away on the leg side. Has to hurry through there, Ben Brown. This ball hits the stumps and he's been given out. Paul Pollard at the far end has his finger up at square leg. And that is a mistake there between the Hampshire batters, as Ben Brown run out by a direct throw. And Brown goes for 4, having scored a half century in the previous innings. He's been a bit short of runs generally all season. Welcome return to form for him last game, but I'm afraid he's back down to a single figure score. Goes for 4, and Hampshire are 31 for 3 here.
Initial feeling was it was Liam Patterson wide. I think it was a left-handed throw. Can't quite see on the live stream the picture. I know. I was going to say I know somebody will know. In fact, Holly, who's making all that noise in the back of our tent. Holly, the analyst, is giving me the thumbs up. Thank you, Holly. So 2 wickets in quick succession. Tom Lowton into the attack, gets the the wicket in his first over, but of course doesn't count to him. Goes down as obviously the run out, but a direct hit. Notts haven't had too many of those over the years. They'll take them when they can get them. Poor old Ben Brown has gone for 4, got off the mark nicely, and then a little bit of a push and run, and clearly it was too tight. Great bit of work from Liam Patterson-White. It's 31 for 3.
Yeah, you could see Ben Brown initially. I don't know what the calling was there. That's technically Brown's call, but whether there was, I don't know, maybe some sort of understanding between the two that they just sort of took off without too much shouting between the two of them. But you could see Ben Brown in the first couple of yards realising that once he was committed, you could see him head down, trying to get up to speed as quickly as possible because he knew he was always struggling. So Nyrin Donald it is, facing Lowton, and that's a length ball which Donald pushes up to mid-on. Well, Nyrin Donald made a return to the side in the last game against Essex, and it was a typical positive Nyrin Donald innings, where he scored 47 off just 45 balls, helping to get Hampshire over the line in their run chase against an Essex side who really Harmer and Bo Webster, the Australian, dominated for them in that game. Here comes Lowton, that's full toss the leg stump, and it's hit into the ground by Nyrin Donald. So Nyrin Donald will take the bowling on, make no mistake about that. He doesn't really hold back, but sometimes he does give his wicket away a little too often when you think, wow, this guy's going well, I want to see more of him. And sometimes, as he did against Essex actually, really, with Hampshire getting well home, and he just skied one out to deep mid-wicket, and a bit of a tame dismissal in the end, but he will actually push the score along quite quickly if he's out there for any length of time.
Yeah, Liam Patterson-White, who executed that run out, is just in front of us on the boundary rope here, talking to Ant Boter, just describing how he did it as Dane Patterson comes in to Nick Gubbins. So the 2 Patos involved in all the wickets this morning, 2 for Dane Patterson, and a run out now for Liam Patterson-White. 31 for 3, 3 wickets in the power play. Not quite as significant as, excuse me, got a sneeze there. Not quite as significant as losing 3 wickets in the power play in the blast, but you still don't really want to do it, do you? 3 down up top. Here's Patterson into Gubbins. Clips this to wideish mid-off, and there's no run. Did you have psychologists in the game in your day, Kevin?
1 or 2.
Did you have a psychologist? I don't know what he'd make of cricket in your era.
Leave me alone, Dave.
Chris Marshall, the Notts psychologist. Yes, psychologist. Just
they were quite new towards the end of when I played. I don't know. I think if you grew up with one, then that's fine. But I don't know.
There's Patterson round the wicket. Gubbins just squared up a little bit, gets it away to point safely along the ground. There's no run. Lyndon James doing the fielding. I was going to say, is that follow the swinging watch, but that's a hypnotist, isn't it? That's somebody completely different.
Yeah, you don't want that.
So what's the psychologist? Lay on my couch and tell me all your problems.
Well, I suppose it is a bit like that, really. I mean,
need to get him on.
I suppose I was a bit long in the tooth by the time they were sort of coming into it a bit more.
There's Patterson. Bowled really well again. Bowles Gubbins has got this away. Now then, we might need Kevin James to help me out here, because I just can't see who's away to my left. There's clearly somebody there who does the fielding. Probably is, as he's bowling at this end. So a single taken, but as it was flashed away behind square, I presume that would go to the boundary. There's just about 1/20th of the ground I can't see away to my left because of the flap of the tent. I could move, but.
Well, you could. We could move a bit.
We're all right. We're all right. We're not getting rained upon, which is crucial. But we're not getting sunburnt either.
Yeah, we got it just right.
Just right. Good view of the pylons as Patterson bowls to Donald. 32 for 3.
Nyrin.
He actually played here. That game I mentioned earlier, way back in. 2015, they opened this ground with the Welbeck Weekender. Notts beat Warwickshire on the Saturday, and the poor old Welsh game on the Sunday, and we played for an hour and it was rained off. But I was doing commentary with Mike Powell, the former Glamorgan player, that day, and I know he must have got in early, Nye Donald or Nyrin Donald. It's that very same player turns it away on the leg side, and they're going to come back for 3. No, they're not. They changed their mind. 2 runs. All I can remember is Mike Powell had several attempts at trying to correct me for my mispronunciation of a Nyrin Donald. 34 for 3 at the end of 10 overs. That's the end of the power play, so Notts can let a couple of fielders just release into the wild, go out and enjoy the fresh air on the boundary edges somewhere, and I think Notts will be the happy of the 2 sides at the end of the power play.
It really is like that. It's got that sort of feel here, isn't it? Really, if you said, well, do you know what, I want to go out into the country and just, enjoy the outdoor space, this is the place to come, isn't it? Really, Giles White, the Hampshire Director of Cricket, is here. He's obviously having a bit of time off from the Southern Brave. Charlie Freeston, the academy manager, is walking alongside him. There's all sorts of support staff here from Hampshire, because apparently they're a bit short-staffed during this competition. So there's Neil Johnson here, the Zimbabwean former all-rounder, played a bit with Hampshire. He's here helping out. As Lowton's round the wicket, right arm over, bit of bounce there, which we haven't seen too much so far in this game, as it wraps Gubbins high on the pad. And also Paul Nixon is here for his second game stint. He's on a short-term deal with Hampshire, former Leicester head coach, of course. He's here as well. It was a game against Leicester at the Ageas Bowl a couple of days ago or so. So there are quite a lot of support staff here. Eddie Bill, Hampshire head coach, is here. There's probably more support staff and players. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide.
A few of those, isn't there? Yes. Not necessarily from Lowton, I think that's his first, but there's been a few wides this morning.
Yes, isn't there? Yeah. Good take from...
I've actually done a bit of commentary with... he's a Zimbabwean, isn't he, Neil Johnson?
Yeah, he is,
yeah, right back 2000, wasn't it? Zimbabwe.
He was
full tour here.
He was early days of the Ageas, so that would have been about right.
Zimbabwe. I think he was.
There's the hop, skip, and the jump 2 or 3 times as he comes in and bowls. There's a drive by Gubbins. Lovely shot through mid-on. That'll be 4. Well to Hamid's right. Just turns and runs after the ball. Doesn't make any attempt to stop it. Good shot.
I did a commentary for that radio station that rhymes with Chalk Snort back in 2000, and Northants versus Zimbabwe, and Neil Johnson got a century and then came and joined me on commentary to talk the listeners through it, which was very, very nice.
Cool,
really appreciated at the time.
Wow.
Long time ago, isn't it?
Well, it's nice that... I'd love to have done that, scored 100, then go and tell everybody about it.
Well, yeah.
I think a few players would love to have done that. Here he is round the wicket again. Gubbins gets a length ball, scoring remains on 39 for 3.
Some other games today in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Surrey and Kent are in the same group as Notts and Hampshire. Kent are 49 for 1 after 11. Durham 63 without loss after 11 against Derbyshire. I see they went all the way down to Neath for a rained off game earlier in the week. Somerset are 41 for 2 against Sussex, and 2 matches start this afternoon. Essex, Middlesex and Lancashire, Leicestershire. They both start at 2 o'clock, and of course there's a blast game as well later on, men's and women's.
Gubbins flicks that away, square on the leg side, but there is a field on the boundary. Gubbins moves on to 17-40 for 3, the Hampshire total, having been asked to bat first. Yeah, 2. We haven't got a day-nighter in this, have you?
No. Yes, I say our good chum Mr. Emerson went 350 miles all the way from the Roca Riviera to Neath to watch it rain and then drive home again. He didn't mind, of course.
It's a shame.
Yeah, he hasn't passed comment on social media about it at all.
I don't follow him, actually. For that reason. Here comes Lowton again. Down the leg side. They're appealing for a caught behind. Probably flick the pad then, because no wide is given. Donald remains on 2. The batter's out then. Fletcher Middleton for 1, Tom Press for 10, and Ben Brown for 4. 2 wickets for Patterson, 1 run out.
Can I rely on your wonderful good nature once again and remind everybody of the email address? Is that working today?
Mine?
Yes.
Solent Cricket
Because you don't mind the Nottinghamshire people who like to
I love Nottinghamshire.
have a bit of a rant.
They're my favourite supporters. There's Lowton. Oh, Donald doesn't know where that's going. It's off an inside edge. Goes down to fine leg. Lowton has his hands on his head. Single there to Donald, takes him on to 3. So it's sonantcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. In fact, Mike Martin has been in touch. sonantcricket@gmail.com, as I say. No wonder we lost that match in 1996. I'm talking about that one day ago. Despite your heroic efforts with the ball, we had Winston Benjamin batting at 4. That's right, Dave said. Whose bright idea was that? Well, it weren't mine, that's for sure. Even though I can't remember that far back. His list A average was 14. Need a big partnership, says Mike Martin.
I can't remember him playing for Hampshire.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Well, clearly.
Seasonal 2, I think. He was great when he wanted to bowl. He was quick, but he didn't want to bowl that often.
Patterson's having another one. He's in now and driven by Donald up to wide-ish mid-off. So that's the email. I'm on the old Twittery thing, or X, or whatever we call it. A number of people have been in touch. 2 hours ago, Peter Savage says can't get you on YouTube. Hopefully there won't be any more messages like that. I did tweet a picture of Kevin the cake stand a little earlier. Lots of people have responded to that at Brace Cricket if you want to have a look at that photo of all the wonderful cakes. As Patterson bowls again to Donald, he's going to get a run here down to third man and Patterson White will field. 42 for 3. Knott's Aid says let them eat cake. Who was that? Who said that? That's a famous quote from history, wasn't it? Help me out, folks. Russell says the cake stall is amazing. I've discovered it firsthand for myself. Mrs. Q, how did I guess you'd have popped in to see the cake stand, Dave? Yes. Gary Sharp, save me some cake for when I get there. Kev Tilston, cake may contain nuts. So does the commentary box. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah. Sheffield Wednesday fan, they're going to lose to Mansfield in the next round of the League Cup, I see, after the midweek draw. Here's Patterson. In and bowls, and this is driven down the ground nicely by Gubbins, but he won't get a run. Tell you what, Kev, we've seen cricket in the past held up whilst they put blankets and rugs and things on car windscreens. I don't know about you, but from where I'm sitting I can hardly see anything at the far end.
Yeah, I've got
with the reflection of some of the vehicles at the far end, and if the players are getting the same reflection, it may well be that they have to cover some of those windscreens at the far end. 2 slips, Montgomery and Harrison, as Donald drives into the offside. There's no run, and another slight run-out opportunity there as Martindale hurls it down towards the far end. No run. JDS is to another good day at Welbeck, Dave, from memory. 4 wins there. It's 5 actually, JDS. 5 wins, 1 defeat, 2 rained off. I did the maths that the One Day Cup yesterday scored at 6.6 runs all day. That's entertaining enough. Pat on listening on the Macclesfield Canal. Thank you very much, Pat.
Ooh,
on the Macclesfield Canal. Next delivery is again finding the outside portion of the bat safely along the ground to Liam Patterson White.
Sat on the old narrowboat, moored up there. Sounds lovely.
Yeah, JDS release the Hutton and then get the chase on. Thanks for the commentary. Nick Jenkins, choice of 20 cakes for your mid-morning coffee. That's amazing. It's a shame that no one seems to be serving Kev. Well, that's in response to the photograph I put on there, Nick. They did serve Kev, and you've probably heard him whinging about the price of the cakes ever since. Don't worry, I'll reimburse him. Don't worry about that. Next ball is pulled by Gubbins onto the leg side. 45 for 3 in this 50 over a side contest.
No, I think it was the 2 prices that I was quoted. I think once they realised I had a southern accent, the price went up by 30%.
It's the end of the over. After 12 overs, 45 for 3. I'm just trying to get rid, Kev, of some of the backlog here of messages.
Yeah,
T. Welbeck's definitely better than Grace Road, Dave, because the comms are in sync with the visuals on the stream. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you, T, and thanks as always to Kirsty, who's pretty much got us on air. I won't say single-handedly, because even she's had to call for backup today because we lost all communications to the outside world earlier. And of course to Aaron, who's already finished his day's work by presenting the pre-match show.
Yeah, he's got his feet up now already, apparently. As that's a cutaway, start of a new over by Lowton. I bet he got those cakes for free as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, look, he's got his feet up. Look, there he is.
Ellie says, I'm on my European interrailing holiday today, Dave. Lovely to see cricket at Welbeck. Are there any plans to return to Grantham? Well, clearly not this year, Ellie. We'll have to see what the winter brings. Graham, morning gents, lovely to hear my two favourite commentators on together today, waxing lyrical already. Apologies if you've spoken about it. This is Lyndon James playing as a batter only. I'll give you an answer on that in a moment if Kev will let me.
No,
I'm
not going to. Here comes Lowton and bowls. I'm going to keep talking so you can't. That's a nice shot by Donald through mid-wicket. Won't go all the way. Leads after it. Cap falls off as he picks the ball up. 2 runs takes Hampshire on to 48 for 3.
Well, Notts are again unchanged. They've played the same 11 for the first 3 matches. Would have been 4 matches had the Yorkshire game gone ahead. There may be changes, I understand, next week, and it may involve bringing Lyndon into the bowling unit. So they're playing essentially with 3 seamers and 3 spinners, but it may be there's a bit of a change next week, and Lyndon, who's had a heavy workload with the ball recently, does take on a bowling role next week.
Lowton comes in again and bowls. Donald gets one that keeps low, plays it into his pad, and the ball just sticks in the wicket.
So there you are. That's unusual, Graham, isn't it?
Yeah.
You asked me a question and I've got an answer for you. I did ask the very same question and that's what I got. Ian East says it was Marie Antoinette. It was. Crikey, we're not at midday yet and we've already got Marie Antoinette into the commentary. It was she, Kev. It was she who said, "Let them eat cake."
Well, I'm just looking that up actually.
And JDS has said the same. Thank you, JDS.
Yeah,
I think that's Pat on the Macclesfield Canal whose Twitter thing is JDS.
I think I've been on the Macclesfield Canal years ago. As a family, we used to do a few of those. That's pulled away by Donald, almost both feet off the ground as he hammers that away through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. Good shot, banged in by Lowton, and the ball really just sat up. No pace in this Welbeck wicket. 56 for 3. Well, the phrase I've got here is, although the phrase is conventionally attributed to Marie Antoinette, it can actually be traced back to Jean-Jacques Rousseau's Confessions in 1765, 24 years prior to the French Revolution. You still following me?
Clouseau, wasn't he the Pink Panther
Rousseau,
fella?
Rousseau.
Oh.
And when Antoinette was 9 years old and had never been to France. Well, there you are. So it might even predate that. Donald drives that forward delivery, thick inside edge as it goes out to deep square leg, and Donald moves on to 12. So the "let them eat cake" is the traditional translation of the French phrase. Well, I'm going to attempt this, but it won't be very French.
Go for it.
Qu'ils mangent de la brioche.
Thank you, Del.
Thank you. Yeah. Did I sound French saying that?
You did.
Thank you.
You did.
Said to have
Petit
been
pois,
spoken
Chamille
in
there.
Oh, listen to you. Said to have been spoken in the 18th century by a great princess. Here's Lowton round the wicket, this time to Gubbins, plays that into the ground, goes behind the stumps, upon being told that the peasants had no bread. Oh, there you are. Of course, brioche bun. There you are, there's the there's the connection. End of the over. 13th over, I'm trying to find a connection there anyway. 53 for 3.
After 13, yeah, Lowton 3 overs, none for 15. Stefan's with us from Tokyo, all the way from Tokyo. Lovely to have you with us, Stefan. Although he's got a bit of a bit of a grouse. There's an awful lot of internal background squeaking going on. Well, this, I'm afraid, Stefan, it's our bijou marquee here. It's held together by a bit of string and blue tack and a lot of good wishes, and every time the wind blows it rocks from one side to the other, and that is literally the squeaking. We've got a bowling change because Brett Hutton's back on from the Suckham end, the far end, bowls to the right-handed Donald, steers it to backward point, fielded by Martin Debber. Lovely to have you with us, Stefan, from Tokyo, where I would imagine tea time for some cake. Ian East, Rousseau, wasn't that the inconsistent left-hander from South Africa?
Hey, boom.
He was Riley Rousseau. He could whack a ball.
He could.
Hutton, past umpire Pollard's left shoulder, bowls now, and this is dug out as far as Martindale at point, and they take a single. I do prefer it actually commentating from here when Gubbins is on strike, because it means the slips are away to my left and I can see what's going on when Montgomery and Harrison, or just one of them is stood there. I can't see an awful lot. Who else has been in touch? Nick Jenkins, considering this is an outground in the middle of nowhere, according to Kev. Yeah, he's always... Yeah, according to Kev. The live feed quality with several cameras is excellent. Thank you all. Thank you, Nick, for saying it. As Patterson bowls and strikes Gubbins on the pad, asking umpire Pollard, who's been Nottinghamshire's friend so far this morning, says not out. Say that in that he's given a run out, but I suspect it probably was well out. I can't recall umpire Pollard being one of those that generally gives a great deal unless it's absolutely nailed on, as it should be. So thank you very much at Brace Cricket. I think we've got through the backlog. If I have missed you, I do apologise. Thanks to everybody. Your contributions keep us going through the day. As this next one wide of the off stump goes through to the keeper, Schardendorf. Hopefully we might just be able to snare somebody as they walk past us through the day, and we can get them in on commentary. Ollie Stone has been here. He had a bit of a warm up with the guys before the game, but he's had to go back to Trent Bridge into the gym there. Said he's going to come down next week to the game at Radlett, and we'll come on commentary and just give us a bit of an update as to where he is in his return to fitness. As Hutton bowls to number 31, Nick Gubbins pushes it out to number 45. That's Lyndon James. Numbers were in by the time you'd finished, weren't they? What did you have?
I can't remember. No, I think we were just names, actually. I think we just had our surnames on their back in the early days. Yeah.
Back when the world was all black and white.
Yeah. No number. I'm not sure what number I would have had, actually. Do you get to choose?
Some do. Next one is to Gubbins, pushes it to point. They take a single. Hampshire 55 for 3 in the 14th, end of the 14th over, in fact. 55 for 3. Brett Hutton's come back over. Went for 2 singles. He's none for 13 from 5. Just Hampshire in this, or Hampshire Hawks?
Hampshire. He says 75% confident of that answer. Do you know what? I was just looking up. You mentioned Sookholm, which is the far end.
Yes.
It's obviously a village, and I was just looking it up because I'm trying to find anything that would be of note locally that you could sort of pinpoint and say, and people would say, "Oh yeah, I know where that is." I'm not even sure Mansfield is that, and then we're 3.5 miles from there. Well, you see, people up here would know. Here's Lowton bowls. Pulled away by Gubbins down to a fine leg. And Gubbins now moves on to 22s, 56 for 3. But Sookholm, it says here, I love this line, it retains an agricultural character. That's true, I should imagine. And has been largely unaffected by the Industrial Revolution. Well, that's pretty much an understatement. It's been left unaffected by anything. I don't think anything has changed around here, apart from this particular complex. I don't think anything's changed around here for many, many, many years. Here comes Lowton bowls. Donald pushes that back with a point. No run there. Score remains on 56 for 3. Donald has 13. Gubbins has 22. The men out. Fletcher Middleton for 1. Prest for 10. And Ben Brown for 4.
I don't know if you remember, you have been here when it's raining. There's all these electricity pylons around the ground, and when it rains on them, you can't half hear it crackle.
You're saying they make a noise, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really, these pylons and the cables are really quite dominant, aren't they, over the ground, or near the ground anyway. They're pulled away by Donald. That's going for 4. 1 bounce, I think. I can't quite see if it went 4. Up towards the pavilion, near where the Hampshire players are changing. Donald was quickly onto that one. He was onto 17, 60 for 3 it is in the 15th.
We've had Tokyo, now we've got Abu Dhabi. Warren Rhodes. Hi Dave, I'm watching from Abu Dhabi. Just wondering, do you think there are other outgrounds in Nottinghamshire suitable to host these one-day games? If so, where?
Just 2.5 million compared to today's 7.6.
I've never been to Grantham, so I can't comment on that. That's pulled away by Donald. That's too short. There is a man at deep square leg. Donald having no problem playing that shot. 61 for 3.
Yeah, Ben Slater out there doing the fielding. Midday into the BBC Radio Nottingham News. I think Warren, as they've they've sort of invested in bringing the product, if we can call the One Day Cup, in bringing the product here to Welbeck over a number of years. I don't think they'll be looking to go anywhere else bar here in Grantham for a while.
Nottingham bowls. Gubbins can take a quick single up to mid-on. That's good running. Takes the total on to 62 for 3. Michael from Recklesham, I have no idea where that is, although he does email often enough. soniccricket@gmail.com. It says, before the TMS team said it, it was said by Mary Antoinette. That was the let them eat cake. He says he's now hungry. After that.
See that photo at Brace Cricket? That'll that'll have a look at the cake on there.
Lowton in again. Bowls. Always bowled, Donald. Oh, the off stump just knocked back, off the middle stump, and Lowton gets his man. Donald trying to drive on the up, just left a bit of a gap there. He goes for 18, and it's 62 for 4 now.
Just looked a little loose. In fact, one hand came off the bat handle actually as Nye Donald was looking to try and drive him away. So Tom Lowton doing a good job for Notts. Here's an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. And I think Notts will be the happier of the two sides, particularly as you join me just as they've taken their 4th wicket of this opening hour. Seabermead won the toss, opted to bat first. Notts unchanged. Couple of early wickets for Dane Patterson. Brilliant bit of fielding from Liam Patterson-White to run out Ben Brown. And now, as you join me, Tom Lowton has just bowled Nye Donald for 18. Hampshire is 62 for 4 after 15 overs. Just looked a little loose there, Kev.
Yeah, it's angled in, wasn't it, really? Yeah. I'm not sure whether it may have just caught the inside edge as well, but even so, you're right. It's certainly not quite there to drive. And, well, I did say that that's the way Anarian Donald plays, that when it comes off, he plays shots that not many others can, but it does leave him a little bit susceptible at times when the ball just goes off the straight. Got an email here from Spartacus Mills. Wow, if that's his real name, what a name that is. Wow. soniccricket@gmail.com. That's the end of the over of that one, by the way. So 15 have gone, 62 for 4. Shall I do it at the end of the over? Would that be easier?
Here's Hutton. It's going to go round the wicket then to Gubbins. New man is Toby Albert at the non-strikers end. This is pushed back to Hutton.
Shall I do it now?
Well, is it a long ring?
Yeah. Spartacus Mills. It's great to see your wonderful coverage from this tremendous ground. I remember enjoying an ice cream there while watching Welbeck's tall left-handed opener, Lou Quells. Haha, here we go. No, this is not the email I thought it was. Anyway, hey-ho.
Yeah.
Thank you, Spartacus.
Hutton round the wicket. Bowls Gubbins a little late on that one. It goes through to the keeper. So suggesting that Luke Wells has played here now. I know Paul Johnson had a little spell here.
Oh, yeah, I remember
5 or 6 or 7 years ago as director of cricket, and when he was here, he had Tom Lungley, who's now a first-class umpire. He was he played here as well, and during Paul's time as well, they had the West Indian opener for a wee while. Not Fidel Edwards, because he was your fast bowler. The other Edwards, the left-handed opening bat, Kirk Edwards, down the leg side. That's going to be another wide signalled by Paul Pollard. This is very infectious. I don't think Kevin Shine will be too happy about this. This is un-Nottinghamshire like. They're usually pretty disciplined with their the amount of extra balls that they bowl, but there's been quite a few this morning. Yeah, I was going to say that's rather more than normal. Whether there's the cross breeze just slightly putting them off, I'm not sure. There's Hutton into Gubbins, who's dodged the bullet so far. Drives this out onto the offside, gets a single, moves on to 24. He's got a big job to do anyway, Nick Gubbins, as the Hampshire skipper, but I guess even more so now as 4 top order wickets have all gone down all around him.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing. I don't think it's really that sort of wicket. I think it's a fairly easy pace wicket here. Yeah, but just going back to the wide situation as well, I think sometimes when you're bowling at grounds that you're not particularly used to, it can take a little while to just not readjust, but just get used to the little intricacies of the square and the wicket and the way the wind blows and lots of little different things. When you're playing at the same grounds year in and year out, you do get quite familiar with their sort of situations.
Toby Albert on strike. Montgomery's gone back in to the slip cordon, pitched up this time by Hutton and defended. Ian East has sent it to us both, but I might as well read it as I'm looking at it. That was Donald in a nutshell. Really looks so good, then all a bit lame. Lowton looks like he's treading on Lego in that run up, but it works for him. Yeah, absolutely right, Ian. He perhaps heard us talking earlier. You just wonder where, you know, these sort of run ups begin, if it is in a back garden. Hutton balls, again, just a tentative, which is a word I always struggle with, a tentative prod up to mid-on by Toby Albert. So Albert coming in at 6. He did open the batting, as I say, in that county championship game. His one match for Kent at Trentbridge a fortnight ago. Ian Holland's still to come. Had a really good game, didn't he, in the county championship match at Nottingham. Runs and wickets, if I remember.
Yep, 100. Yeah.
Scott Curry, Mason Crane, Brad Wheel, and a young man who are not familiar with his work, Eddie Jack, as this goes through to Schardendorf, and that's the end of the 16th over. 64 for 4 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Solent Sport, with Dave Bracegirdle and Kevin James.
Yeah, that breeze seems to have died down a little bit now, so it's even more pleasant. This ground, bathed in sunshine, and good crowd around several areas where there's a bit of a bank, so you've got a line of crowd and then the crowd behind them with a lovely view over the top of their heads. Good crowd in, actually. It's a big ground, isn't it?
It's Friday, isn't it? It's work from home day. I'm working from home on Friday. Yeah. Come on down here and watch the cricket. A few hanging baskets adorning the brick pavilion away to our right.
Lowton to continue. There's the hit. Hop, skip and jump. Never tire that. That's pulled away by Nick Gubbins. That's probably split the field down on the leg side. It has. That's a little too short on this wicket. As I say, no real pace, so you've got to keep the ball fairly pitched up. And Hampshire move on to 64 for 4, and Gubbins is doing a good job for his side, and he needs to stick around for a while yet.
I appreciate you're not his bowling coach, you're not Kevin Shine or whatever, but do you try and get this hop, skip and a jump out of him? Or
well, to me it's quite early on in his run-up. Gubbins drives, doesn't time it, half stopped by Lowton, I think, as he's diving across to his left as the ball makes its way up to mid-on. I mean, personally, if I was coaching him, I wouldn't worry about that, because for me, he's done all his hop, skip and he's jumping about halfway through his run-up, so all he's doing then is just running into the crease. I mean, whatever he's doing in that first half, you know, you'd have to ask him why that is, but maybe it just helps. You see a lot of long jumpers do all that, don't you, in the Olympics, and well, we might not see the Commonwealth Games again, but anyway. There's a drive by Gubbins out towards extra cover, but for me, I would concentrate on the second half of his run and then his action.
A bit Tim Millsy. He has a little bit of a hop like that, doesn't he?
Yeah, there is,
the left arm version.
I say I would worry more if he was doing it and he was just behind the umpire with about 2 or 3 places to go. That's where I would worry. I certainly wouldn't worry doing it in his first half of his run-up.
He's had a very impressive 2 and a bit first appearances for Nottinghamshire. I like the look of him.
It's in the game. Round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins works that away on the onside. That'll be just a single. Gubbins moves on to 29, 69 for 4 in the 17th.
When you played Sunday League, were you in that era where you could only come in off a limited
15
run?
Yards.
Did that affect you at all? What was your full length?
I was only about 18 yards, so it wasn't. You just work on it. I mean, Richard Hadley, wasn't it? I mean, he made it his normal run-up in the end. I think, am I right in saying that I think he credited that as giving him an extra year or 2, didn't he?
Yeah.
In his bowling career.
So,
I think a lot of bowlers actually felt that by not running in as far, they actually felt they had a bit more energy coming into the season and felt like they could go on another year or 2 as Albert plays that late. That's a good diving stop at backward a point. Is that our friend Mr. Martin Bell, whose dad I played against? Oh no, he's Yeah.
Yes.
Duncan Martin.
Yeah.
So,
were there people who couldn't adjust?
well, I think you had to, really. I can't think off the top of my head anybody that really struggled. Even bowlers that had very long run-ups managed to find a way. Because all you do is you just practice off 15 yards. You find a way.
I guess in indoor nets and whatever, you haven't got the space to do a really long run.
Obviously, of course, some of them cheated a bit as Gubbins pushes that up towards mid-off. Some of them cheated a bit where they actually started their run-up facing like what would be us, and then ran round in a circle.
Did a bit of a morning morkel.
Got an extra, and then got an extra yard or two out of it, but they were few and far between. End of the over. We've had 17 here at the John Fretwell Sports Complex, or Welbeck, whichever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Sookholm. There's a few. If you look at different websites, they've all got different sort of names for the ground.
They have.
70 for 4, 17 gone.
Elsewhere, Kent 89 for 1. They're the visiting team. They're playing Surrey. That one is at the Oval as Brett Hutton comes in once more from the far end of the ground. That's a good delivery. I don't think Toby Albert actually played at it, but put it in good area, or a good area there, just shaped away from Albert. Durham, Graham Clark and Alex Lees made some fine starts this season, haven't they, for Durham? They're doing it again today. They're 126 without loss. That's at Chesterley Street against Derbyshire. Hutton bowls to Toby Albert, steers this to backward point, and there's no run. Where else? Somerset 77 for 2. That's in the other group, of course, against Sussex at Taunton, and then those other two matches, both in the same group as Hampshire and Notts this afternoon. 2 o'clock starts at Chelmsford for Essex against Middlesex, and at Old Trafford for Lancashire against Leicestershire.
You would have thought they'd tried it and saved on their electricity costs and just started at 11 o'clock like everybody else.
Brett Hutton bowls once more, wide of the off stump.
Good line. Toby Albert had a good competition last year when it was the Royal London One Day Cup. Just under 340 runs at 48. That's pretty decent. No chance of starting at 2 o'clock here.
Now I whimsically threw into to the umpires. Our floodlights in use today, as this one's cut away for 4. Short and wide. I think Toby Albert's been just waiting for that opportunity, chance to seize on something that he can just free his arms at and cut it away past the diving Martindale. He moves on to 5, 74 for 4. Overall, over the years since they began playing one-day cricket, for the first time in 1969, Hampshire have the advantage. 28 wins to Nottinghamshire's 22. Strangely, there's only ever been one match rained off. Next ball is flying up in the air down towards third. Cries of catch, fielders everywhere, but not there. It fell well short of Patterson White at third man, and well to the left of Martindale at backward point, but that was a false shot. Brings Albert a single, and it's 75 for 4 in the 18th.
Slight leading edge there, I think, from Toby Albert.
That one match that was washed away actually was the last meeting, and that was in 2015.
Must have been up here. Might have been on the south coast then.
Yes, it was. No, it was at Trent Bridge. It was at Trent Bridge. Notts were 256 for 3 after 33, and then the rain came. No, after 39, and then the rain came. But the last game that was finished was in 2012. Nice looking shot by Gubbins. Might get a boundary here. He's hit it out towards the pavilion side, and yes, he will get 4. A couple of fielders in hot pursuit, and Gubbins just had enough on that to get it away to the board. Nick Gubbins has 33 now from 49 deliveries faced, and I was going to tell you the score whilst I was looking at the stream, but I'm getting a replay, so Can't tell you. I've lost the scoreboard that was at the far end of the ground. Where's that board gone?
Taking it away.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's helpful. 79 for 4 after 18.
It's obviously wanted somewhere
Yeah, I was
else.
going to say, where's that gone then?
Mystery. Maybe one of the camera people can locate it for us.
Well,
They're looking round.
we're going to get a bowling change. We're going to get some twirly-whirly stuff for the first time. Former Hampshire legend,
Yeah.
Kelvin Harrison, is going to come on and have a bowl. Bowled one ball, Kev, at Chelmsford, 1 for none. That was his List A debut. That's the way to do it, isn't it? Come on and get the 10th wicket with your only ball.
Don't muck about. So a bit of leg spin then.
And he got 1 for 34 at Grace Road from 9 overs.
Let's go on into Toby Albert. Deep mid on. Patterson White fielding just to our right on the boundary rope. We're only about 6 or 7 yards from the boundary. Low full toss to start off with. Good diving stop off his own bowling. So we're into the 19th over here. Hampshire put into bat. Harrison's got a slip. Expecting it to turn, I guess. Albert's on the back foot. Steers that to backward a point. And there's no run. Got an email here on the international theme because you had somebody from.
I've had Tokyo and Abu Dhabi.
Oh, you're winning this one. This one's from Cyprus. So can't quite get that far, unfortunately, as Harrison bowls. Reverse sweep there from Albert. Goes in the air and overslip. And he goes down to Patterson, who's running round from backward a point. Didn't quite get hold of that. In fact, he didn't get hold of it at all because it came off the pad. 80 for 4. This is from Pat Moore. Solentcricket@gmail.com. It says, Notts lad, now retired and living in Cyprus.
Lovely. Lovely place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've obviously been there.
Yeah. You've not been to Cyprus?
Yeah.
Very nice, Cyprus.
Nice food.
Yeah.
Love watching the live streams, says Pat. As in comes Harrison and bowls. Gubbins all plays that very late. Hint of an edge on that one. There's no slip for him, and that's going for 4 at the far end of the ground. There's Sukhol and I can't see Sukhol, but it's called the Sukhol End. There is a village there somewhere, but I can't see it. And the total moves on to 84 for 4. It's not very big, that's probably why. One of the best things to happen in recent times about the live streams, says Pat, keep up the good work. Probably should pass that on to the live stream people as well. So the total is 84 for 4. Gubbins has moved on to 37. Faced 50 balls now as the Hampshire captain in 1 day 50 over cricket. As Gubbins turns that away into the gap on the leg side. He'll jog through for a single. 85 for 4. Got an email here from Gary Smith. Well, it's from Gary Smith, but then he signs it George. So take your pick. But he does say that he's in Southampton. He says, good afternoon. Being a Hampshire lad, I spent 2 wonderful years at Welbeck as Albert's on the back foot, steers that into the gap in the covers. It's gone down to the man sweeping.
Down pit? Was he down pit?
Well, I'll have a look. I'm trying to get through this. There was an Army Sixth Form college located at Welbeck Abbey. It was started in the 50s to provide a route for working class boys, in brackets girls, were allowed to join in the early 90s, close brackets, become Army officer.
Right.
Focusing on the technical arms. End of the over, by the way, of Harrison's. He's bowled his first over, none for 6. Hampshire 86 for 4. This is quite a long one, so I might have to sort of
interject.
You're
all right.
The college was situated in the beautiful stately home of the Duke of Portland.
That's right, yeah.
Oh boy, Dave knows his stuff.
No,
A grand and imposing building. It was a bizarre and wonderful place for a lad from a council estate. Pupils would spend 2 years at Welbeck studying A-levels in maths and sciences primarily before going on to university or the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst. One of the dukes, in brackets I can't remember which, close brackets, was famously a recluse and has tunnels and cutting made across the estate so that he could travel in his coach to the railway station at Welbeck without having to be seen by the workers on his land. He would then have a coach loaded into a blacked out carriage for his journey to London. Welbeck College gave me 2 of the happiest days of my life, says George. I like that story.
Tom Loughton has switched ends. He's replaced Brett Hutton from the Sukhom end. Bowls and First delivery is pitched up outside the off stump. Albert goes for the drive and gets a thickish portion of the bat on it, runs down to third man for a single. 87 for 4. Dad was a gamekeeper. I know for a while he worked on the Duke of Portland estate.
Okay.
Years ago. He's told me all about those tunnels, or he did many years ago. It didn't really register. 87 for 4. It's the live stream. I think we might be a ball behind, or maybe we're not, I don't know. Here is Lowton. Balls to Gubbins. This one thuds into the thigh pad, and there's no run. We do have obviously many very nice and kind and generous listeners with their time and their contributions. I know at Trent Bridge the water cooler there in the press box, it's got on it the Nantucket water cooler, and I was talking about that on air one day, I think last year, and just whimsically sort of threw out there, I wonder if anybody's got a limerick or can incorporate a limerick with Nantucket in it, as this one's worked away on the leg side, and Gubbins will settle for a single, 39. So we had lots of, there was an old man from Nantucket, and thankfully it always ended up with Ben Duckett. I just wonder if anybody's sat at home scratching their head, pen and paper, pencil to hand, wants anything to do, because we keep trying to say it's Suckholm. There was a small village called Suckholm. We'll leave it there with you folks if you if you want to have a bit of a go. It is spelled Sookholme, but you can spell it any way you want, really. Keep it clean. There was a small village called Suckholm, as Lowton bowls cut to backward point just past the sprawling Martindale. Single taken by Albert, who moves on to 9.
That sounds like that could be challenging.
Well, yeah, that's why I said it.
Yeah.
Highest score in these series of games for Nottinghamshire against Hampshire, relatively recent times, 2012. I say it's relatively recent. I was only talking to him on Tuesday. James Taylor, who's now part of the backroom staff coaching at Leicester, of course, had to retire from the game early, made 115 not out at the Rose Bowl as it was then. As Gubbins, a little push and run here, and that had been picked up cleanly by Harrison in the covers. There might have been another opportunity just to make Gubbins scamper for the line. He gets home, he's just nicely timing this and just accelerating at the appropriate time. Gubbins 40 from 54, 90 for 4. So that's the highest score in these fixtures, just over 50 fixtures in one-day cricket between Notts and Hampshire. James Taylor's 115. There's only been 5 centuries in all from Nottinghamshire players. Samit Patel, Mike Harris, Stephen Fleming and Chris Cairns the others, as this has run to Martindale at backward point. For Hampshire, 9 centuries against Notts, 2 by Gordon Greenwich, 2 by Chris Smith, Paul Terry, Barry Richards, James Vince and Matthew Hayden, and Robin Smith's 131 in 1989 is the highest. End of the 20th over, 90 for 4 Hampshire. They were put into bat. They've lost Middleton for 1, Prest for 10, Brown for 4 and Donald for 18. Albert has 9, Gubbins 17. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and alongside me Kevin James. And there's members of the Hampshire coaching contingent just wander across in front of our bijou marquee without a care in the world, seemingly.
Paul Nixon, short-term contract with Hampshire, former Leicestershire head coach, and Giles White doing another lap, director of cricket. Here's Calvin Harrison with his leg spin. There's a little attempted sweep shot by Gubbins, doesn't get hold of that at all. It's almost down on one knee, but just as the ball was leaving the hand there, premeditated shot into the 21st over here. Got another email. We were talking about short run-ups, weren't we, a little while ago. Talked about a lot of things already. As Harrison Bowl was full outside the off stump, and that's not fielded cleanly by Hamid. As it goes out into the covers, they'll pick up a single. And Gubbins moves on to 42. Or is it 41? 41, 91 for 4. Simon Jones, who's the cricket development manager at the Aegeus Bowl, has emailed. Afternoon to you, Simon. Harrison bowls to Toby Albert this time. Albert turns that away to Hamid, who's at mid-wicket this time. The Hampshire Slam competition limits run-ups to 2, he says. It's a 20-over competition for clubs outside of the Southern Premier League, with men's and women's finals days at the Aegeus Bowl Nursery Ground next month. Bowling 10 overs from one end also saves time, as there's a nice drive by Albert just over the clutches of extra cover. That's Ben Martindale, who was jumping high but couldn't quite get his fingertips there. Albert picks up a boundary, moves on to 13. That'll be 95 for 4. So it's less. Bowling 10 overs from one end saves time with field changeovers and takes fading evening light out of the equation. That's actually a very good idea. The knockout rounds start later in the month, he says, as Albert sweeps, and it's half stopped the leg side on the 45. That'll only be a single. Albert moves on to 14. The knockout rounds start later in the month, and the competition also runs in Surrey, Sussex and Kent. Well, if it carries on, I'm
10
sure
overs from one end?
Yeah.
Crikey.
Slammy. I've seen it advertised, actually. I'm sure it'll make its way up here eventually. Sure, things eventually arrive up here, don't they? As Gubbins works that past a dive in Martindale, and they'll go up to deep mid-on. Gubbins moves on to 42, 97 for 4. Electricity's only just arrived up here in the last few months.
There's a phrase that startled rabbit. If anybody could see Kevin and myself just then, we were both startled rabbits as we got a blast of the loudest music possible in our ears from Radio Nottingham. We both jumped out of our seat. 97 for 4. Can only imagine they're going to come and ask Mike what'll be happening with the cricket. So we better have a look at the score. 97 for 4. This might be fun. Bear with me, folks. In just a second, I'll be back with you. Gubbins 42 on strike. Loughton bowls and Gubbins drives to wideish mid-off, and there's no run. Oh. Loughton, hop, skip and a jump, bowls Gubbins, clips it up to a Mead at mid-on. He'll throw at the stumps, just pitched his throw short of the stumps, bounced over the top, went through to the... Hello, it's glorious here right now. We've got clear blue skies, warm sunshine. Nottinghamshire winning the toss. They put Hampshire into bat, and the visitors are 98 for 4. Couple of wickets for Dane Patterson, one for Tom Loughton, and a run out. It's really nice. Lots of people have come out here. The Nottinghamshire cricketing equivalent, I guess, of summer camp here. They've all relocated from Trent Bridge and have moved here as the ball is actually hit into our commentary tent just below us. A 4 to Hampshire takes them to 102 for 4 after 22 overs. That was just guided away there by Toby Albert. If I hadn't been doing the update for Radio Nottingham, I might have leapt into action there. It was a pretty poor fielding effort from Kevin, actually, who just let it go for the fielder Liam Patterson-White to come and get. Could have stopped that. There's Loughton. So we're in the 22nd over. Kev's doing an update for listeners to Solent Sport as Loughton in, and this one loops off the outside edge through to Martindale at point. One or two more people have kindly taken the trouble to get in touch. I'll give you a mention in a minute when Kev's back with me. The men out then. Fletcher Middleton, who was bowled by Dane Patterson for 1. That was just in the second over. Tom Presti made 10, caught at slip by Calvin Harrison, also off Patterson, 27 for 2. Ben Brown run out with a direct hit by Patterson-White for 4. It was 31 for 3 as Loughton bowls again. Nice looking drive down the ground, beats the... yes, it has beaten the dive of Hamid. And it's gone away for a second boundary in this over. Some nice shots coming now from the bat of Toby Albert. 106 for 4, he's on to 22. And the last man was an Aaron Donald, who was bowled by Loughton for 18. That was 62 for 4, so this pair have added 44 for this 5th wicket. Loughton now 1 for 41. Includes his 7th over with full pitch delivery, which is worked up to a Seabermead at mid-off, and there's no run, so through 22 overs Hampshire now are 106 for 4 here on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Solent Sport. One or two of these messages then. Steve Crawley: suspect Hampshire's historical advantage in one-day stuff has a bit to do with Barry Richards and Gordon Greenwich. Yeah, not half, Steve. Couple of centuries in the past for Greenwich, one for Crawley. Dave Allen's been in touch. I'll mention that in a second, Dave, when Kev's back with me. James says he's watching from Corfu and says Tom Loughton surely has to be pushing for a go in the red ball game. Yes, he's impressive. As Harrison with his leg spinners bowls to Gubbins. First ball is a dot ball. Montgomery comes from slip to field. Phil Webb, thank you so much.
Yeah, we've had 22 overs played in this, and
come
Hampshire
to your communication in a moment as the next ball's chopped into the offside. Single taken. Ben Slater doing the fielding work on the rope in front of the spectators. What are they? 3-4 rows deep there on that side in front of the pavilion. Gubbins 44, Albert 22. Knots in there predominantly green with the gold accompaniments. Hampshire in predominantly dark blue. This one's hit out into the offside, and it's going to bring a couple more runs. Nice looking shot again by Toby Albert. Away to my left, the area of the ground I can't see. Certainly Albert, always confident that it was wide enough for the fielder, came back for a couple. And it's 109 for 4, halfway through the 23rd. Next delivery on its way down the leg side. That might be called as a wide by Jack Shantry, who had a little bit of a look there, the umpire, and doesn't give it. And sometimes, unless it brushed the pad or the flannels, the back of the leg there, batters do like to know where they are with the leg side wide. This one's swept away nicely behind square. Work for Ben Slater to do, which he does, keeping them to 1. There was probably 2 there if they'd pushed hard, but they didn't. Single taken. 110 for 4. Dave Allen's been in touch, Kev. A notable List A match between Nottinghamshire and Hampshire was September 2000. Harrison bowls. This one is down the leg side and it's called a wide. It was the last ever day of cricket at Northlands Road. Not one, but the last day. September 2000. Had he finished by then?
Yeah.
Next ball sees Gubbins down on one knee, just lap it away for a single. Hampshire were briefly on Nelson, they're not anymore. It's 112 for 4 at the end of the 23rd. And here we go then from Phil Webb. Near Suckham, a village so quaint, cricket bats and balls they acquaint. On the green they play, commentary from DB and KJ, eating cake. Their cheers never faint. Phil, that is tremendous. That is a great effort, Phil. Thank you so much. I like that. Near Suckham, a village so quaint, cricket bats and balls they acquaint. On the green they play, commentary from DB and KJ, eating cake. Their cheers never faint.
It's going to be tough to beat that, isn't it?
That's really good, Phil. Really good. 112 for 4 after 23.
Yeah, I finished in 99, so I missed the last year at the old ground. I think the last championship game was Yorkshire, so that would have been the last one-day game at the ground as well. So. Who we got? Patterson, is it?
Yeah.
There he is. Picked up the first 2 wickets as Gubbins flicks that away down towards deep square leg. Gubbins moves up to 46, 113 for 4 at the start of the 24th. Peter Chapman, who's emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com, says, enjoying the commentary. What do you think of the Braves' chances at Cardiff tomorrow? Says Peter in Penzance. Well, I think for the women, it's the top 2 sides. The Fire and Brave. The men are not doing particularly good. Anyway, so your last one-day game. Oh, I thought you were going to read through the game, but not.
Who?
The Notts
Oh.
last one-day game. Maybe I thought
No.
Dave Allen had given the scorecard, but obviously not. Albert gets one at Nips back. It doesn't matter.
I can certainly find that if you want to know.
No, not really, not particularly. Because I presume Nottinghamshire won, so we won't bother with it. If Hampshire won, we'll go through the scorecard in minute detail.
I'm finding it. Notts were party poopers. I bet you were invited to the drink-up afterwards, even if you weren't playing.
There was a big dinner that on the ground, actually, to celebrate the last season. Here's Patterson, runs towards us. Albert plays that into the ground square on the offside, no run.
17th of September 2000, I've found it. Trouble is now, and I use the word trouble advisedly because we've had so much rain, that the trouble is we've got bright sunshine streaming in here, and it's difficult to see the screen at the minute, but we'll soon sort that out.
So Patterson has a slip in. Surprisingly, that's Calvin Harrison, who's already taken a catch in that position. Off the pad, past a diving Schardendorf, and that is going for 4. Is it off the bat? It's off the bat. That's why it's gone quickly. And 117 for 4 now, Hampshire.
Well, Dave just put Notts won, yeah, but but Notts actually only won by 3 runs. They made 234 for 8. Usman Afzal 95 not out, and Hampshire obviously ran it close, 231 for 8.
Good game. Patterson in again to Albert. Albert gets aboard, just comes back into him a fraction, turns that to point.
Going well at one stage in the middle order. Will Kendall 63 not out. Oh no, 63 run out. I beg your pardon. And is it Lawrence pretty poor? He made 61, yes. And they got within. Well, they got within 3 runs, obviously.
Yeah, Portsmouth-based all-rounder, Laurie Prettypool. So 117 for 4 here. Albert 29 off 30, doing a good job here, supporting his captain Nick Gubbins, who's on 46 at the non-striker's end. Here's Patterson again, bowls, and Albert cuts that down to 3rd, gone quickly down to Patterson-White. Total moves on to 118 for 4 at the end of the 24th.
Chris Simpson, Dave, you may remember Bruiser, the Clipston Terrier, a regular viewer on the live stream. Are dogs allowed on the ground today? I don't know if it was you, Chris, or somebody else yesterday sent me the same question, and before I could even say I don't know, Welbeck Cricket Club had said sadly dogs aren't allowed on the ground tomorrow, so I didn't have to answer that, but I know Welbeck replied yesterday that sadly dogs aren't allowed on the ground today. It's 118 for 4 after 24. Steve Battlemuch, Tom Lowton with the most unusual run-up I've seen for a while, almost a hop, skip and a jump. Not sure what Dave makes of it, or I think Steve's on the ground here, so perhaps not listening to us. Hampshire going at 5 and over, 4 wickets down, all to play for at Welbeck. With the final at Trent Bridge, there's a massive incentive for Notts to get there. Well, there is indeed. There's Liam Patterson-White into the attack as the 5th bowler used. Left arm round the wicket spin bowler. He's already made his mark on the day. His first ball is just steered to point and there's no run with that excellent direct hit to run out Ben Brown. I'm not exactly sure that's how Ben Brown will see it, but next delivery is cut away into the offside. There's a fielder out there, so just a single taken, 119 for 4. Seemed to feel there was a little bit, certainly nobody in the Nottinghamshire side here would be playing now, but there was a little bit maybe 10 or 12 years ago at Hove when Ben Brown played down there and Alex Hales was given out to a catch by Brown, and it was one of those where Notts to a man, certainly Alex Hales felt it was grounded, and Ben Brown thought it was clean. He was actually fielding at slip because Matt Pryor was keeping wicket, but I know there's a little bit of angst between the two sides for a day or two over that one. Just down the leg side and single taken, and Gubbins moves on to 47. There's a small village called Suckholme. From the hill you're able to look home. If you're wanting some grub, there isn't a pub, so all beers and Scranton must tuck home. Eh? Pushed a backward point. I've probably made a right horlicks of that.
sort of get that.
This is pushed onto the leg side. They took a single, another single to Albert. Scranton. There's a small village called Suckholme. From the hill you're able to look home. If you're wanting some grub, there isn't a pub, so all beers, and Scranton must tuck home. What's Scranton, T? What's Scranton?
It's obviously a local term.
Maybe. Again, played out onto the leg side by Gubbins. 48 to him. Just occasionally the fact we are in a field, as Kev has described many times, in the middle literally of nowhere, apparently it is just causing the graphics to be a little slow in updating, I understand, from producer Kirsty. Single from the 5th ball, a dot ball, the last ball of the over, 122 for 4, and that's at the halfway stage. Not really sure what a decent score is on here. I guess one more than the other side is always advantageous. 122 for 4. Hampshire have done well to build from 62 for 4. They put 60 on, obviously, and if Gubbins and certainly Albert can stick around for a while, there's still some decent players to come. Holland, Curry, Crane, Jack and Wheel on the scorecard. Then you'd imagine they can get up towards 270, 280, maybe 300, but they'll need a solid contribution from one of this pair.
60 they put on as Patterson comes in, driven back to him by Gubbins at the start of the 26th over. So Scranton is what?
No, right, T's come back. Sorry, David, auto-corrected Scran to Scranton, and Scran is food. It is, yeah, if you put Scran, I'd know that. Yeah, that is a local term for food. Are you familiar with that, Scran? Going out for some Scran, ready for some Scran?
I've seen it written down.
So I'll read it again in a moment. Well, I'll do it now as there's a slight delay. There's a small village called Suckholme. From the hill you're able to look home. If you're wanting some grub, there isn't a pub, so all beers and Scran must tuck home.
It's not bad. It's pretty good, isn't it? Sorry, I'm an authority on limericks, but 122 for 4 as Patterson round the wicket to Gubbins, pulls that away on the leg side along the ground and moves on to 49, 123 for 4. Hampshire now.
Steve Crawley's had a go. Good stuff, Steve. In a quaint little village of Suckholme was a pitch with a beautiful loam. Cake prices were steep. Jamesy decided to keep his money and bring some home. I'll bring some from home. If I could read, these would be brilliant. In a quaint little village of Suckholme was a pitch with a beautiful loam. Cake prices were steep. Jamesy decided to keep his money and bring some from home. Very good, Steve. Like that.
Yeah, we like that. All the ones have been good so far.
Excellent.
All plays and misses outside the off stump there. Albert trying to drive that one away on the offside. He's just picking up there in the last few seconds or so.
And remember, Notts fans, you may hear the same old nonsense again on Sunday when Notts play here against Surrey at Welbeck. So you've got a couple of days actually to.
Limericks.
To work on your masterpieces. What's your next game? Where's your next game?
It is on the leg side, Toby Albert, as he pushes that towards mid-wicket, moves on to 33, 124 for 4. We are at home to Leicester on Sunday.
Are you?
Yeah.
The drinks trolley hasn't been around for a while, has it? Are you ready for a drink? Do you want me to nip and do a drink?
I'm fine.
Okay.
But if you want to go and get one, go and grab
I'm not
one.
going to get myself
What
one.
sort of drinks are you talking about?
No, well, would you like something from the bar, or would you?
No, I'm fine.
Do
I
you want a coffee?
No, I'm fine. Honestly, seriously,
Okay.
I'm great. But please feel free. There's a slightly slower ball. A Yorker dug out by Gubbins. They'll come through for a single, and that's Gubbins' half century. There is a round of applause around the ground somewhere in some far-flung corner. That 50 has come up 68 balls.
It's been needed.
Certainly has.
But as far as I can tell or have been aware, it's been chanceless. Not offered Notts the slightest opportunity of getting his wicket. Played very nicely indeed.
Second consecutive half century. Short, and Albert ducks underneath that one, having looked initially as though he was going to play it. Good short delivery to end that over there from Patterson 125 for 4, 26 gone. Yeah, 40 in the first innings against Middlesex, 63 against Essex, and now 50 here. What am I going to say? I'm going to say Welbeck this time round.
It's quite sharp, that bouncer, the last ball of the over. Just bring myself up to speed with elsewhere. Kent now 156, 157 for 1 in the 29th over. That's at the Oval against Surrey. Daniel Bell-Drummond 64 not out. Patterson White bowls and just dropped on the leg side by Gubbins, no run. Jack Leaning 54 not out. Same group as this pair, Kent. 158 for 1 in the 29th over. Patterson White to Gubbins, and this time he will get a single on the leg side. At Chesterley Street, Durham 167 for 2 now. Jordan Clark still, Graham Clark, beg your pardon, still there. 84 not out. Lee's out for 62. Beddingham out for 14. That's Durham against Derbyshire after 26 overs. Next ball sees him take the aerial route. Cries of catch on the leg side, but it won't carry all the way out to Lyndon James, close to the bank, way to our left somewhere. In the other game that's going on at the moment, Somerset at home 136 for 3 after 28. That's against Sussex. Umeed is 74 not out. Andy Umeed, he got some runs the other day. Reverse sweep this time by Gubbins, and again he can't get it away for a run.
There's been some weird scores in this competition, hasn't there, this season, both high and low.
See that Northants lad, Prithvi Shaw, was it 244 or something?
I read somewhere that he'd been out of form for a couple of years. Of course.
Yes, Notts bowled Essex out for 68 as Gubbins gets this a lot finer, I think, than he intended. That might run away for a boundary. It has indeed. So board keeps on churning. That's 6 from 5 balls in this over. Gubbins has not rested on his laurels, reaching a half century. He's now on 55 from 72. 131 for 4.
The odd breeze.
Yes.
Again.
Apologies to our correspondent in Tokyo. That's the squeaking you can hear in the background every time the wind blows. The Bijou Marquee rocks. Another single to Gubbins.
Yeah, it's the metal poles, isn't it, that are rubbing together. It feels pretty safe though. Might not sound it, but it feels it.
End of the over. 131 for 4 after 27. Gubbins 55. Albert 34.
So what have we got? Bongley figures. Brett Hutton 7 overs, none for 24. Patterson 8 overs, 2 for 36. Tom Lowton 7 overs with 1 maiden, the only maiden of the game so far, 1 for 41. Calvin Harrison 3 overs of his leg spin, none for 19. And Patterson White, I think that's 11, isn't it, off 2? Yeah, it is.
Harrison's
switching
can have a go from the far end.
From the Sukhol men. Always good. You've never completed a career unless you've bowled from the Sukhol men. It's the far end as we look. There's Gubbins is going to face. Bowls also low full toss. Gubbins drives out to the man at deep cover. 133 for 4 Hampshire. At one stage, remember, there was 62 for 4 when Anara McDonald went in the 15th over for 18 off just 20 balls. Bowled by Tom Lowton. He's got a slip in still. Harrison had it in his 3 overs from this end, which hasn't quite had the same publicity, really, has it? This end. The Spy and Cop end.
Spy and Cop.
Spy and Cop.
Charlie French end.
Charlie French. Sweep in there as Albert, and he's got a nice bit of bat on that, and that's gone for 4. Behind square on the leg side, and he moves on to 38. Hampshire 137 for 4.
Yeah, it was a major battle in the Boer War, the Spy and Cop battle, and I think it was one of the generals who helped the Brits to victory, came back and settled here, and the village was renamed in his honour.
Now there's a challenge. What was it called before that then, Dave?
I don't know. Alex O'Boyle's had a bit of a go. Again, I'll we'll probably lose something in my reading, which we'll attempt in a minute or two.
Harrison still keeping the slip in. Oh, just cuts it away backward a point. They'll come through for a quick single. Throw goes into the bowler's end. 1 run takes the total on to 138 for 4.
Yeah, can't take a single to that, man. Liam Patterson-White, dead-eye Dick. I love how the players, whoever it is, I love a celebration for a direct hit, because it's half.
Forward plays and misses there, Gubbins.
It's always half disbelief, isn't it? Because it's so rare that the stumps are thrown down from distance.
Yeah, especially with he would only had about a stump and a bit to aim at, wouldn't it? Just waiting for Gubbins to recompose himself, ready to face Harrison. Drive up towards mid-off. Again, he's running the quick single, not picked up cleanly. Gubbins moves on to 58, 139 for 4. Coming towards the end of the 28.
Is Mike Martin one of yours?
Yes. Well, he's not one of mine. He's a cricket lover.
He's one of yours.
He's a cricket lover.
He likes your. He's commented on the picture of you and the cakes.
It's rather embarrassing that I did actually have both cakes before the start of the play. Having had a breakfast at the hotel as well, which is very naughty, really. But it's amazing how much better they tasted at £8 than they were when they were going to be at 5. That's a cutaway. It's incredible, isn't it? That's a single to Albert. I must admit, I looked at them when I was originally going to be charged £5, and I thought, well, they're nice cakes. And then when the final price came in at 8, I thought, do you know what? They're amazing cakes.
End of the over, 28 gone. Mike says JMO looks like he's starting at one end of that table and finishing at the other, but boy, those cakes look good, he says. Yeah. But Kev deserves one after taking 6 for 35 against Notts. We're going to have a drinks break here, so could have saved all communications for then. We'll have a go at this from Alex O'Boyle. Thanks, Alex. Near Suckham, it's the Hawks v the Outlaws. In the one-day cup, we won't see any draws. There'll be plenty of boundaries, plus a few 2s and 3s. The winning team will celebrate with a few tins of cause. Thank you, Alex.
A few tins of?
Cause, because he started off with all Outlaws and then draws. Near Suckham, it's the Hawks v the Outlaws. In the one-day cup, we won't see any draws. There'll be plenty of boundaries, plus a few 2s and 3s, and the winning team will celebrate with a few tins of cause.
Oh, that's the brand name. Other tins of beers
are available. Yeah. I'm not necessarily available in the bar in the magnificent pavilion away to our right. It's a lovely bar, a lovely facility, lovely function room, isn't it? Of course.
Sorry. That's Fiona.
That's Fiona looking for some water. Yeah. There was some in the fridge we saw.
Ah, yes. She won't get over there in time.
No.
Not unless there'll be a couple of overs missing in the Hampshire scorebook in years to come. Anyway, that was we've had some good limericks in, haven't we?
Thank you, everybody. Really appreciated. Players have had a drinks break after 28 overs, 140 for 4.
Right, I'm just reading about Spy and Cop because I know you've given us a pretty good overview.
I've given you the
bare minimum,
the sum total of my knowledge.
Yeah, no, it's very good though. I wouldn't have had a clue before coming here. Spy and Cop is a settlement named after the Battle of Spy and Cop, which you said, which took place during the Second Boer War. Oh, I didn't realise it was 2.
No.
In Natal, January 1900.
Is this your end or Mike's mine, isn't it?
It's yours, yeah.
Liam Patterson-White then to restart. Our umpire at this end, Jack Shantry, the former Worcestershire bowler. And first ball is dropped on the leg side by Toby Albert. Seba Mead does the fielding, and there's no run. We'll come back to Kevin in a second with his Spy and Cop information. Shantry, the umpire, towers over Liam Patterson-White. Tall man. This one's chopped away onto the offside. He was a left arm quick, wasn't he, Jack Shantry?
Yeah. Well,
and a decent.
Quick,
well, all right,
probably overdoing it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Didn't he get a ton late on in his career? I think he did. Yeah.
Batting low down.
Yeah. Single taken, 141 for 4. LPW into bowl, 2 little ducks on his back. Bowls now to Gubbins, plays it down in the ground, and Schardendorf will pick it up and throw it back to the bowler. Getting the waft across the ground, I think is that the pizza? Maybe the barbecue's on, but just getting the first waft of food crossing the ground. This one's hit forcibly by Gubbins, but straight to Ben Martindale, who will open the batting with Ben Slater in the second part of the day. Playing for almost 2 hours, coming up to 1 o'clock. Next one is helped away through deep mid wicket by Nick Gubbins. That's gone for 4. Again, that's the part of the ground can't quite see. I think Loughton's out there. But,
it is, yeah.
It's gone for 4. Nice looking shot from Gubbins. Just finding the boundaries now. He's on to 62, Albert 41. Had a little natter to Nick Gubbins at the toss. Actually called him the run machine then. This has dropped on the leg side, and Harrison does the fielding. They take her and say, why do you call me the run machine? I said, because you perhaps don't remember, I did that, you were there as well, that North v South series in the Caribbean, where he scored 100 in every game, and then had in the first 2 games, that was it, and then had a hamstring injury, so he didn't play in the final one. End of the over, 146 for 4. You were coming towards the end of your Spy and Cop thesis.
Well, I was just looking. So the second Boer War, and a major military figure in the conflict was John Talbot Coke, grandson of Jewis Coke, born at Mansfield Woodhouse, a well-known Nottinghamshire industrialist and clergyman.
Again, Mansfield Woodhouse is another of these little places just around us.
The sad thing is, I know more about villages in North Nottinghamshire than I do around Hampshire. It's a bit sad at the moment. This is driven by Gubbins out into the covers, fielded by Mead. Start of a new over by Calvin Harrison. Harrison into his 5th over here, none for 27, the leg spinner. Comes in and bowls from that far end, the Sukhulm end. Gubbins on the back foot, flat pats that almost up towards deep mid on. Moves on to 64. That's off 82 deliveries. 147 for 4, Hampshire now in the 30th, and good partnership between these two now, having started at 62 for 4, so not far off 100 if they keep going. There's a nice little ramp shot there from Albert, almost over the keeper's left shoulder as that goes down fine. Loughton Fields just to our left. 2 more to Toby. Albert takes him on to 41, 147 for 4. Tell a lie. It should be 149 for 4.
Did Loughton have those elastic sleeves on when he was bowling?
I can't remember.
No, I can't remember him.
Albert drives up into the gap, up towards deep mid off, and moves on to 44 now. 150 up for Hampshire in the 30th over.
And I presume this must be a Tom Loughton reference from Ian East. Jack Chantry must be pleased. This is the first time he's ever been on a cricket ground and not had the weirdest bowling action. Because he did have a bit of an erratic
wasn't he?
one.
Bowled very open-chested, didn't he? Gubbins plays that late into the ground, quickly round from behind the stumps is Schardendorf.
Made a fair and final offer. NHS boss has a warning that this latest action would disrupt hundreds of thousands of procedures.
Gubbins is having a good tournament so far.
81 and from
Yes.
Nottingham needs
Pushes that out to extra cover. Good diving stop there from Hasib Hamid. End of the over. 30 gone. 20 to do potentially. 150 for 4.
Yes, they've got up until 2:30 in theory to bowl their 50 overs, but as Kev has said, we're at 1 o'clock and only 20 overs to go. Generally, it's looked upon as being rather a generous allocation of 3.5 hours, isn't it, to get the 50 overs in. Although Notts played Leicestershire the other day. Leicestershire no spinners at all, in that Ackerman didn't bowl, so it was 5 seamers, so it was a bit of a gruel. There's Patterson White. Albert on 44. And he's bowled. He's backed away there, just trying to run this away towards third, or maybe cut it to backward point, and he's fatally missed the ball, and it's clattered into the off stump, and Toby Albert has gone for 44. And Notts will be very pleased to have got that wicket. 150 for 5, so 88 put on.
That just felt for me as though that was slightly premeditated.
Yep.
It was just a little bit too far up to be stepping away, trying to cut that ball away on the offside. He looked like he was ready before the ball even left the arm to step back away on the leg side, and at that point he probably would have felt that anything that's bouncing in front of him, he can get that away, but that is just too far up to be doing that.
Well, Notts have just taken their 5th wicket, and it's been an hour in the coming. 88 put on for that 5th wicket between Nick Gubbins, the Hampshire skipper, who's still there, a very well made 64, dangerous player. Notts could do with getting him out. But at the other end, well, BBC Radio Nottingham seem to have lost me and left me, but no matter. Ian Holland is out there in the middle. Scored a century and got a fifer, I think, in the championship game at Trent Bridge 3-4 weeks ago. Here's Patterson White into bowl to Ian Holland, and first one turns, goes through into the gloves of Shartendorf. Of course, he was batting at the top of the order in that game. He was an opener, finds himself in at number 7 in this one-day game. Don't you just hate it when that happens? You're halfway through your best bit of work of the day, and
it was one of your better ones as well.
It was just building up. Holland defends. So Patterson White in his 4th over has got his first wicket, and he's broken that partnership. It's his first wicket of the competition, actually. Next one is LBW, and he's got 2 in the over. Down on one knee, Holland looking to sweep the ball away on the leg side. I was looking for the fly to the ball, couldn't see it, and that's because he didn't get any bat on it. And he's been given out LBW, and Hampshire, like London buses, have waited for an hour and now 2 have come along at once. 150 for 6.
Yeah, I need to look at that again, that's for sure. But when he was actually given out, his foot was outside leg stump, but he'd moved that after the ball had hit him, and he probably feels that he might have just the ball might have been just sliding down. But it'd be interesting to see. Here it is when it actually hits him. Well, it still looks a little bit leg side-ish, if I'm honest. That ball has got to straighten up quite a bit on the line that it was being bowled on. It's Jack Shantry it is at this end. We've just been talking about it, deciding that Holland had to go. But I think I've seen those given nod out, if I'm honest. But I think it's one of those where I think you need to look at it 2 or 3 times to really get a proper view, and of course the umpire doesn't have that luxury.
No, we can't completely see because the umpire is so tall as well, actually. Yeah, he must be one of the tallest on the circuit, actually. I know Michael Goff's up there, isn't he? He's a bit of a skyscraper, but we don't tend to see an awful lot of him in the county game now. He's very much in demand on the international circuit. Here, there and everywhere, Michael Goff, but Shantry's a tall fella. Another attempted sweep's gone down the leg side, and will have to be reloaded because it's been flagged up as a wide. It at least gets Hampshire off that 150 mark and has spoilt what would have been a double wicket maiden. There's Patterson White in, and this time Scott Curry, the new man, gets bat on ball. In fact, there's another delivery to come still, but still only the 1 run from the over so far. Good stuff this from Liam Patterson White. Ball's now and steered to point, and that's the end of the over. And it's 151 for 6. The over began with Hampshire 150 for 4. So talk about pivotal overs in games. That certainly is one of the most influential we've had so far.
Yeah, just watching the live picture feed there, square on Toby Albert. You can see there that the ball's pitching far too far up to be cutting away against the line of the ball. That's a very risky shot indeed. Used to seeing risky shots in one-day cricket, but some are a little bit more of a risk than others. 151 for 6 then. Big blow that to Hampshire in the 50th, in the 30th over. It's Calvin Harrison bowls to Gubbins, who's pushing forward, square on the offside, moves on to 65. 152 for 6. We're now starting to get into the area of the Hampshire batting where in the 2 games that Hampshire have played, these batters haven't actually batted in this competition, because they were 5 down when they beat Middlesex. They were 6 down when they played Essex, winning both those games. Middlesex on the Duckworth-Lewis method. So Scott Curry hasn't actually batted in the 2 previous games. So it's a bit of an unknown at this stage, although Scott Curry is a good, genuine all-rounder as he pushes that out square on the leg side. No run, big shout there. You probably heard that from Nick Gubbins. We're in the 32nd over here. And Calvin Harrison from the Sukhong end, the far end as we look, bowls. Curry works that into the gap on the leg side, and he is off the mark on the 3rd ball that he's faced. 153 for 6.
Semi dropped out.
Pushing forward there is Gubbins. Goes out on the sun, just disappears for the moment behind the clouds. Doesn't happen very often so far as Gubbins drives up to mid-off. Oh no, he's not going to take a single. Scott Curry was ready anyway.
Yeah, it's showing all connected at this end.
Here's Calvin Harrison, bowls. It's turned away on the leg side by Gubbins. That single takes him on to 66. I'm just trying to help Dave here. We'll do some commentary.
For a second then. Can you just tell them I'm just going to drop out and reload it?
Right, so just on commentary for the moment, you might just lose us for a couple of deliveries, but we'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Dave's still having 1 or 2 technical difficulties, but we shall carry on the live picture feed.
Lost the red light.
As Patterson White comes in and bowls, and just holds its line a little bit there to Scott Curry as he gets a slight leading edge, goes out on the offside. Sun is back out, which always makes a difference on any cricket ground, anywhere. 155. Hampshire as Curry's on the back foot. Dave's back with us as well. He's back in the room. Or back in the tent.
Oh dear. You know you're not going out live, don't you? No, we didn't know that. Well, you need to reconnect. Well, I am connected. No, you're not. Yes, I am. No, you're not.
Patterson White bowling, and Curry's on the back foot. Steers that into the covers. That's a good diving stop. But, no run there. Calvin Harrison showing his versatility in the covers now, as well as being a good cover fielder. Deep mid-on goes back just to our right. That's Martindale. As Patterson White comes in again. Pass to Curry. Curry's on the back foot, misses. Trying to steer that into the gap on the offside. Good bowling there from Patterson White. Good over all around actually, because just the 1 run was conceded. 155 for 6. Hampshire have potentially 17 overs left of their innings. You all right now, Dave? All good?
I hope so. Just one or two people had just drawn to my attention that we weren't going out. Yes, thank you for bearing with us. 155 for 6 after 33. Gubbins still there on 67. Calvin Harrison from the Suckholm end bowls to Nick Gubbins. He defends. Malt Shenton's had a go. At Suckholm, the cricket game's prime. Watching Willow on leathers just fine. Batters swing, miss and hit. Fielders try to catch it. And bowlers, please bowl length and line. That is very good, Malk. That is very good. That's up there. Very, very good indeed. Great effort, Malk. Thank you. As Gubbins, with a reverse, gets it away for 4. Beautifully played by Nick Gubbins, and he's into the 70s and looking the high quality player. And we all know he is. He was certainly talked about in England circles at one stage. So back in 2018, he was one of those players that earned by right a slot in that North v South 3-match pre-season tournament they had in the Caribbean, and scored a couple of really impressive centuries. Gets another run here, driving this down the ground. Single taken. 160 for 6. It's all part of that little week or two a couple of years ago when players just seem to move around between counties with great regularity. This one's dropped on the leg side. Gubbins went from Middlesex to Hampshire. Sam North East left Hampshire, went to Yorkshire and then turned up at Notts. Now found himself at Glamorgan. Scott Curry is on strike. Misses this one, goes through to Schardendorf. He's a tall young man, isn't he? Scott Curry.
It is, yeah, he is.
Does his brother play for Sussex?
Yes, Brad, left arm seamer, yeah. And Scotland.
Harrison in again once more. The slog sweep, nicely timed. Curry will double his score from 1 to 2. Harrison, as always, quickly through his over. 6 runs coming from that one. 161 for 6. 16 overs left in this particular innings. Hampshire, I guess they don't ideally want to go another 10 overs with this pair at the crease, just so they've got those last 4 wickets in hand for the big push towards the end.
Patterson White's doing a good job here. Now, I'll tell you what, this is well, I wouldn't say the actual limerick I've got here is to beat all limericks, but the way that we got to this limerick as Patterson White with his left arm spin. Oh, that looks out. Sweep shot, not out, says Jack Santry this time, but on our angle it looked close. Now, the reason I say this was, and I've read the limerick and it's sort of all right, but how this limerick was produced, I have to say, is amazing. Amazing, because I don't think I've come across this before yet. Oh, no, that's close. Yes, he is. He's played all around that one, playing forward, but somehow Scott Curry just got down the wrong line, and Patterson White picks up his 3rd wicket. Curry goes for 2. 161 for 7.
We might just tap into the generosity of Mr. Petman here, who's wandering around the boundary edge with loads and loads and loads of water. Oh, that is very, very kind. Is there one more there, Toby? Is there one more?
Sorry, no, I'm all right. Don't worry.
Are you all right?
I would hate to take that away from the Notts team, and then in about the 49th over, they start dropping down like flies because they haven't had any water.
Just feel that. We've got a nice ice-cold water there. Thank you very much, Mr. Petman, just popping in on his way around the boundary edge. You were doing a limerick as the wicket went down. That's the 3rd wicket for Liam Patterson White, and it was Scott Curry given out. LBW 161 for 7.
That's the 2nd LBW of the innings. Ian Holland was ill. Right, now this is from Steve Clark, solentcricket@gmail.com. Now he says, hi Kev, he says, I asked Google Bard artificial intelligence, in brackets, other artificial intelligences are available, to have a go at a limerick. The instruction was use Suckholm in a limerick about cricket, Notts versus Hants.
Very
well,
good.
this is high tech.
It is.
I mean, this is going above and beyond what we ever thought we would get. Now, as I say, I'm not sure. This will probably.
So this is the robot thing.
So this is the artificial intelligence, Google, whatever it's Google Bard. Yeah. Here's Patterson White. Bowling to Mason Crane, who's been released by London Spirit, pushes forward. Hasn't played for London Spirit yet in the 100. So this will probably give us an insight. Those of you that don't know much about artificial intelligence, a bit like me really, and think, well, is it any good or isn't it? This will probably give you an insight really as to how it thinks. Here comes Patterson White bowls. Crane pushes on the onside and there's no run. I might leave it till the end of the over because even I'm still trying to decipher it, and I've looked at it about 10 times. So would I be rushing out to use artificial intelligence at the moment? I'm not sure. Patterson White again. Bowls. Again forward is Crane out into the covers. Wants a signal, but no chance of one there. Gubbins already in danger of matting through the innings here. As we get down to the lower order, we've still got Brad Wheel and Eddie Jack to come for Hampshire. Brad Wheel playing his first game of any sorts this summer. He's had a problem with injuries, especially this campaign. That's turned away by Mason Crane on the leg side, and he's off the mark. And the Hampshire total is 162 for 7 at the end of the 35th. Right, here we go. So make of this what you will, from Steve. There once was a team from Sukhom whose batting was rather, now what's it, was rather unbloom, or is that with unbloom, I presume, because I mean it's just bizarre. They lost to the Notts, whose bowling was hot, and now they're all feeling quite gloom. And Steve goes on to say, I don't intend any offence to Sukhom. I don't think this is artificial intelligence talking. Or for that matter, Hants for not getting a mention, says Steve.
Thank you, Steve. 162 for 7. Calvin Harrison to bowl to Mason Crane, the first London Spirit registered player to play it. Welbeck gets a single. 163 for 7. I don't even know how this how your old smart speaker works, let alone artificial intelligence.
Have you got a smart speaker?
No.
They're great fun.
No.
They're good fun, actually.
I know there's that word that begins with A, isn't there? And A, can you pop on Radio 2 or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Next one, I can do that for myself. Next one's driven down the ground by Gubbins, gets a single. 164 for 7. Gubbins under 73.
But how do you get a Radio 2 when you want it?
I have it through the telly, so I just get the telly remote and bang it on there. Or if I'm in the car, I just put the radio on and press 2.
But you see, all you have to do, you don't have to move from what you're doing and just say, play Radio 2. There you are, you're away. You don't even have to get the remote. You don't have to hunt around for the remote.
Harrison bowls and it's defended and there's no run. How long would it take then to walk into a room and go, Alexa, play The Drifters?
As quick as that. I've got one.
Next ball is pushed to mid-wicket, fielded by Asiba Mead.
So if somebody says to you, quick, I mean, there are other radio stations available, of course, but if somebody says to you, Dave, quick, there's something on Radio 2 you need to listen to, how much quicker is that than actually finding the remote and then turning it on? Because you'll have missed it.
Harrison bowls again and lunge forward from Mason Crane into the offside, fielded by Martindale. End of the over, 164 for 7 after 36 overs. I don't think we need to dwell on this, Kev, because I'm an idiot and
no, not at all.
I would never. I don't know. If something's been on Radio 2 that I need to listen to immediately, well, if it's still on, I'll listen to it. If it isn't, well, never mind.
Well, I think there's a Christmas present in the offering there from either yourself to your other half or vice versa.
No, and believe me, no. No.
Here's Patterson White. Don't sit on the fence. That's turned away square on the leg side by Gubbins, who's on to 74 now, and that's off 95 deliveries. 164 for 7. That's how low he is. On 70, yeah, 74 he's on. It brings Mason Crane on strike. Patterson White with 3 for 21. He's in his 7th over here. Crane pushes that on to mid-wicket, and there's no one. He's bowled a very good line, Patterson White, hasn't he, really? He's bowled sort of middle and leg, and the batters have, when they've played the sweep shot, it's got them into trouble, and trying to work him square on the offside, that's got them into trouble. That's worked square on the offside, but it was a little shorter this time. Crane, oh, now the throw comes in at the bowler's end, but Crane is home. Another direct hit.
Yeah.
What are these Nottinghamshire fielders been doing? They must have been practicing fielding in one-day cricket until literally the last minutes of daylight. Because every time the throw comes in, it's hitting the stumps.
That's Dane Patterson on this occasion.
It's fantastic exhibition of throwing from the outfield and hitting stumps as Gubbins tries to find a single but finds the man just behind square on the leg side. The score remains on 166 for 7. So you don't like artificial intelligence, Dave? He doesn't like the
You've known me long
speakers.
enough. Anything remotely technical.
Well, I'm the
no
same.
interest.
Believe me, I'm the same. I'm trying to embrace it.
Embrace it.
Yeah.
Listen, this bottle of cold water that Toby Petman just brought us, I've tipped half into my cup, so there's the other half for
Okay, thank you.
your good
It's
self.
very cold. I'm
It is very cold, yeah.
Michael from Recklesham has come back. SonCricket@gmail.com. He messaged earlier. And there's a reverse sweep there, and it's gone very fine down to third. And that'll be 4 for Gubbins. Takes him on to 78, and it's 180 for 7 at the 170 for 7. So Michael says Recklesham, because I said I didn't know where it was, is where people who would really like to live in Rowledge but can't afford to, who actually do live there. That's quite honest for somebody to say that, saying I live in a place where, if I'm honest, we're all living in cheap places because we'd like to live somewhere else and we can't afford it. That's very honest to him. Now, if you're in the local area, you can tell the difference between those who live in Rowledge and those who live in Recklesham. Go into the local pub, the Hare and Hounds, and at the end of the meal, just listen. Those who ask for sweet are from Rowledge, and those who, like me, who are from Recklesham, will ask for pud.
And where is this?
Well, I think I know where Rowledge is, but I'm going to check. I told you. I
Well, in which county? Your part of the world?
Yeah, it's in our part.
Oh,
of the world,
right.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's nowhere near here.
No.
Nowhere's near here.
Brett Hutton coming back to return to bowling duties. This will be the 38th over. Hutton wicketless at the moment. 3 wickets for Liam Patterson White, 2 for Patterson, and 1 for Tom Loughton. Mason Crane on the strike. Brett Hutton bowls to the Hampshire leg spinner. This one is just pushed out to extra cover, where Asiba Mead, the not skipper with the tight fitting cricket trousers, makes the stop. Well, they really do. They get very, very slender, almost taper down towards his ankles, you might notice. Hutton turns. Comes in. Listen for the grunt. There it is. Bowls, and this is ease to point, fielded by Martindale. Brett Hutton does a little bit of that Morny Morkel, not quite as pronounced as Morny Morkel, a sort of a semi-circular turn as he comes into bowl, but he'll walk back now, they'll throw in the ball, and then he'll turn and begin running in, and we'll get that tennis player grunt as he releases the ball. 1 slip in, Calvin Harrison. Hampshire 170 for 7. This one is always swinging wide of Mason Crane. Had a little dab at it, didn't get anything on it. So just Brad Wheel and Eddie Jack to come. Think back to that blast semi-final at Trent Bridge, was it quarter-final? Was it last year or the year before when Brad Wheel got the final wicket? It was Dane Patterson.
Last year, I think, wasn't it?
Those two locking horns again today. Hutton bowls another grunt, and Mason Crane will get a single. Notts will dearly be hoping that Brad Wheel isn't bowling to Dane Patterson later in the day. Wheels will have come off the Nottinghamshire batting effort if that is the case. Single taken, 171 for 7. Gubbins back on strike on 78.
Yeah. For those wondering where Recklesham and Rowledge are, they're just south of Farnham, or just to the left.
Where's Farnham?
Hampshire. Which is, okay, hang on. Let me give you a more accurate.
Hutton round the wicket. Gubbins opens his shoulders, threads it through the offside for 4. It's a terrific shot by Nick Gubbins. Another boundary, 175 for 7. Gubbins into the 80s on 82.
Just to the southwest of Aldershot. Does that help?
I've been to Aldershot.
Yeah. It's all in Hampshire.
Hampshire clearly travelled in style for this one. A grey or silver, they'll describe it as silver in the pamphlets. Coach away on the far end of the ground as Gubbins just drags this shortish ball on the leg side for a single. 176 for 7 at the end of the 38th over here on BBC Radio Nottingham Online, Solent Sport. Pictures available. Thanks pretty much to producer Kirsty and her team, and 2 tins and a bit of string, but we're working. Those of you watching the live stream will see all the power lines stretched across the ground.
Yeah.
Pylons either side of it, stretching off into the distance.
Salmon's still got his feet up.
I think he knocked off after doing his.
Has he? Here's Patterson White again, and Gubbins works it up towards mid-on. They run 1, they'll turn for 2. As well to the fielder's left, that is Lyndon James. 2 runs takes Hampshire on to 176%.
I think Kev's got to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham, and just as I get a question for him from Alex, we'll send it in his direction when he comes back, Alex. Liam Patterson White to bowl as a flock of birds of some description fly over, might have been pigeons. They were there and then they weren't, as Gubbins walks a single this time, turning it out to deep square leg. Gubbins on to 86, 179 for 7. Patterson White into his 8th over now, figures of 3 for 29. Spinner bowls, and this one's played back to him on the bounce by Mason Crane. Don't want to get out to a fella spinner, do you? Crane very nearly chipped that back to LPW. Next delivery nicely blocked by Mason Crane, who clearly knows his priorities here are to keep one end nice and solid and let Captain Gubbins go about his work on the other end. 179 for 7. Next ball is cut to backward point. Nicely fielded by Martindale. There's no run. In fact, it's Dane Patterson, I beg his pardon. So used to seeing Martindale at backward point. Where's Ben gone? Oh, he's here. He's here in front of me at long on. Probably, he's that close, he probably even heard me commentate on that. This one strikes on the pad, asking umpire Shantry. Not out. The pad just thrust in the general direction of Liam Patterson White. Not out. End of the 39th. 179 for 7. So 11 overs for Hampshire to muscle their way up to, well, as many as they can get, obviously. I'd imagine anything under 220 and Notts would be delighted. That's not to say against a very decent bowling attack they would find that a particularly easy run chase, but imagine they would be expecting Hampshire to have got more than 220. Straw coloured wicket, nice day. Let's see if it's going to be Tom Loughton to return to the bowling duties from the Suckhome end. No close catches now. There's 4 fielders still allowed outside the circle. Gubbins on 86. Make that 87 as he opens the face, chops it down towards third. Score goes up to 180 for 7.
39 overs gone of the Hampshire innings, and they are 179 for 7. It's been a little bit of a struggle for the batters, but Nick Gubbins.
Mason Crane on the strike.
Captain opened the batting. He's 86 not out, still out there.
Slip brought in. Calvin Harrison.
Who's back from London.
Seabermead just getting a little tighter at mid-wicket, just to prevent the drop and run. Lowton bowls, and Crane chops it to backward point. This is Martindale doing the fielding.
Below par at the moment, 179 for 7, 39 overs.
Well, hello Kelly, we're getting to the crux of the Hampshire innings now. Hampshire 180 for 7 with 10 overs left. Their captain Nick Gubbins opened the batting at 11 o'clock. He's still there on 87. He's played really nicely, but wickets have fallen all around him. 3 of them to Liam Patterson-White, his first wickets in this competition. He's had a good day because he earlier ran out Ben Brown with a direct hit. Really important that Notts can break this partnership now and just try and keep Hampshire under 220. Good day, good batting conditions. Nottinghamshire, I think, will be the happier of the two sides. 180 for 7, Hampshire, with 10 overs left.
Thank you, Dave. There's ball-by-ball commentary by...
So it's Tom Lowton bowling to Mason Crane. It's 10 overs after this one, but I think for the pedantics out there, or the pedants out there, but I think it's close enough for Radio Nottingham listeners to know there's about 10 overs left. This one's chopped down into... well, it's towards the gully region. Calvin Harrison's the sole slipper and moves to his right to do the fielding. Kev's back alongside me. Alex O'Boyle, I think he's a Northants fan, hence the question. Question for Kev, Dave. What's happened to the left-arm quick Jack Campbell? Saw him play against Northants in the Isle of Wight last year. Looked a good player.
Yeah, he bowled very well in this competition last year.
Here is... Tom, hop, skip and a jump. Lowton bowls to Crane. He's going to get a couple of runs here. Fancies driving it out towards the pavilion. Lyndon James after it, should be able to drag it back, and does. And Ben Slater's with him and come back for 3. That's good running in both senses. Lyndon James and Ben Slater chasing the ball down, and the 2 Hampshire batters coming back for a 3rd.
Well, the last I heard about Jack Campbell, now that was right at the start of this competition, so we are talking about a week and a bit ago, but he was being injured this season. He's had a few problems and was injured at about the time when they were announcing this squad for the first game, so I haven't had an update since then, but he's had some problems like that.
Next delivery on its way now, and Gubbins had a little fiddle at that one again. If your live stream pictures and graphics are the same as mine, it might just have stuck on the graphics for a moment. That is completely out of the... it's just changed now to 183 for 7. Just bear with us, folks. We're in a field in the middle of nowhere, as we keep saying, and occasionally producer Kirsty has to just go round the back of her screen and give it a big bang or a big kick with her size 12s and get it working again. But 183 for 7, 10 overs to go, so we can have 5 fielders out in the deep in various parts of North Nottinghamshire. Meanwhile, Nick Gubbins is 87 not out, 100 for the taking here, Kev.
Well, I hope so, from a Hampshire point of view, that's for sure, because this total for me is just a little below par, to say the least, as Patterson-White comes in. He's done a fantastic job for the home side as Crane pushes forward out on the offside. Now, we've been asking for limericks to include the hamlet or village of Suckholm at the far end, which we can't see actually, really. It's that small, but it is behind a hedge, as everything is really, everything behind a hedge. Pushed out square on the offside, but it's a beautiful ground, I have to say. Now, we had an artificial intelligence induced limerick earlier, and we got another one. So this is the future. We won't be thinking about trying to compose limericks in the future. We'll just say, do this. As Crane flat bat sat up towards mid-on, slightly fuller ball from Patterson-White, and Crane picks up a single, moves on to 8, 184 for 7. This is the future, Dave. In fact, it won't be me and you sitting here in 2 or 3 years' time. It'll be a couple of whatever the artificial intelligence equivalents of us are, and it won't be us. We'll be sitting in the pub.
Oh well.
Bemoaning the time when we were allowed to do cricket commentary.
Benefits.
Yeah, well, maybe. As it's pushed out on the onside by Gubbins. No way. Right, this is from Andy Millard, who's listening over breakfast in Connecticut. Thank you, Andy. Soniccricket@gmail.com for your other artificial intelligence-induced limericks, including this game, as there's a reverse sweep there from Gubbins, goes out to back with a point. There is a fielder fielding just in front of the pavilion, He can't get there, and that is 4 to Gubbins, takes him on to 91, and it's 188 for 7. Right, I asked ChatGTP. Have you heard ChatGTP?
Nope, I haven't.
Well, that's
not familiar with their work.
No, well, apparently that's sort of one of the more familiar AI systems, according to my limited knowledge. I asked ChatGTP to write a cricket limerick in the style of Kevin James, and this is what it produced. This will be far too... Well, I hope it gives me some sort of credit. I mean, I'm not that intelligent, but I hope it gives me a little bit. As Gubbins is on the back foot, steers that up to deep mid-on, moves on to 92, 189 for 7. Right, here we go. This is not me, this is an AI produced. In the cricket match's bright sun, bats and balls dance, oh what fun. Kevin James takes the lead, with his wit we're agreed, as the crowd cheers, the game's just begun. Right, okay. Anyway, it looks like I'm safe in my job for a little while. End of the over, 41 gone, 189 for 7.
I thought that was very good. No mention of your 4 in 4 though. I'm disappointed with that.
Well, it's not. AI's not that good.
They should know though, shouldn't they?
Well, it depends what. I don't know. I say what information's fed in. It's not, because it works out its own information these days, from what I've heard.
Matthew asking again what the squeaky noise is on commentaries. We're in a tent. It's held together by a bit of sellotape, right? And every time the wind blows, the bijou marquee stroke tent sways and rocks in the breeze, and it squeaks and creaks and threatens to fall over. In fact, if there was a big bad wolf blowing, this house would have been blown down by now. But that's what it is, Matthew. Calvin Harrison going to replace whoever bowled the last over, Tom Loughton I think it was, before we did our updates. 189 for 7. There are 9 overs left. Calvin Harrison wicketless today thus far. Nick Gubbins on 92, 189 for 7, tossed up, and Gubbins will drive it down the ground for a single to move to 93, 190 for 7. How does Nick Gubbins play this? Does he try and take it up another gear with the overs running out, or is it down to Mason Crane and Brad Wheel and Eddie Jack to try and give it a bit of long arm? Well, Mason Crane decides he doesn't want to get out to a fellow spinner, so blocks this one.
It's a tough one, isn't it, really? I mean, I think you've still got about just 3 or 4 more overs yet before you really start to think about turning the tap on.
Harrison to Crane, who's on 8 from 27 deliveries. Again, he'll just gently push it out semi-defensively. Ben Martindale comes in and just picks the ball up, really, rather than fields it. No real power in that push from Mason Crane. Calvin Harrison bowls again, and a bit of turn there, our view obscured, but Schardendorf had to react quickly to take the turning delivery. Does well, 3 dot balls in a row after a single from the first. Harrison in his 9th over, none for 43 his figures so far. Lyndon James at mid-off, they were just querying with Hamid whether he should be dropped back. They've elected not to, and Crane again goes to try and cut it away, but this time doesn't get anything on it. Schardendorf again called into action outside his off stump. So last ball of the over, Liam Patterson-White at short third inside the ring has dropped back onto the discs. 1BW shout here, nothing do it. So Mason Crane almost answered that question that I posed at the start of the over as to how I played it. There was no attacking intent at all there, really, was there, from Mason Crane? A single to Gubbins at the start of the over, and then 5 dots, 190 for 7 after 42.
Yeah, playing very cautiously in that over, and I've been put right on my geography by Michael from Recklesham, in brackets Surrey. That will give you a clue.
Oh.
solidcricket@gmail.com says Farnham is in Surrey, my dear chap. Rowledge playing the Surrey League. I'm a Hampshire lad and I'm just doing some missionary work here in Surrey, so apologies for that. I think I should know really, because Farnham is in Surrey, although Aldershot is in Hampshire. I think it's a peculiar sort of situation with the Hampshire-Surrey border up that way where it gets very narrow, so apologies. I'm trying to get my way out of that one, if I'm honest. This is from Matt, sonatcricket@gmail.com. It says, enjoying the commentary as usual, very entertaining. What is your favourite Hampshire village cricket ground? Have you ever played at Eversley ground before? Yes, I have. It's a lovely ground, that one, Eversley. I don't know, maybe that might be close actually. Here comes Patterson White again, flicked away by Gubbins up towards deep mid-on, moves on to 94, 93 it is, 190 for 7.
Hambledon. Is it Hambledon?
Hambledon.
Isn't that the birthplace of
Yes.
cricket? Is that in Hampshire?
It is.
Hampshire?
Yeah, it is.
Hampshire.
Yeah. Have you played there? Have you played?
No.
Eversley's a very nice ground. Hartley Wintney's quite a nice ground, sort of village green. There's a few round there. Crane again plays that quietly out on the offside. What's your favourite ground around near you, Dave, or Notts, or anything around there? You umpire at a few local league grounds, don't you? A few local club grounds? What would be your favourite one? Something to think. Here comes Patterson White again. Crane cuts, makes contact with that one as it goes out to deep cover. Moves on to 9, does the Hampshire leg spinner. And London Spirit. 191 for 7.
The brief 5 minutes
Oh,
of my
that's 2
life
for 7.
when I played at a half decent level, I was down in Devon, and of course all the beautiful grounds in North Devon there, the Valley of the Rocks at Linton and Lynmouth.
Swept away by Gubbins, down on the leg side, and that's gone for 4. Good shot, good contact all along the ground, and moves on to 98.
Yeah, you'd better concentrate on Nick Gubbins at the moment.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of nice club grounds, isn't there? But you're always happiest at your own ground. We've had a contribution on the Suckham Limerick from Steve Crawley, which I won't forget, Steve, I promise, but Nick Gubbins on 98 thoroughly deserves all the attention at the moment.
Certainly does. 110 balls for that 98. It's kept Hampshire's innings together. 196 for 7. Over the wicket this time, Patterson White. Gubbins on the back foot, outside off stump, whips that up towards mid-on and moves on to 99. 197 for 7, Hampshire.
So many balls gone in this one. There's one left. So
Crane will block it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you'd imagine Mason will just stay there.
You think so? Even though there's a deep mid-on, pushed back, Martindale just to our right. And deep backward square leg is being pushed back on the rope.
They want him to take one,
They
don't
do, yeah. There's a slip in for him as well. It's full outside leg stump, and he's going to take the single as it goes out square on the leg side. I think about 2, or somebody was shouting something. Anyway, end of the over, so Crane has got the strike. 43 gone. Hampshire 1, 3 for 43. Patterson White, good figures.
I think he's finished, yeah. That's the applause for Liam Patterson White. 3 for 43. Producer Kirsty's hovering. We must have either gone off air or some such. 198 for 7. Bring Kevin in a moment or two when Gubbins gets back on strike. He's on 99 not out. Mason Crane is about to face Calvin Harrison again, and going to push hard for a single here, shy at the non-strikers, and then he's hit again. Liam Patterson White, dead-eyed Dick. Crane got home, but crikey, he's had a good old day.
Yes,
Liam Patterson White, 3 for 43 with the ball. Ran out Ben Brown with a direct hit and did it again then, but this time Mason Crane's home. Over to Kev.
There must be something in the ball when he's throwing it in. It sort of arrows in on the stumps, doesn't it? So Gubbins on 99. Comes in does Calvin Harrison from that Sucholm end and bowls. Gubbins on the back foot, no run there as it goes out to mid-wicket. Have to wait a little longer here, Nick Gubbins. He's got just about half Hampshire's runs, 99 out of 199. Yes, Harrison bowls. Gubbins on the back foot, steers that to backward a point. They come through for a single, and there's Nick Gubbins' 100, which has come off 113 deliveries, and that is his 8th List A 3-figure score.
Very well batted, Nick Gubbins. Good round of applause, generous round of applause from the spectators here. Predominantly not supporters, but as we mentioned earlier, there's quite a healthy contingent of Hampshire followers as well, and they'll very much have enjoyed seeing their skipper and his performance today. Batted really nicely. Here's Harrison into a crane, and a little bit of an appeal there, or halfway through the motion, but
13 boundaries as well for Gubbins.
Thank you.
No maximums.
I was just trying to pull that up, but seem to have lost that particular page. As Harrison in bowls, crane guides it into the offside. What that was going past at the far end, I don't know if it was a lorry or a tractor piled high with bales of hay.
Oh, that's a shock. But that's seen quite a lot around here.
I think it is a tractor, isn't it? Next delivery is again blocked by Mason Crane. They shall not pass. We've gone from let them eat cake to they shall not pass. End of the over. 200 exactly for 7 from 44. So I think it was about 10 overs when I said this pair really got to bat for another 10 overs, and then and just see if they can just really try and increase the tempo a little bit in the last few overs. Lovely to see the ovation that Nick Gubbins got from his teammates all outside the pavilion over there, and very much have enjoyed that. Maybe Nick Gubbins didn't know where Welbeck Cricket Club is, but when he's telling his grandkids in a few years about it, he'll remember this day. I'm going to get another bowler, Matthew Montgomery, into the attack. A little bit of right arm off spin.
Well, it's not surprising really, because the spinners have had some success here, haven't they? Patterson White, of course, leading the way, but it's looked as though the spinners have been fairly difficult to get away. On the whole, there's Gubbins facing the off spinner. Oh, it's in the air, but fortunately, Haseeb Hamid is quite deep at extra cover. I think he was looking to open the face and find the gap there, Gubbins, but the ball was in the air for a while. He was on to 101. Hampshire 201 for 7 at the start of the 45th over. 40 runs these two have put on now for the 8th wicket. Quite valuable, because this does, for me, Dave, I don't know about you, but this does feel below par, this total. I don't think the wicket's particularly easy. It's not a particularly quick wicket or bouncy surface, and the ball just seems to hold a little bit for the spinners. Now he's gone aerial there, straight Crane, and that's going for 6, I think. I think he heard the boundary board being hit on the fall, and it was. Good shot, Mason Crane. First 6 of the game, first 6 of the innings.
Feel a bit sorry for Matthew Montgomery now. He's probably waited all innings. Can I have a bowl skip? Can I have a bowl skip? Comes on and he's waiting for 6.
Yeah, the other spinners are going well. Drives that into the ground, fielded by Montgomery. So Crane is 17, 207 for 7 Hampshire. Valuable partnership this for the 8th wicket. This Montgomery bowl slightly shorter, just turned away on the leg side by Crane. There's another throw which I think hits the stumps at the same time as the keeper takes it. I mean, there must be an awful lot of fielding practice going on within the Nottinghamshire ranks. Been very impressive.
Don't waste them.
No.
Don't hit the stumps when you don't have to.
208 for 7. The next top score for Hampshire, other than Gubbins, was Toby Albert's 44. Shared an 88-run partnership for the 5th with the captain, who sweeps away there down to the fielder at deep backward square leg. Gubbins moves on to 102. It's 209 for 7.
I shall come back in a moment. We've placed the
Oh, of course, yeah. We placed a pizza order in. Oh, yes, 5 minutes over time. Well remembered, Dave. Yeah, Dave's shown some very good experience on this ground today. Now he goes for the slog sweep over the leg side. Mason Crane, and he's got hold of that, and that's 6 more. That is a very, very good shot. And that's landed over the rope by a good 3 or 4 yards. 2 sixes in the over off the bat of Mason Crane. And he moves on to 24 now. And Hampshire on to 215 for 7. 45 gone. And a very good over there for the Hampshire batters. Rob Barnes has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. It says, hi, it says, do you think that the 100 competition is here to stay? Many people don't identify with the teams put together and are always changing. I really miss seeing the Hampshire Stars for a month. Great show, guys, says Rob Barnes. Well, the 100 is certainly here to stay until the 2028. I think that's his initial slot. What happens after that, I don't know. But I think you've got another 5 more years of it yet. And then who knows, in 5 years' time, what will happen. That's an awful long time in professional sport, professional cricket. 100 may look a slightly different by then, but we'll have to wait and see. But I know what you mean, Rob, but as I always keep saying, just think of them as individual teams. Don't think of them as, you know, a crossover between your local team, a bit like the Trent Rockets. Don't think of it as a crossover between Nottinghamshire and Trent Rockets. It's a separate team that happens to play at Trent Bridge and at the Ageas Bowl, separate teams. Who plays for them, in my mind, really is irrelevant. They are teams using that particular venue in a different competition. Right, here's Gubbins facing up, and it's Hutton bowling. Gubbins gets a length ball, works that into the gap on the side, of which there's quite a big one, and they're coming back for 2, and it's a misfield as well, just outside the circle by Lyndon James. In the end, the batter's coming through for a comfortable 2, and Gubbins moves on to 104. We're into the 46th over here. Hutton into his 9th over, has none for 32. Hutton at the far end, the Sookholm end, which has been the subject of 1 or 2 limericks, which we've been calling for. Gubbins on the back foot, slaps that away up to mid-on. Mason Crane had to just jump out of the way as the ball made his way under his feet. Gubbins moves on to 105. That's off 117 deliveries. As I said earlier, he's been in good form in this competition. Hampshire, 2 matches to date with 2 wins. In fact, both these sides are unbeaten in this competition. Gubbins with 40 against Middlesex and 63 against Essex. And Dave, oh, he's like the Deliveroo pizza man. Other delivery companies, fast food delivery companies available, of course.
We're sorted.
Well done, Dave. Say, fantastic experience shown by you to order those pizzas before the break. Now slaps that away. Crane over mid-on. That's Patterson, who's up on the 30-yard circle. Just got enough bat on that to get it over his head. And Crane is moving through the gears here. He's 28 off 43. I think the last 3 balls he's faced, or certainly the last 2 balls he's faced, have been 6 and 4. And it's 222 for 7 now, Hampshire.
Got to say thank you to Martin for looking after us with regards to the pizzas.
Now this is a good question, actually. This, Dave, this is for you. Crane gets a length ball, looks for a single. No, says Gubbins as it goes out to backward a point. Don't run to Liam Patterson-White. You do so in your peril. Andy Wallace at solentcricket@gmail.com says, hi Kevin Dave, thanks for the great commentary. It's always fun and the live stream makes it terrific. Question for you. If Gubbins bats through and they are still batting at 50 overs, does that count as him carrying his bat?
No.
No. Or do all 10 wickets have to fall? Yeah,
Yes.
Well, Dave's just answered that, so I don't need to read out the last line because that just sort of carries on. As Hudson comes in short, Crane pulls in the air but safe as Schardendorf runs back from behind the stumps towards backward a square leg. Crane wants 2. Crane does want 2, but Gubbins says no. Settle for 1. Don't be greedy. And Hampshire move on to 223 for 7. So thank you for that. I must admit I wouldn't have been sure, so it's just as well you came back with the pizzas when I read that out, otherwise I would have left that question hanging.
And I've just found a page. No player has ever carried his bat through an all-out innings in one-day cricket against Nottinghamshire. Ever.
All out?
In an all-out innings against Nottinghamshire.
Okay. So he's Hutton round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins works out again into the gap on the leg side. They just jog through for a single this time. Gubbins moves on to 106. So if Hampshire was, say, 230 for 8,
it wouldn't count. And it's happened once for Nottinghamshire. And believe it or believe it not, in 1963, the very first game of one-day cricket played by Nottinghamshire was in the old Gillette Cup, Notts away at Middlesbrough, Ackland Park against Yorkshire, and Brian Bowlers opened the batting and was 100 not out of 159 all out. And that's the only occasion. That's incredible, isn't it? 1963, the only time it's happened, and it was the very first game that Notts played.
Was he the head of England selectors or something?
I think he was for a while, wasn't he? Tom Loughton coming back into the attack. Steve says the Montgomery over was an expensive experiment. Made no sense to me at all. Thank you, Steve. Value all contributions. The googly, I think you said this as well, Kev, really responding to Alex O'Boyle, just saying, yeah, he's heard that Jack Campbell is currently out injured.
Yeah.
So Loughton to go round the wicket. Where are we? 46 have gone. So the last 4 overs. About 224 already. There's runs to be had here. This was chopped to backward point, though nothing doing. 23 deliveries remain. They've got to run a ball here. They're knocking on the door of 250, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they lost 2 wickets on 150, Albert and Holland, so 150 for 6. This is not a bad effort, really, at the back end of the innings.
Mason Crane, 29 from 45. Opened his shoulders up the last few overs. As does Gubbins now, and he's got hold of that one, and that's way, even over the hedge, away to our left for 6. And Nick Gubbins now just helping boost this total, and he's on to 112, 230 for 7. Didn't see it land, did it clear the hedge?
No, it's just in front. Yeah. Don't want to spoil that farmland on the other side of the hedge. Jack Shantry's just having a look at Loughton's follow through there. But yeah, really good shot. And this is the benefit of having wickets in hand now towards the last 3 or 4 overs of the innings. Say wickets in hand relative to where they were at 150 for 6 in the 31st.
Yes, that first game here back in 2015, Notts against Warwickshire. Vessel's got a ton, Alex Hales only got 90 or something like it, and they were just taking it in turns to keep smashing the ball into that field.
Big hit.
Could play, you know, Ricky Vessels. You look at his career record. Obviously, his finish now. Loughton bowls all very wide and Calder wide, 231 for 7. But he's right up there amongst the 6 hitters, the leading 6 hitters in the in all the domestic competitions. Had a great record. Just ended rather dramatically and suddenly, and a bit of a damp squib at Worcester a couple of years ago. Last county championship match was against Notts. In fact, Luke Fletcher bowled him a first bowler, and that was it. Apparently, he went back and said, "That's it. It's back living in Australia now." As Loughton bowls and Gubbins has hit a monster into the car park, way behind us somewhere. Massive blow from Gubbins. Second one of the over. Wide in between. 6 wide, 6. And this is just threatening just to run away from Notts a little bit here. This is terrific stuff from the Hampshire captain. On to 118 from 121, and is rapidly catching up now. Runs in terms of balls faced. Tom Loughton going for a few. Bowls now, and this is hit down towards us. It won't reach us because Ben Martindale is in the way on the long off boundary. A few overs ago, I might be saying that's good news. They've got Gubbins off strike, but Mason Crane started giving it a bit of a leather as well. Tom Loughton, 1 for 59. This is his 9th over. It's been a relatively stress-free few hours for a Seabermead, but he's going to do a bit of thinking now. On the leg side, there's 4 fielders and they're all on the fence, and they're all a good 70-75 yards away from the bat as Crane pushes it to point and they scamper a single. Well, runs anyway to be out on the leg side, and he pushed it straight to the fielder. He got home, and Gubbins back on strike. And Tom Loughton will be pleased to get through this over. It's already gone for 15, 1 ball left. 2:39 for 7. And there are 3 overs after this one. Been an update for Radio Nottingham in a moment or two. Been playing for 3 hours. Should be done in about 10 minutes, you'd imagine, this innings. Loughton bowls again, and this is up in the air. And it's been caught. And just as you come to me, we see the end of a magnificent innings here. Nick Gubbins has just been caught right in front of our commentary tent by Lyndon James for 119. Notts needed that. The Middlesex, former Middlesex player, now with Hampshire, Gubbins on 119. He's batted right since 11 o'clock. Hampshire with 2 overs left at 239 for 8. Great ovation here for Gubbins as he makes his way off the field. That's a terrific knock. It's a good catch as well by Lyndon James. Would just about have gone for 6. Took it round about knee high, just as it was going over the rope, but long on. And wicket for Tom Loughton to end what was quite a dramatic over. 1 for 15 from that particular over. And yes, Kev, I nearly did call you Middlesex. 239 for 8.
Yeah, that's come off 123 deliveries, 2 sixes and 13 fours for the Hampshire captain who opened the innings, and that ends a 78-run partnership between himself and Mason Crane for the 8th wicket, and that came off 12 overs.
Yeah.
So the acceleration was there, and he just got underneath that, didn't he? The other 2 sixes were cleanly struck out of the middle of the bat, but that one just got a little bit underneath it and taking nothing away from the catch, but always felt as though it was just going to be short of the rope. Eddie Jack has come in at number 10, the 17-year-old quick bowler. And, I'm told he can bat a little bit. He's mainly in for his bowling, but he was down to bat number 11 in the first game against Middlesex, but they said you'll find that he's a better bat than number 11. Well, he's coming at number 10. But we'll have to wait and see.
And he's only 17.
Yeah.
Local lad?
I believe so.
And end of the over, so he'll be at the non-striker's end. Mason Crane on strike.
It's me, isn't it? Yeah.
Guess it'll all be about Mason. That was the set player.
He is. So here we are with Patterson bowls. Low full toss, driven by Crane up to wide mid-off. Receiver midfields. And that will bring Jack on strike, who hasn't got a number. I always feel sorry for players that play these games and don't have numbers. Dom Kelly, when he's played a couple of matches in this competition, is also the same. I always feel like you stand out a little bit when you haven't got a number.
Take it back to the club shop when you've finished. Pop a number on this, get it framed. This is the shirt I wore on my debut or whatever.
I might have just gone out and bought a couple of yellow numbers and just ironed them on. Got my mum to iron them on, or my dad.
The man with no name.
Yeah. So Jack's a left-hander, quite tall. Now, I've not seen him bat before, so this is my first look. I hadn't seen him bowl before until the first game in this. Just pushes that out on the offside. They think about a single, but Patterson White's quickly around, and you don't take a single to that man. Not in this game, at least.
Tell you what, it's a lovely day, it really is.
It's getting better as the innings goes on. The sun gets that little stronger, and you can see on the live picture feed 2 rows of seated spectators in hats of all shapes and colours. It's that sort of day. Is Patterson slightly shorter. Jack just plays that back to the bowler. Wants a single but can't find one. Quite good bowl. Well, very good bowling there from Patterson. Just cutting the ball into the surface, making it stop a bit.
Yeah, just play yourself in, Eddie.
Yeah. Go look at the ball. Well, there was still relatively, quite a few deliveries left, weren't we? Halfway through the 48, so we've got 15 balls, which with only 2 wickets in hand, is still quite a lot of balls. It's full. It's wrapped on the pad. That looks close. It's got down towards third. It's wrapped Jack on the boot. He's okay. That's a good delivery there from Patterson, just a quicker ball, Yorker.
There were 2 expensive overs in a row from this end. They brought Matthew Montgomery on and he went for a few, and then Loughton's over was 1 for 15. I know he got Gubbins out at the end of it, but he'd already gone for a couple of sixes before then.
Well, it's given Hampshire a total to bowl at, I have to say, but it just feels light. Crane gives himself some room and smashes out the cover, and he's caught in the deep. Away to our right, and that is Ben Slater coming off the boundary to take that one, chest height. And that's the end of a decent innings there from Mason Crane. 31 from 48 deliveries, and Hampshire 241 for 9.
Another wicket for Dane Patterson. It doesn't matter if he bowls at the start, at the middle, or at the end. Just got this very, very useful knack of taking wickets when his side need them, when he wants them. I suppose any time's a good time to take a wicket. He's just a good player. And on this occasion, I mean, it is a catch in the deep, yeah, so, you know, so be it. But game after game after game, he keeps churning out 3s and 4s. Numbers of wickets taken. So the last man is Brad Wheel, and I mentioned it a couple of hours ago, Kev. Think back to that quarter-final at Trent Bridge, where Notts needed a boundary, the last ball, and Brad Wheel bowled and Dane Patterson swished and he was caught behind, and that was it. Hampshire had defended 120 or whatever it was. Don't particularly think either of them will remember that right now or be thinking about it right now, but might be a nice little bit of payback for Patterson.
Right, here goes Patterson then. Bowls full outside the off stump, thick inside edge there from Brad Wheel. Another good piece of bowling there from Patterson. And Wheel, and if you just join us, just a reminder, this is playing his first game of the season. He's had some really bad back injuries, not just this season, but in previous years. And he has proved that when he plays, he does stay fit. But unfortunately, the back injuries have been fairly frequent throughout his career. 242 for 9, potentially 12 balls left.
Yeah, Mason Crane making 31. It's a very useful hand played by Mason. Brett Hutton to bowl the penultimate over. I'd just like to get it done and dusted now and get themselves back to the dressing room. 242 is going to take some chasing down. At a pesky little 15 or 20 here in the last 2 overs. Really boost Hampshire. There's a nice looking shot out into the offside by Brad Wheel, and it's bisected the 2 fielders out there, gone for 4. It's just what I was talking about. Just a little frustrating time, isn't it, when there's a couple of overs to go and you think, oh right, that's 1 more wicket and we've done. But yeah, it's a good start to the over. Brad Wheel on 5. Brett Hutton on for 43. This is his last over, and that's a wide, so 1 more to the total, 1 more to be bowled. 247 for 9, still 11 balls to come.
Yeah, bowled a slower ball cutter there and just got around the ball a little bit too much, just pushed it wide.
Could easily become 260 this, with just 1 or 2 firm shots in this over. 247 for 9. Hutton in again to Brad Wheel. I think that was a slow loopy full toss that maybe was or wasn't intended, and maybe was or wasn't read by Brad Wheel, but he pushed it straight back to the bowler on the bounce.
Well, there's what, 10 balls still left of this innings, and if Hampshire could try and bat the majority of those 10 balls, get it up to 260, I mean, you know, that gives them something.
Hutton bowls, and this is dragged on the leg side. Slater, who took a good catch recently to dismiss Mason Crane, does the fielding. It's never too late for a good limerick. Colin Harrison, there was a young lady from Suckholm who hit over the cake stall and then some. With a hat in her hand, she'd take a firm stand. Yes, she was the Victress Ludorum.
What was that last line?
Yes, she was the Victress Ludorum. It's... I mean, you talk about the Victor Ludorum, don't you? You must have heard of that. I presume that's the female equivalent of a sporting award. Very good, Colin. I like that.
That's some good limericks. That wasn't an AI limerick either.
No, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Hutton to bowl to Jack. It's a left-hander. Oh, and he's inside edged it past the stumps, and will get his first run of the match down to long leg. Probably more importantly for his side, Brad Wheel gets on strike, although having said that, the number 10 has got off strike and the number 11 is on strike, but Brad Wheel has played this particular game before, coming in late on and needing to throw the bat in the search of useful runs. Notts need 250 right now, and there's still 8 balls left. Hutton still wicketless as well. That doesn't happen very often. Balls now, and that I think probably would have been a wide, but there was the toe end of the bat on it. Single taken, so that is the 250 up.
Greatly appreciated, as you can hear.
They're perhaps like me and can't see a single scoreboard.
I mean, when you look up towards the pavilion to our right, there's a lot of people there.
Yeah. A lot on the bank as well. See him in the queue for Tom's Pizzas. We did well there. Here's Hutton to Jack, end of the over, and driven up to Ben Martindale. I think that's the end of the over. It will be 2:51 for 9 with 1 over to go. Brett Hutton's finished his allocation. The numbers have just disappeared. I'll get them for you in the fullness of time. 2:51 for 9. Can Notts at least have the satisfaction of bowling Hampshire out? Can the visitors reach the midpoint of the day with 1 wicket intact and maybe another 10 or 12 runs from this final over? 2:51 for 9.
Well, gosh, Patterson, 10 or 12 runs, numbers 10 and 11 out there. I think that would be a great effort, but I think just mid 250s, 256. It gives you a chance. You're always in the game, no matter what the conditions, what the pitch is. You're in the game, but from a position of 150 for 6, 161 for 7, it's been a pretty good effort, really.
Yeah.
Whether it's enough or not, we'll have to wait and see. It doesn't say it still feels bottom end. Here's Patterson, then bowls length ball, then pushed on the onside. Patterson picks the ball up, but not quite, not cleanly anyway. So Jack off strike.
I found those Brett Hutton figures. 10 overs, none for 48. We won't see Tom Loughton again. 9 overs, 2 for 60. Calvin Harrison, 10 overs, none for 45. Liam Patterson-White, 10 overs, 3 for 43. Matthew Montgomery, 1 over, none for 15. And obviously this is Dane Patterson's last over. He was 3 for 38 going into it.
Yeah, 39 now, with 5 balls left. Potentially of his spell and of the Hampshire innings. It's Brad Wheel to face. Length ball, Wheel drives in the air, gone quickly to Amid, does well. He's right back on the 30-yard circle, throw at mid-off, so they'll pick up a single. Hampshire move on to 252 for 9. 253 for 9. Wheel has 8 runs off 6. Jack 3 off 6. Just eke out a few runs. These two have actually eked out 12 for the 10th wicket at the moment, which doesn't sound a lot, but in a close game, it might make the difference. As Patterson comes in and bowls length, Jack has a swing, misses. Keeper doesn't take it cleanly. Before the batters had realised, really, Shuddendorf had recovered. So 3 balls left. The run rate for Hampshire is over 5s, just over 5s. Top scorer in the innings, Nick Gubbins, with his 111th, 119, and his 8th List A first class. List A 100. Is Patterson bowls full, driven up to mid off. They'll come through for a single. 254 for 9. Gubbins with 119 and 44 from Toby Albert, 31 from Mason Crane, the chief scorers for Hampshire today. think anybody else is going to get near that, not with just 2 balls left of this innings.
Yeah, we've got a game on it.
Yeah, we have, yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how Brad Wheel goes, playing his first game of the season. There's Patterson, bowled, tried to swing away on the leg side, and that is the 10th wicket. And with 1 ball left of the Hampshire innings, they are bowled out for 254. And Patterson picks up his 3rd wicket. Fourth wicket.
Yeah.
4 for 41. And Hampshire all out here at Welbeck.
So Notts will require 255. Rather more than at one stage it looked like they were going to chase, but probably at 10:30 when Asiba Mead won the toss, if he'd offered him, you can bowl Hampshire out for 254 on there, he might have taken it. Nick Gubbins, exceptional, really, really good innings from a high quality player. It's been a very enjoyable, a very good watch for 3¼ hours of this innings. Nottinghamshire, 4 wickets in the initial power play certainly set them on their way. Liam Patterson-White had a pretty good time of things. He took 3 wickets and threw the stumps down to dismiss Ben Brown. But Mason Crane, I thought, was a superb foil for Gubbins, and he made 31. Gubbins 119, and Dane Patterson topped and tailed the innings. Got the first wicket in the second over, got the final wicket in the last. So Notts will require 255 to see how they get on. You'll come back and join us in about half an hour's time. the second part of this Metrobank one-day cup match between Notts Outlaws and Hampshire, and we're going to get the Nottinghamshire response to that Hampshire first innings total of 254 all out. They were bowled out, but only with one ball to spare in the desperate quest for some late runs. Did pretty well in the end. Hampshire, I think they'll feel 62 for 4 at one stage inside 15 overs. Ended up getting 254. Terrific captain's knock from Nick Gubbins. Was 8th out for 119 for Nottinghamshire. The innings top and tailed by Dane Patterson. He took 4 wickets, 3 for Liam Patterson-White. They were the principal wicket takers. So these two sides both undefeated going into today's match. Nottinghamshire with 2 wins and a rained off against Yorkshire. Hampshire with 2 wins out of 2, and I think we've got a decent game on our hands here. Notts require then 255, around about 5 and over. The 2 left-handed Bens are out there, Ben Slater and Ben Martindale. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, Kevin James alongside me, and we're just about to get under 8. And the first ball sent down from the far end by Brad Wheel, who goes through to the keeper, and we're up and running. And Kev, nice to see Brad Wheel back playing again.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've forgotten what his action was like, to be honest. His first game of the season, had some really bad back injury, and yeah, I mean, having to wait until nearly the middle of August to get your summer underway. I mean, must have felt like an absolute age to get to this point.
All the hours in the gym and all the other rehabilitation work. Bowls now to Slater, just chops this down to backward point. There's no run. Couple of contrasting innings for Ben Slater so far in this competition. He made 79 down at Chelmsford last Thursday against Essex, and top scored in that particular innings, and then was first out at Grace Road on Tuesday, made only 4 against Leicestershire. So we'll be looking to rekindle his form from Chelmsford. He's got away here with a streaky one down to third man for a single, so the Notts innings up and running. 255 they've been set to defeat Hampshire, who are unbeaten, both sides having defeated Essex in their earlier fixtures. Just quickly tell you before the other games get too far advanced, 3 other matches began at 11 o'clock. All the batting sides scored over 300 in those games. Now Martindale, who's on strike, to face his first ball, digs this out. Good full pitch delivery from Brad Wheel. Oh crikey, there's a couple of fielders diving for it there and converging. And it all ended up in a little bit of a mess, and Martindale took a single. So he's off the mark, and it's 2 without loss. At the Oval, Kent 330 for 6 at the end of their 50 overs. Durham made 333 for 8 against Derbyshire at Chesterley Street. And at Taunton, Somerset 318 for 6 against Sussex. 2 Centurions there, Andy Umeed and Curtis Camphor, the Island international. Wheel bowls and edged and caught at second slip. That went very, very quickly to Scott Curry, and a giant of a man just pouched that ball with ease round about waist height, and Notts have lost an early wicket here. Ben Slater out for just 1, caught by Scott Curry at second slip from the bowling of Brad Wheel for 1, and it's 2 for 1.
Yeah, good start from Brad Wheel. Just shows already how much Hampshire have missed him this season, and you don't edge to Brad Curry, his brother, Scott Curry, and get away with it. He is very, very good in that area. I was just looking up as well. Brad Wheel's last game was a pre-season match against Gloucestershire at the Ageas Bowl. So already in his first over, he is struck. A little bit of extra pace there. And Slater trying to dig that one out a little bit. Or probably just tried to work that down to third, but even so, that's gone quickly to Scott Curry. Very, very good catch.
Lyndon James is the new man on his way out to join Ben Martindale. Made 82 at Grace Road on Tuesday. There was a century there certainly for the taking. for Lyndon James. Really good opportunity here just to settle in. Bat pretty much for as long as he wants. Don't really think a run rate of 5 and overs going to concern Notts too much. It's all going to be about, for them, preserving wickets. For Hampshire, of course, reverse, knocking over wickets. Lyndon James is away, first ball, just guiding it down on an angle of 45 for a single. And a successful first over for Fretwell. 3 runs from it, but the important wicket of Ben Slater knocks a 3 for 1.
Yeah, that's a big wicket, isn't it? And yeah, another wicket now will make things a little bit more interesting. It does feel as though the total is a fraction light, especially when you look at the other games and the other teams have got over 300, but even so, early wickets will certainly help. And Fretwell looks like he's generating a decent pace here. And it's going to be a more modest pace from the other end in Ian Holland, so we'll rely on accuracy, but as Dave mentioned earlier, had a very good game with both bat and ball.
Sick of the sight of him.
Well, yeah, it's nice when people say that. I'm normally saying that about opposing players, but it's nice when somebody says that about a Hampshire player. So an early setback for the home side.
Did he get I said earlier 105 wickets, might have been 104 and 4 wickets, and goes banging on. Does he need one more for a 5 all the way through the innings?
Yeah. Comes in and bowls then to Lyndon James. On the it's edged down to through gully. Where's the gully fielder when you need one? It's gone down to third. Just played away from his body there a little bit, Lyndon James.
A couple of games that started at 2 o'clock, both in the same group as Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. Essex 94 for 3 after 15. And at Old Trafford, Leicestershire 101 without loss after a similar number of overs. So Leicestershire have got off to a bit of a flyer there, with Sol Budinger 58 not out, Rishi Patel 41 not out. Can do that, Budinger. See ball, hit ball.
Comes into Martindale, wide of off stump, and that's left alone. Got an email here, quite a long one actually, from Martin Hills. Afternoon to you, Martin. solentcricket@gmail.com. Says, what a pleasure to listen to Dave and yourself on commentary and watching the live stream as well. Particularly nice to have an attractive outground to view rather than a concrete stadium. As again, that's wide. This time called a wide by the umpire. Miss Basingstoke, says Martin. Anyway, managed most home championship days, but the coverage provides the backcloth to my summer. Hate the manufactured ugly cricket that is marketed as the 100. Thought players drafted but not selected after a few games were able to return and play for their county. That's right, that's why outside the off stump, again it's left alone. That's why Mason Crane's playing in this one. Have you had anybody back from the Trent Rockets yet?
No.
So disappointed not to see John Turner released. With Jack Campbell injured, it means we've lost easily the 2 best bowlers from last year. Would have liked to have seen Keith Barker play again. Yeah, he's not playing all the games. I think he's only down to play a selected few of the group games. He won't be playing them all. Played the last one though. Bowled well, 3 for 20 in this spell. That's a bit closer, and that's a good leave. The bowling looks very threadbare. Sadly, that on this season's evidence, he will get back into the championship side for the remaining fixtures. That's Keith Barker. Have kidney surgery scheduled next week. High anxiety and hoping to be back at Hedge End for September fixtures. That's where the GS Bowl is. Many thanks to you and your fellow commentators for the enormous pleasure you bring to the viewers and listeners. Martindale drives pleasantly wide of mid-off. Will pick up a single. 6 for 1. Martindale moves on to 2. P.S. Martin says, I know Martin is not your cup of tea, this is the Durham guy, but hugely hoping that Durham Land be a good bet and win Division 2. They've been far and away the most entertaining and exciting and challenging far and away the most entertaining county to watch this season. Well, I don't watch Division 2, don't follow Division 2, but anyway. Here comes Holland outside the off stump. Goes down towards third. Quite a deliberate shot there from Lyndon James. I must admit, and every now and then when I notice the Division 2 table, which is more by accident than good fortune, I do see that Durham are quite far ahead of everybody else.
You snob.
hate Division 2.
I can't believe you don't sit at home on the days when Hampshire haven't got a game and put the live stream on and watch some Division 2 cricket.
I wouldn't bore you with what I do on my days off, but it's certainly not looking at Durham.
Oh well, proves what a saddo I am then, doesn't it? I will have a look at all the live streams, all the games. I see somebody's on 80 or 90 or whatever. I'll try and be there for the big. Oh yeah,
That's good. That's nice.
It's all in the name of research. It's the only way I can get away with it. Start of a new over. Brad Wheel, nice and full. Lyndon James, I think, gets bat on it as he squeezes it out onto the leg side. And there is a single. And Lyndon James, let's say, down to the other end. He's on 4. Ben Martindale on 2. You see, I can generally get away with it. I just need to do a bit of research as we play these next week.
No, honestly, I admire you, especially listening to Division 2 commentaries.
Snob. Wheel bowls, and this one just gets a little big. There's good bounce, good carry there, wasn't there, from Brad Wheel?
I have to say, he started impressively here, hasn't he?
Scott Curry is nearly as tall as that pylon. He's a giant, isn't he?
He is. He is.
This is the man at second slip. I don't know if we're able to get a camera on him at some point. Absolute giant. Brad Wheel bowls, and Martindale has thrown the bat at that one, thrown the kitchen sink at that one. Goes through to the keeper. There he is. Look, there's the giant. There he is. Dad with his kids around him. Crikey. And he'll have a big wingspan as well. He safely pouched that catch off the Ben Slater edge. Went quickly into his midriff. I'd imagine he's got hands the size of buckets. Looking forward to seeing him bowl.
Yeah, mixes it up quite a bit, different paces.
Brad Wheel's been hurrying it through. Umpire Pollard watches on from the far end, and this is pushed back to bowler Wheel. The other umpire, Jack Shantry, only recently out of the game, 4 or 5 years. Nice to see a recent player going into umpiring. Our match referee Phil Whittycase, former Leicestershire wicket keeper, and our scorers. Nice to have 2 lady scorers here today, Anne Cosworth and Fiona Newnham. Fiona's very happy. She had a nice ice cream during the interval. She was telling us next ball is work to backward point and there's no run. At the same time, I was looking on enviously whilst troughing a pizza.
Only cost her £2, that ice cream.
Did she say for 2? It was £2. It was £2, was it? Oh,
if you bought 2, there were £2.
Yeah. Oh, it's 3 o'clock. Startled into life by the sound of BBC Radio Nottingham, and there he is, 8 for 1 knots in the 3rd over. Martindale on strike, goes through to the keeper, Ben Brown. It's good stuff this from Brad Wheel. 2 overs, 1 for 4 to him. 8 for 1 knots, the target is 255. And at the same stage, Hampshire were 5 for 1.
Well, I thought Patterson started particularly well, picked up the 2 early wickets, Middleton and Prest. But I have to say, Wheel has started every bit as well. Just getting the ball to hurry a little bit off the pitch while the ball's still hard and new. It's been very, very impressive indeed. Which is good signs for the September Championship matches. Ian Holland, first over went for 4. He's going to be bowling to Lyndon James, the right-hander. Comes in and bowls, and James is turned around. It's a big leg cutter, and even Ben Brown behind the stumps was completely foxed by that. He's on the floor. Lyndon James trying to work that away towards mid-on, and somehow that ball has ended up well to the right of Ben Brown. Unbelievable delivery. Love to see that again. Maybe not. I'm sure we will. Here comes Ian Holland, bowls, and James is edged through to the keeper, and there's the 2nd wicket down, and Nottinghamshire are 8 for 2, and a thinnest of outside edges through to Ben Brown, and James goes for 4.
Yeah, Notts 8 for 2. Previous ball certainly squared Lyndon James up, and that one just left him and nicked through to Ben Brown. And this is going to be a bit of a challenge for Notts now. There's an update for Eddie Nottingham. They've not started very well. They've lost 2 wickets already. 8 for 2 in the 4th over. Notts have been set to score 255 after 4 wickets from Dane Patterson, 3 from Liam Patterson-White bowled the visitors out in the final over for 254. But Ben Slater for 1, Lyndon James for 4, already back in the pavilion. Notts 8 for 2. Tom Lowton is coming in at 4, bumped up the order. Second 11 runs for him this season, and I think he's been chomping at the bit to get an opportunity higher in the order, and that opportunity is now presented in this particular game as he comes out in the middle. Former Yorkshireman, just his 3rd match for Notts, played 8 games during his time with the White Rose. It's got blustery, hasn't it?
It is very, yeah. Sometimes it's a bit welcome actually, because it is quite warm.
Yeah.
So Ian Holland it is then to Lowton. Forget what it says on your live picture feed. That's down the leg side. And, well taken by Ben Brown, but that'll be a wide.
Yes, they'll sort it all out in a minute. I'm also very aware, very conscious that the background noise has gone up a notch or two. For those of you that haven't heard us say a time or two, whenever the wind blows, our marquee sways about and produces a creaking, and that's the noise you can hear. It's not something we can help you with.
Always playing and missing outside the off stump. This is beautiful stuff here from Ian Holland. Yeah, it's not Dave Bracegirdle's joints creaking.
Well, it might be a bit of that as well.
So Ian Holland was just getting the ball to just nip away from the right-handers. Couple of really good balls.
Yeah.
To Lyndon James.
I said the one before he got James out.
Yeah, it went huge, didn't it? Comes in again and bowls. Lowton pushes that out on the onside. No run there. As quickly across is Aneurin Donald, who made 18 of 20 deliveries before he was the 4th man out at 62. So Martindale, the non-strikers, ends on 2. As I say, forget, it's not Hamid batting, definitely Tom Lowton. Just on the back foot there, plays it out quietly on the offside. Good accurate stuff here from Ian Holland, apart from that one slightly misguided delivery down the leg side. The others have been right on the money. 255 then. Nottinghamshire require.
Looks a lot now, doesn't it?
Well, I was going to say, it's always the way, isn't it, really, when you start your innings, you think, yeah, this is, we should be all right, and then you lose 2 early wickets, and all of a sudden that looks much bigger as that's played back to the bowler by Lowton. End of the 4th over. Gosh, we've got through 4 already, and it's 9 for 2.
Same stage, Hampshire were 9 for 1. Men out in this innings. Ben Slater caught at second slip by Scott Curry from the bowling of Brad Wheel for 1. That was 2 for 1 in the 1st over, and then in the 4th over Lyndon James caught behind by Ben Brown from the bowling of Ian Holland for 4. That was 8 for 2 in the 4th over. Wheel to continue from the Succombe end. Bowls to Ben Martindale, who once again really goes hard at this, looking to absolutely smash the cover off it. Always looks good when you make a solid connection. There's not much protection out there on the offside if he does get hold of one, but when you flash at it hard like that and miss, it does look a little bit rustic. Glorious day. Sure, the players are enjoying playing in a little bit of warmth as well. As Wheel in once more. Martindale turns it to mid-on. And there's no run.
I'm just looking around really. I would say that this ground does get a bit blustery generally anyway, doesn't it really? Because the land, I wouldn't say it's flat, but there's certainly no hills in the vicinity. Feels a bit open.
Be nice at some stage in the day if we might be able to get you the official attendance. We were told in the tea interval that they were able to detect that at least 1,000 people had come in before the start. As this one's cut away through that offside for 4 by Martindale. There's plenty of gaps out there. Oh, Tom Loughton there has done like a bit of a Samit Patel. Whenever Samit Patel hit a boundary, even if it was out of the middle of the bat and straight away within a split second you knew he'd gone for 4, he would always run down the other end and run his bat in. He did that through the bulk of his career, certainly the second half of his career. Well, even though Martindale hit that for 4, Loughton kept coming. I don't know if you noticed, and still came all the way down and ran his bat in.
Keep looking at that.
Yeah. Next ball on its way, and Martindale will turn this perhaps for 3 through mid-wicket. They've run the first couple. It's going to be dragged back just inside the fence. Now they'll settle for 2. So that's got the board turning again. A 4 and a 2. Consecutive deliveries takes Ben Martindale on to 8. Played 1 game last year, his county debut. That was down at Bristol, obviously against Gloucestershire. Didn't make much of an impact, but first game this year made 55 at Chelmsford and was then given out LBW reverse sweep, which just didn't look right to me, but the umpire sent him on his way. Next one past the outside edge and through to Ben Brown. 15 for 2.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his recent second 11 scores as well. It's a while before that when he scored his last half century. Second 11 against Lancashire at, where's this? West Houghton. Wherever that is. That must be in Lancashire somewhere, I would have thought.
Next ball pushed to point and there's no run. It's the end of the over. Brad Wheel now through 3 overs, 1 for 10, 15 for 2 after 5 overs. Nottinghamshire here on BBC Radio Nottingham Online and BBC Solent Sport, and obviously a lot of you following us on the live stream. Both county cricket clubs, I'm sure, will have a where's the umpire been? Has he been for a comfort break or something? Jack Shantry has just disappeared off the field and then come back again. Yes, a lot of you follow us, of course, on YouTube as well. Wherever you're tuning in or listening or watching or whatever you're doing, you're very, very welcome. We appreciate it.
So, Ian Holland to bowl over number 6. Going to Loughton, runs away from us. Loughton gets wrapped on the pad. It'll be a leg by. Ben Brown's running after that one from behind the stumps. Throws it in left-handed. Leg by signalled. And the total moves up to 15 for 2. Yeah, I've just checked. West Houghton's just near Bolton. So it definitely was a Lancashire home game, that one. I've just been sent another limerick, actually, but it's not come in on my normal messages. I've just luckily seen it. I'll come back to that in a moment. As the left-hander, Martindale to face. 2 slips in for Holland. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. Goes through to Ben Brown.
Just where you're finding it, just a 51-year-old, one of my regulars, has managed to get home now to catch the live feed and the commentary. What joy you provide. Thank you, that's very kind. Come on, Notts. Final at Trent Bridge would be great.
Yeah.
Because both these sides last year got to the knockout phase and then both were knocked out by Lancashire. We went to Blackpool.
We got knocked out by Kent.
Oh, by Kent, yeah.
Darren Stevens came in.
Yeah.
Oh, God. That's a good lead because that's quite close to the off stump. It's come back as well, but the extra bounce.
Yes, Notts got knocked out in the knockout round, and I forget where we would have gone then, or where Lancashire went, and then lost to Kent in the final. But yeah, it was Kent that beat Hampshire. Can't remember. Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. It's all in the past.
Yeah.
Only look forward.
Both got out of the group last year, and both will be hoping to do the same this year again.
We won 7 out of 8 in this competition last year. Here comes Holland, comes in the game and bowls to Martindale. Drives uppishly, but has found the gap square on the offside. That'll be fielded by Fletcher Middleton, running back towards the pavilion, away to our right. 2 to Martindale, a little bit uppish. with that drive, but safe. 16 for 2. It's Sheila Charisse, I hope I've got that right, Sheila, who's emailed on a slightly different email, but the email to use is solentcricket@gmail.com. This is on the limericks, and you said earlier that we didn't get a 104 and 4 limerick. Sheila has taken you to task there, Dave, and has come up with one as Martindale just plays that into the ground. Well fielded in the gully, throw by Curry. Just misses the stumps at the far end. Whether Loughton was in or not, we'll can't quite sure on this angle because we're behind, or virtually behind the arm of Ian Holland. So Sheila Cerise says on her limerick, not written by AI, so it's obviously her own personal work. Kev's 104 in 4 had never been seen before. Now he's king of the mic, a guy we all like, and Hampshire he is to the core. It's nice, thank you.
Very good, Sheila.
Very kind, very kind. Here comes Holland. And bowls, and trying to cut that one is Loughton, a little bit too close to him as the ball goes out square on the offside. And that's the end of the 6th over. Holland has 3 overs, 1 for 8. Loughton yet to get off the mark. He's faced 6 deliveries. Martindale is 9 off 10.
Jamie Pratt, thank you for your contribution. In a game between Notts and Hants, Suckhome was the theme of the bants. Gubbins Ton could get a win, get us 3 wins on the spin, and that's definitely not pants. Very good, Jamie.
Yeah,
I like that.
Good.
Very good. I like the rhyming of Hants and Bants.
Oh,
that's good. That's good. Let's do that for a living. Here's Brad Wheel round the wicket. Bowls to Martindale, chops it to backward point. No addition to the total there. Fielded by Mason Crane. I just enjoy bowling on here with that little bit of bounce.
Yeah. He's probably just about got the ball through the quickest, I think. Just on balance, Brad Wheel. There's been some fantastic talent out there, isn't there? The limericks that we've had.
Very good indeed. All appreciated. Martindale's on 11. Martindale is going to add to that. Down to 3rd. Single fielded there by somebody with a number 5. Is that Toby Albert?
Yeah.
Just saw the number 5 on the back of his shirt. Somewhere way to my left. Lovely during the interval to have so many people just literally let's go and stretch your legs and say hello to Dave and Kev. Very, very nice indeed. And
Well, you're being kind. It was all for you, really.
no, it wasn't. There's been lots of Hampshire folk come and said hello today, as this one is deflected away by Tom Loughton. That's his first. Yeah, that is his first run. Has he battered? Let's have a look. Is that his first run for Nottinghamshire? How quickly we forget. One match rolls on to the next. Don't think he's... Oh, he did. He got 5 at Essex. There we are. So he's off the mark, Tom Loughton. That's 21 for 2. Next delivery to Martindale, edge past Curry. And that has gone for 4. Now then, Coach James, was that a catch? It was low down, probably should have been stopped. That might be the start of the inquiry into how it's got away and through the slip cordon for 4. Whether it carried or not, I guess we'd need to see it probably 2 or 3 times, maybe even side on, but might be a touch of good fortune there for Ben Martindale.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to call that either way,
No.
really. Another good delivery from Brad Wheel, though. Great to see him back, and he's bowling well.
I think Scott Curry's gone a yard forward, further forward, and this one slapped to backward point and there's no run, straight to Mason Crane. First one was an edge and he gets a boundary. Second one he hits out of the middle of the bat. He couldn't have creamed it any better and gets nothing for it. 25 for 2, Martindale 16, Loughton 1. Notts have lost 2 of their most experienced players now, Slater for 1 and Lyndon James, although he's still only a young man at 24, he's certainly one of their big guns in this competition. He's gone for 4. Martindale, 20 years of age, runs this again out to Mason Crane, who's very much in the thick of things, and it's the end of the 7th over Notts Outlaws are 25 for 2. They require a further 230 to defeat Hampshire, and they've got 43 overs in which to do it.
I think this is the one. This is the one thing about this competition I find it the most exciting is you see some young players. You know, Hampshire have got 17-year-olds. Well, only one 17-year-old playing today, but Martindale at 20 is no age at all, really. And you just think, you know, is there something there that the coaches see that they can work with? You know, whether they're a batter, whether they're a bowler, whether they're all rounder. You're looking for things, aren't you? You're thinking, oh, is this guy in 2 or 3 years really going to be a seriously good player? Is he going to make it? Here comes Holland, comes in and bowls, and Lowton's on the back foot, steers that out to a point. That's what I find exciting.
Yes.
You know, is there just a little something there you think, oh yeah, now this guy could be potentially quite a serious player. You know, I've not seen people like Martindale bat before. It's quite interesting watching him at the crease. Eddie Jack, you'll see a bit later. Got a little bit of pace about it. That's what this competition is all about. Here comes Holland, bowls, turned away to mid-wicket. There is Jack doing the fielding. Opened the bowling in the first game he played against Middlesex. Didn't play the second game. Obviously, with Brad Wheel playing his first game, he's been relegated down the pecking order, but we will see him. 25 for 2 then. Run rate at the moment just under 3.5. Run rate required from here just over 5.25. So that's pushed out square on the offside again. Another good accurate delivery from the medium pacer Ian Holland. Halfway through his 4th over, there's 1 for 8.
Do you think it is roughly a level playing field across the 18 counties, this competition? And I know some counties lose more players to the 100 than others, but generally they're the counties that have maybe got bigger squads anyway, and maybe more players on the back burner.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? As that's turned up to mid-on, they're going to take a quick single there to Narin Donald. 26 for 2. It's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, you guys have lost 7 players to the 100.
You see how many players are, you know, people. I see these lists of players that Notts have lost to the 100. You wouldn't count Alex Hales as a, you know, he wouldn't be playing in this competition. Samit Patel wouldn't be playing in this competition. Matt Carter's played one county championship game in 4 years or something like that. He wouldn't, I'm sure, be.
Yeah, so it's slightly misleading. Martindale pushes that out into the covers.
You know, from players that were available that I think they would look to use, obviously Ben Duckett and Joe Clark, but you know, you're not going to get those back. Tom Moore's the wicket keeper. Well, he's not played for Trent Rockets. I know you said earlier about the Mason Crane, and someone said I don't think they'd call a wicket keeper back. He would need more than any other to be, I think, on permanent standby.
Yeah, true. Holland in again to the left-hander, straighter. Martindale plays that out towards mid-wicket. So, I mean, realistically, then you're saying 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, Jake Ball is with the Welsh Fire, but he's had, you know, again, wretched run of injuries. I don't know if a stage will come where I genuinely don't know his fitness level. He is away with Welsh Fire, but maybe Jake Ball. But I don't know. Holly Stone, we know he's not fit. You know, and I've seen these lists, and they include, you know, Stuart Broad's in the 15. Well, you know, he's not going to play, and you know, Notts have had this year Colin Munro and Shane Shah Afridi and Imad Wazim in the blast. Well, they're not going to play in this. So in terms of, you know, numbers of players that Notts have lost that would have played in this competition, I'm not so sure how many there actually is, as Lowton drives this down to the man with no name, Eddie Jack, who's down here at 3rd man. It's 27 for 2 now as we begin the 9th over.
So a slightly misleading set of players who could be available for their counties that actually aren't.
Luke Fletcher's injured. Ollie Stone is injured. Stephen Mullaney, 36 years of age, wants to go into coaching. He's got an opportunity. He's not playing, but he's got an opportunity to be part of the Trent Rockets backroom coaching staff. Next stage of his development there. Good delivery here. This goes through to the skipper. You know, these are all sort of on the lists of players that aren't currently available to Notts. That's, you know, that's okay. But I don't really think there's that many that. I think they started by originally saying other players, or one of the correspondents saying about bringing players back from the 100. I don't think there's anybody there that I would expect to see in this competition, unless maybe somebody decides that Jake Ball needs a game of cricket. It goes through to the keeper, with a view to the county championship games coming up. But then they'll say it's a different format and different coloured ball. I don't know. Just hope Jake stays fit for the remainder of the season and gets some cricket in.
That's a great shot on the live picture feed, isn't it? The crowd behind Martindale.
Yeah, like the Sunnets.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's not quite like that all the way around the ground, but in that area it is. It's pretty packed.
No England bucket hats there. Wheel from the Succombe end and Martindale defence. Do you like those?
Several of my fellow commentators do down south, but I can take them or leave them.
Now, who might that be down south? Down south there's Adrian Holmes at Sussex.
No, I'm talking about Hampshire.
Oh, at Hampshire.
Yeah.
Well, your young protégés are enjoying the 100 from a different viewpoint. Emily Windsor, who does a lot of commentary with Kev, is playing Welsh Fire she's with now as this goes through to the keeper, and it remains 27 for 2. Melissa Story's doing quite a lot of commentary work on the 100.
I think Charlotte Taylor did a couple of games as well, always doing a couple of games. So.
Don't know Charlotte, she does commentaries with you as well.
Yeah. Not so many as the other two, but she's part of the Vipers setup.
It's good this from Wheel. Last ball of his 5th over, 1 for 17, edged, and that's been scooped up on the half volley by Brad Curry, who had the presence of mind not to hang about and bemoan the fact it didn't quite carry to him, but he was looking to run Martindale out. That's good work. And now he's gone running off. Has he gone to put his bowling boots on? 27 for 2 after 9.
Yeah, I don't know whether. Well, he's not looking at his fingers or anything. I just wondered, not necessarily that one, but the one before we weren't sure that carried, because sometimes those can catch the end of your fingers and they can do a little bit of nasty damage. But
do players still run on and off the field to put bowling boots on and take bowling boots off?
Unless you've forgotten to put the right ones on or not. So there's the crowd. That's just trying to look where that is. That's up towards the pavilion way as we look. Mason Crane standing in the way of the batter Tom Loughton as he gets ready to face the next delivery from Ian Holland. So 27 for 2. Remember, 255 is the target. We've had 9 of the 50 overs so far. In comes the medium pace of Ian Holland. And drives. That's a good diving stop at backward a point where Mason Crane is fielding. He's kind of taken the place of Fletcher Middleton. Fletcher Middleton fields around that area, but I guess Mason Crane, being the senior pro coming back from the 100, said, no, that's my position, I'll go there, thank you very much. The score remains on 27 for 2. Loughton has 3. That's off 13. Facing Holland. Drives, not timed, but goes slightly wide of mid-on, so they'll come through for a single. 28 for 2. Yeah, I mean, just going back to that point about, for me, this is what this competition is all about. There are going to be pros that are left behind, for want of a better phrase, that have not got 100 contracts, and what do you do with them? Well, you've got to play them in this competition, but the youngsters that are mixed in with them, that's what's exciting, and how they blend in and how they fit in around the more seasoned campaigners. But for me, I mean, like Northand's taking on Prithvi Shaw, whatever his name is, to get a double 100. I mean, is that in the spirit? I don't know. That's pushed out behind square on the offside. They'll come through for a single. Loughton has to not hurry there, or not hang around. Let's put it that way. As Mason Crane gets the ball in quickly. I mean, what is that all about, really? I mean, I think that for me, that's a county saying, well, we're absolutely not very good in the championship. We weren't particularly good in the T20. Well, we actually might have a bit of a chance in the 50 over. So let's bring in somebody with a bit of pedigree. Well, I think they called it, didn't they? Their coach Sadler called it some superstar. A couple of knocks, and then his third knock, he goes and gets a whacking great 200. Now, why are they doing that? I don't know. Here comes Holland. Oh, he's bowled! Oh, straight through the drive of Loughton, and he goes for 4. And 29 for 2 becomes 29 for 3, and Ian Holland has picked up his second wicket. He has 2 for 11.
Lovely looking delivery, wasn't it? It was, again, used the term a little loose earlier on. I have to say the same about that one. Tom Loughton, right-hander, and well, I don't know. I might take that back about being a loose shot. Didn't have the best of views on the live stream. Looked a good ball actually, just nipped back, clipped off the off stump. Seba Mead, the Notts captain, coming in at 5. Already seen one magnificent captain's innings today from Nick Gubbins, 119. Seba Mead might have to deliver a sizable score here. Approaching 1,000 first-class runs, needs 19.
Good average in this cricket as well, isn't it? Nearly 38.
Come in at 5. He's not had a start yet, Kev. 2 innings in this competition, a 5 and a 4. So he's too good a player for that to go on for too long. Because he normally opens in the championship, comes in at either 4 or 5 in this competition. So comes in with 2 balls left in the power play. It's Holland then. To bowl, strikes Hamid high above the right pad. I think that would have comfortably bounced over the top. I've very much finished my pizza, but just getting a little sticky out there for Notts. They've been set to score 255. They did well with the ball, bowled Hampshire out for 254 despite a century from their skipper Nick Gubbins, but Notts might need a century from their own captain, Seba Mead. He's just arrived at the crease with Notts already 3 wickets down there. 29 for 3. Slater, James and Loughton, who was bumped up the order, all dismissed inside the first 10 overs. Notts 29 for 3, 255 is the victory target. Was the end of the over. Successful one there for Ian Holland, and we're out of the power play now. 29 for 3. Not so a good 10 runs behind where Hampshire were at the same stage. Just not really got going in this innings. Going to be a bowling change as well. Can see down at the far end, the Succombe end. It's going to be Eddie Jack. We're bowling to Martindale. Just one slip now. Scott Curry. And here comes Jack. Aggressive, athletic approach. Bowls outside the off stump, and Martindale can just use some of that pace, just guide it down to third man for a single. 30 for 3. Brings a Mead on to strike to face Jack for the first time. Takes guard from umpire Pollard. Here comes Jack. Wide of the off stump. Left alone by Seba Mead. White aeroplane, as you probably heard there on the effects microphone, just crossing the ground. Been a very, very pleasant day weather-wise. And those that have come along will very much enjoyed their cricket up to this point. As Jack in again, and Mead finds that getting a little big on him, has to play this from almost under his chin. Runs it out on the offside, no run. Uncomfortable start here for a Mead, who will always go through his processes, will just take stock of what's happened and then go off on a little bit of a walk towards square leg, and then turn and come back and be ready by the time the bowler's at the end of his mark. Ready to go again. Next ball is dug out, full pitch delivery.
Hampshire are defending their all-out total of 254.
Chantry standing at point rather than at square leg. Decided to stay on the pavilion side of the square.
13-4-3, and we are in the 11th over, so Nottinghamshire need another 225 runs from just under 40 overs, and they need to score over 5.5 and over. The really good news is that Fretwell playing his first game of the season, the pace bowler, bowled particularly well. 5 overs, 1
Good stuff this from Jack. In again, and to me this time has a expansive looking drive at that one. Went hard at that one, didn't get anything on it. And the ball again through into the gloves of Ben Brown. It was run out earlier on in the day by a direct hit. Liam Patterson-White, the fielder. Nigel King says, come on, Notts, I've just booked a ticket for the final.
Oh,
Gone early on that one, Nigel. Next ball left alone by Hamid. It goes through to Brown. At least you've not got too far to travel. You've got to worry about hotels and what have you.
well, I'm sure he'll enjoy watching Hampshire play Worcestershire in the final.
Do you think that's who it'll be? Warwickshire look fairly strong in the other group. Hampshire, strong side. End of the over. Eddie Jack has bowled his first over for just 1 run. Having a bit of a powwow down there with umpire Paul Pollard. Could be, I don't know, could be about the price of bananas, I don't know, but where's he going? Where's Eddie Jack going? Is he going to feel on the fence, or has he gone off? No, he's going to feel on the fence. I thought he was going to fetch something back off the team coach.
I think he's having a word with one of the team officials there, isn't he?
30 for 3 after 11.
Here's Ian Holland. Right on medium pace bowls to Martindale. Gets a length ball, plays that back to the bowler. Score remains on 30 for 3. And it's been a very, very positive start, especially from Brad Wheel. I think that's been a massive positive for Hampshire. 5 overs, 1 for 17. Wicket of Ben Slater, caught in the slips, and a couple of other edges as well. Got the ball through quite nicely as well, on not a particularly quick pitch, as he comes in and bowls. Martindale forward, square out on the offside, so a massive positive from there, from here on in. Hopefully we'll see him maybe in the championship in September. I can still smell the pizza or something blowing over from the pizza oven away to our right. It's either that or some other food.
I would imagine they'll be busy all day long. Rustic pizzas, I think, the particular type. That's not the company's name. But
thoroughly recommend them. Martindale gets one that bounces a fraction, keeps it down well, goes out into the gully.
With Tom Loughton being bumped up the order, of course, there's still a little bit in the shed for Notts. Matthew Montgomery is listed to come in next. Liam Patterson-White and Dane Shardendorf and Calvin Harrison, so
still plenty.
Still a little bit.
A long way to go yet for both sides as Holland comes in and bowls. Always playing a missing outside the off stump. Martindale trying to drive that one through extra cover area.
Doing a bit for Ian Holland, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's been very impressive. Got an email here from Ken.
Hello, Ken.
Hello, Ken. Ken Bryant. suncricket@gmail.com. He says, good afternoon, Kevin Dave. It's nice when people put their names. Normally it's somebody in team or whatever, or commentary team, so thank you very much. Holland again. Martindale flicks it away into the gap on the leg side. Round comes Toby Albert from mid-on. Total moves on to 31 for 3. Thank you for the great commentary on the match. Enjoying the banter between you both. That's nice, thank you. We'll be at the Ageas Bowl on Sunday against Leicestershire. It would be nice to meet you. I'll be wearing a very loud brown shirt with white flamingos on it. Not wearing that, you won't be meeting me. Hoping to stand out from the rest of the crowd. Well, here's hoping. Tomorrow I'm umpiring at Dorchester. The forecast is good for the day. Good luck with that. Dave's an umpire. He might be able to give you 1 or 2
Dave
tips.
isn't an umpire.
You umpired the other day. As that's turned around on the leg side, that'll be a single too.
The week that Kev was at Trent Bridge, I got a frantic call. Look, Dave, we're absolutely desperate on Saturday. Is there any chance? And it's about the one Saturday in the year where I was neither watching Notts play cricket or covering football or what have you, and I just couldn't find an excuse, so I umpired that day. I just, I did my bit for my local club that particular day. You're playing Leicestershire on Sunday. They're at Old Trafford this afternoon. The game started at 2 o'clock. Leicestershire 176 for 1. Sol Budinger, late of this parish, out for 81. Rishi Patel's 89 not out. Lewis Hill, the skipper, 3 not out. 176 for 1 after 24. Got off to a bit of a flyer there.
Let's hope they use all their runs up this afternoon.
Yeah. 32 for 3 after 12 here as Jack bowls to Seba Mead, who's on 1.
Yeah. Now listen, I know Ken hasn't asked for any tips, but have you got one tip for him when he's umpiring at Dorchester tomorrow? Just one tip, Dave. We'd all love to hear it. In your own time.
Well, if there's any controversy, make sure you're at square leg for it rather than... That's what I did a couple of weeks ago. There was a... Did I say that on air or to you privately?
To me, privately.
There was a bit of a kerfuffle in the game I did, but there was nothing to do with me. I was at square leg. There's Jack bowls, and this is worked away by Hamid. There's some vast open spaces on that leg side, but only 1 run. There was what, shall I say, sounded from my position like a clear snick through to the keeper, and the standing umpire, the umpire of the home side, said not out, almost before, well, even before he had a chance to walk off. So he stood there and got 100 and plenty to see the side home to victory. So there was a great deal of acrimony and animosity and whatever, but I was just stood minding my own business, counting up to 6 at square leg as this one thuds into the pad of Martindale. So that's where you want to be. If there's any controversy, make sure it's at the other end.
But you've completely thrown your other umpire under the bus by saying that there was a clear nick when he gave it not out.
I said what sounded. Actually, I say that there was no controversy at my end. Right at the start, the fella at my end ran up and then whipped off the bail. Oh no, that's there. You can cut that out to start with. Next ball on its way down the leg side. That might have to be re-bowled. It will. And it's a wide. 34 for 3. Don't want none of that. Don't want no mancats.
But it's legal.
I know there's all this, spirit of cricket and all this stuff, but no, I just... Next ball sent down by Jack. Lively, right on, medium pacer, runs in with plenty of intent. Bowls and Martindale pushes it out onto the offside. It might be legal, but that doesn't mean to say it's right, does it?
No, I agree.
If you can't get them out by conventional means.
Do you know, I've just noticed something, changing the subject, and I've only just noticed this, having been alongside you for the whole of this game. You've got a pen there with Nottinghamshire Police written on it. Have you been in, have you had the pleasure recently?
Next ball is worked on the leg side by Martindale and gets a single. You know what that is? That's a Newark show. Every year we'll go along there, and the grandkids, they get the carrier bags, and you'll go along, and all the different tents and whatever will have exhibitions and whatever, and they'll throw them all in. I've obviously scrounged a Nottinghamshire Police pen. 35 for 3. This one's driven back to the bowler, and that's the end of the 13th over. Yeah, Martindale 20, Mead is on 2. Like me, you've spent an awful lot of time in press boxes. All different.
Say something else.
No, in press boxes up and down the country, various sports, obviously predominantly cricket and football. And very often you'll take your seat at a press box, and there'll be a pen there, and you look at it, and like you say, you look on the side and see, Claridge's Hotel, or other hotels are available or whatever, or a car company or manufacturer or whatever, and you try and imagine, who's sat here before and where's that come from, and whatever. People always leave pens. I usually leave stopwatches. I lose about 3 or 4 stopwatches every football season. Careless.
Ian Holland is continuing from our commentary end, the Spion Cop end, or the other end it's called, which I'll go through in a minute. Martindale pushes that out square on the offside. It's the Charlie French end. Either way. Well, it's nice to know that that pen has a nice sort of story behind it, because I must admit I was thinking, as I do, the worst, thinking that you might have been slung in the cells.
Well, it's quite a good. You can have that. There's a gift from.
Well, I should have a Hampshire police one if I'm going to have it. I'm not sure there's going to be too much call for Nottinghamshire police down my way.
That's in exchange for my slice of cake.
Good deal. But yeah, it's nice that they didn't hand you one on the way out in the morning. But Holland bowls. Ooh, is that edged? Oh, it's almost carried. Big dive there from Ben Brown, sticking out his left hand. Did it carry? May not have done.
They were all on their way up, weren't they?
He's a bit susceptible outside the off stump, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
There's Ben Martindale. He's hit 1 or 2, played and missed at 1 or 2, but
young man Kev, 20, likes to get on with it. Scored a lot of runs in the second, as you say, not recently, but in the early part of the season, full of runs.
Bowls again. I think he's playing inside the line of the ball as that goes through to Ben Brown. This is very impressive stuff here from Ian Holland. Halfway through his 7th, 2 for 13. Martindale 20 or 45 facing. No, I'll let you keep that pen, to be honest. I don't know, I just...
You'd feel wrong.
Well, as I say, I should have a Hampshire police one down anyway. They'll think that I've done something up here together. Nothing like being to a show or something, they call it. Here comes Ian Holland. Was that the standard answer you give people as that's pushed back to the bowler?
No. That's...
Oh yeah, I just got it at one of those country shows. Yeah, of course. Didn't fill out a form or anything like that at the police station with it. So Nottinghamshire from here need another 220.
Yeah.
That run rate required from here on in is just inching up a fraction. It's just gone over 6s now. There's Holland in again. No runs off this over as yet. 4 balls bowled.
Been hard work.
It has, isn't it? Some bowls. Again, that's a good leave because, as I say, once or twice he's been a little susceptible outside of the off stump. The other thing that's been noticeable is Paul Pollard in the championship game continually pulled bowlers up, didn't he? Running down the wicket. He's not done it once in this game. Now obviously that would suggest that the bowlers are all keeping off the danger area, but I don't know, maybe he's just having a quiet day. Holland again then to Martindale. Martindale plays and misses outside the off stump. And that is a very good maiden over from Ian Holland. 2 for 13 from 7. Nottinghamshire 35 for 3.
I think the best thing you can say about that over from a Nottinghamshire perspective is that Ben Martindale is still there to continue his innings, because he flirted with danger 2 or 3 times, definite plays and misses. One he did edge, and whether it didn't carry to wicket-keeper Brown or whether he did get a glove to it and couldn't hang on or not is open to conjecture, but Ben Martindale certainly didn't find that over particularly comforting. Seba Mead still hasn't really got a start. He's 2 not out from 11 balls faced. He's not been able to get the board moving. Here's Jack into bowl to him, and immediately fields as Mead pushes it back to him, then rehearses that stroke 2 or 3 times. Now he'll head off 3, 4, 4.5 steps towards square leg, turns, comes back, and it's all a very deliberate setup and ritual. Got himself ready. Meanwhile, Jack back to the end of his mark, turns and straightish approach. Big tall man comes in and bowls, and Mead is trying to force this through the offside and drags it on the leg side for a single. It's all just a little bit difficult at the moment for Nottinghamshire, and Hampshire might feel that they've got knots on the ropes here. can just get their skipper, their talismanic leader out, might just really open a door to the middle and lower order.
Talk about bowlers bowling in pairs. Both Jack and Ian Holland going for less than 2 and over.
Doing really well here. Martindale, and he's had a little bit of a flash at that one. Seemed to be throwing for pace there. Was playing at that one as it had gone well past the bat.
No, the batters are just starting to get a little anxious, starting to play shots, starting to do things that they wouldn't normally want to do, and that's all because the pressure is being exerted from both ends. Eddie Jack, who was a little bit wayward in his first game against Middlesex, is certainly bowling very tight here.
You can't hit boundaries, you've got to rotate the strike, and that's not happening either. Someone's pushed again. Sharply scampered single, pushed back past the bowler, just to the offside of straight, and set off running. And the throw came in, got home, but the throw wasn't that far away. Got to find a way just to rotate the strike. Got a right-hander and a left-hander out there, but it doesn't unsettle the bowler's line if you don't change ends ever. Maiden the last one, just a single from this one. Now that's
hasn't carried.
I thought Hamid was walking off there as if he hadn't nicked it through, and look at Ben Brown.
That, I just don't think that carried. I think there was an edge. I think Hamid thought that was it. But this is very, very impressive bowling from these two. They are really putting the pressure on here.
Really tricky at the moment. Sorry, we're not able to confirm if these half chances are going near the gloves, and you suspect the last one might have been a drop, because it's one of the laws of cricket that after a drop the next ball is hit for 4. Well, that one has been hit for 4. Crisply through the offside. There's a gentleman out there all on his lonesome, look, and he's got up in one of those, it's not quite a deck chair, is it? It's a soft, comfy, almost a fishing type
Director's chair.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Fishermen have them, don't they?
Yeah.
But he sat up on his lonesome out there, just in front of the Hampshire team coach. Not quite sure, but Notts managed to eke out 6 runs from that over. They're 41 for 3 after 15.
Yeah, it was a real shame there from a Hampshire point of view, because the pressure's building up. I mean, it's still there, but just a let-off ball there. It's well played by Hamid, even so, but just a boundary in that last over. I just watched the replay there. Just couldn't quite tell. I mean, looking at Ben Brown's reaction, just looks as though it may have just dropped a fraction short.
Is Holland going to bowl through, do you think?
Right, he's getting close to it, isn't he? In again to the left-hander Martindale. Pushes forward, goes out to point.
There's not enough of it. I'm a big fan of, if you've got a bowler on and he's either taking wickets or at least not giving runs away, keeping it tight, asking questions, bowl him through.
Well, yeah, and I think this is a particularly interesting time, isn't it, really? Because Martindale, 21 of 50. Hamid, you could see in the last over, was starting to get a little bit anxious. So another 2 or 3 tight overs or so. Martindale pushing forward back to the bowler. Another good accurate delivery from Ian Holland. Just build the pressure. It's not a huge total that Nottinghamshire are facing, but if you can get the ball in the right lines, it creates a bit of pressure here, and that run rate is well under 3s, and that run rate, which was under 5s, required, and was only just over 6. Well, it's climbing, but ever so slowly. Martindale gets a good length ball. Ball just seems to just hold in the turf here a little bit. It doesn't really come through. You see with the new ball, comes through and the batters can play 1 or 2 shots, but as it gets a bit softer, it just holds in the turf. Very difficult to play on the up. As Mason Crane drops from square leg down to deep square leg away to our left. Holland in his 8th over here, off the reel. Oh, Martindale plays that behind square on the offside, called through by Hamid, direct throw. That's from Fletcher Middleton this time. Oh, it's been fielding in terms of the throws coming in. Have been deadly accurate from both sides today.
Very good stuff.
It's 42 for 3. Martindale moves on to 22. What does Hamid do here? Because Martindale just looks as though he's not trying to take the bowling on. You feel that Hamid might have to be the aggressor here. He has 7 off 15. Certainly the last over against Eddie Jack played an extravagant drive on the up, which didn't really come off. Here's Holland, bowls to Hamid. Length ball, and he plays that into the ground.
Elsewhere, the other 11 o'clock games, Kent made 330 for 6 at the Oval. Surrey in response 84 for 1 after 18. At Chesterley Street, Durham 333 for 8. Derbyshire 79 for 2 after 12. And at Taunton, Somerset 318 for 6. Sussex 105 for 2 after 16. There's a couple more 2 o'clock starts.
Another length ball. Hamid pushes that into the covers, nicely guided into the gap and half stopped at point by Mason Crane. Talking about Eddie Jack, Dave Allen says he was born actually in Middlesex, but I think he's been around the Hampshire set up for quite a while, certainly on the academy anyway. Just clear that one up. Thank you, Dave Allen.
Just 2 from that last over. The 2 o'clock starts at Chelmsford, Essex Middlesex. Essex 176 for 5 after 31. And at Old Trafford, Leicestershire now 189 for 3 in the 27th. And in the 100, the women's match, Northern Superchargers 108 for 2 after 75 balls against the Oval Invincibles. Men's game later, of course. Eddie Jack to continue down the leg side, and Hamid has took this away. Run the first one quickly, but that's all he'll get. Hamid on to 8, so this is his highest score so far this season. That will be little consolation to him. In fact, he's moved on to 9. The graphics occasionally, we've mentioned it a time or two today, if you're just joining us, occasionally the graphics, due to the fact that we're in a field in the middle of nowhere, the graphics seem to be the one thing that's taken a while occasionally just to catch up. Next ball driven crisply by Martindale, but straight to mid-off.
Have we said we're in the middle of nowhere?
We're in the middle of nowhere.
Have we said that?
That's exactly where we are. If you find a map, have a look for nowhere, and we're right in the middle of it. An area of natural beauty.
Yeah, have a look at the map of Nottinghamshire and try and find where there's the littlest amount of people. So the smallest amount of people in any given square area of square mile, and that's where we are. Even the locals say it's quiet.
Martindale on 22. He's cut this away, and there's a fielder over there just camouflaged by the hedge behind him. Not that he looks like the hedge. Who is that out there?
Crane.
Is that Mason Crane? Is it?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I couldn't see him. Next week I've got 2 days in Canterbury.
Lucky you.
Lucky me.
It's the nice part of the world.
Jack bowls, cuts Hamid in half almost there, and comes back, strikes him amidships. I was having a look on a map last night and said to my good lady, we're at Ratlet on Tuesday and then down to Canterbury, so Wednesday is very much a prep day, shall we say. I said to my good lady, I look on a map and said, Canterbury's not that far from Margate. I don't think I've ever been to Margate in my life, because funnily enough we were talking about it with Ben Watts when Notts played against Kent last week. As Hamid punches this into the offside, he'll only get a single. Martindale was looking for 2, but there's only ever going to be 1. And it's not that far away. I think it's 14 miles, Margate from Canterbury. So I said to my good lady, I've never been there. Might go and have a ride out next Wednesday, just have a little bit of a look at the seaside. And look, we're looking to see what's on telly tonight, and again, my good lady likes it, I don't, but Susan Calman Visits Margate is on telly tonight. What about that?
What good timing.
Well, it is. It's funny, spooky, isn't it? Spooky. So she's going to watch it, see what there is to see in Margate. Just push back to the bowl. I probably won't. I'll probably sit in my room watching, I don't know, some sporting channel. 46 for 3. Here's the score after 17. I think, waiting for the graphics to catch up. Can I just see that scoreboard? Yes, it is 46 for 3 after 17. Not so a good way behind. At the same stage, Hampshire was 70 for 4. So huge disparity in terms of the number of runs, isn't it? In fact, it's 47 for 3.
You could have stayed in Margate and travelled to Canterbury for the game.
Could have done.
That'd been.
However, I'm not.
No.
That's where the old Jolly Boys outing was, wasn't it? On Only Fools and Horses, they went to Margate.
Ian Holland does look as though he's going to bowl through as he comes in and bowls, and it keeps a little low on Hamid, who turns that away down to fine leg. Total moves up to 48. Oh, is there a misfield?
Yeah.
Oh, there is.
A horrible misfield as well.
Eddie Jack. Down at the far end.
49 for 3 now. 49 for 3. I forgot our recent championship game we did together. Isabel Duncan was with us
yes.
for that game, and the only reason I remember that is it was pretty much throughout American international Ian Holland bowling, wasn't it?
Oh, yes. Plays that into the ground on the leg side. Hamid. He's on 12.
Is he like to give him his full international status?
Yes.
Was it Wisconsin born?
Yes. Lives in Melbourne.
Lives in Melbourne? That's a lot of commuting.
Yeah, well, yeah. His family's out that way.
Melbourne?
Yeah, Melbourne, Australia. He's there in the winter. He's pushed behind square. Scott Curry's fielding there. Comes in quickly.
So he's got associations with 4 countries.
What's the 4th?
What's your 3?
USA.
Yeah.
Here.
England, yeah.
Australia.
Yeah.
Gone.
Holland.
Boom.
You can have that one.
Oh, well, that's fine. No, you have it. Here comes Holland. Hamid drives up to mid-on. Ball bounces up nicely for Donald there.
Oh dear. Producer Kirsty, you nearly lost your wonderful screen then. Is it possible for a TV screen to take off? Very nearly did then.
They had it in our lap, didn't they? Not too much more of that. TV screen right in front of us on our trestle table.
She's been alright today, hasn't she? She hasn't had the hump with us yet today.
There's still time. It's pushed out behind square. Good running by Martindale. There's another direct hit on the stumps from square on the offside. Scott Curry. Uncanny the way the ball's finding its way onto the stumps from the outfield. Score goes on to 50 for 3, the 50 up for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, still need more than 200.
That run rate required is over 6 1/4 from here on in now. Slowly but surely building. And Holland just trying to work out. I think it's his 9th, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Through a fair workload, Martindale tucks that away off middle and leg down towards back of the square. It's Brad Wheel in up from the boundary, and that will be the end of Ian Holland's over, and that is 9 overs completed. 2 for 19.
Look at this. I get a message from producer Kirsty to say the whole of her kit has nearly taken up about 15 times, and as I go to read it, I've just spilled my tea over me.
Oh no.
There we go. End of the over, 51 for 3. Got BBC Radio Nottingham in our ears, so we'll be doing our respective updates, I'm sure, in a moment or two. Going to get some twirly-whirly stuff from the Succombe end. Mason Crane is going to be introduced into the attack. Pretty decent opening 18 overs here for Hampshire. Ian Holland has bowled half of the overs. We've had Brad Wheel with 5 overs and now 4 overs from Eddie Jack from the Succombe end.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it, whether the batters decide to go after Mason Crane here.
Here is Crane then, tosses this up, and Martindale just pushes this away. Pretty sure it'll be his first look at close quarters of Mason Crane. Martindale on to 27. Yeah, still need round about 200 runs to defeat Hampshire. Hampshire were bowled out for 254 today. 4 wickets again to the impressive Dane Patterson, 3 to the spinner Liam Patterson-White, but not so quickly in trouble. 8 for 2 as Slater and James departed, and we've had Tom Loughton promoted up the order. He was dismissed, and now Asiba Mead has just gone as you join me. That's a big blow. The not skipper falls. It's 52 for 4. And Mead falls in Mason Crane's first over. Given out LBW there. It was a confident shout from Mason Crane, and Paul Pollard sent him on his way. So still 200 required. It's going to be a tough old challenge now for Nottinghamshire. There's a couple of very confident players due in next. I think it's Matt Montgomery. It is on his way out in next, and saw the replay of it there, and Mead given out, attempting a bit of a slog sweep. Couldn't really determine where the ball pitched or where it would have gone on, but you can certainly understand the appeal, and you can understand why umpire Pollard's given it. Here comes Matthew Montgomery, 52 for 4. Crane with just his second ball, getting rid of Asiba Mead.
Yeah, well, again, that's another indirect result, really, of the pressure that the Hampshire bowlers have put on, and the squeeze that they put on the Nottinghamshire batters over the last 20 minutes, half an hour or so. Hamid, you could tell, or both these batters out there, you could tell they weren't going to wait long to start attacking Mason Crane, and Crane would know that as well. Just keep the ball straight, play across the line. You always run that risk.
Did Hamid get 13, was it? Next ball is pushed out by Matthew Montgomery, recent German international, of all things. Played in those European T20 World qualifiers that were held up in Scotland recently. This one comes back a googly. Just seemed to take him a little bit unawares.
Yeah, I think Mason Crane lost his place in the T20s this year, which was a real shame, because I didn't think he was bowling particularly badly, but batters did target him.
Next ball is short, and it's pulled away by Montgomery. There'll only be a single. I was finding it very, very difficult just to keep the board moving. Can't remember the last boundary. Not been too many aggressive shots of note lately, certainly that have made contact. Martindale will cut this away. In fact, he'll come back for 2 here, so that just breaks the shackles a little bit, but already a damaging over sent down by Mason Crane. 4 runs from it, but the wicket of Asiba Mead. Nottinghamshire 55 for 4 after 19.
Yeah, that's a big blow for Nottinghamshire, that one. Yeah, Mason Crane played the first 6, or played 6 of the first 8 T20 matches. In 3 of the matches he went for 30 odd, one he went for 40 odd against Surrey at the Aegeus. In fact, 3 of the games he went for 30 odd. Sorry, 4 of the games he went for 30 odd, one he went for 40. But I just think he bowled better than that. But when him and Liam Dawson were bowling in tandem, the batters just seemed to decide that they would give Dawson a little bit more respect than Mason. Here's Scott Curry then bowls, and that's driven. An inside edge from Montgomery goes out towards mid wicket, and there is no run.
It's 55 for 4, Kev. I know it's not going to rain right now, but analyst Holly tells us that Duckworth Lewis right now is 120. So that just shows how far behind the game they are at the moment. Yep.
That would be the sheets that we weren't allowed to see.
That was it, yeah.
Oh, they're the ones.
Sneaky secret ones.
It's Curry. Pleasant try by Montgomery up to mid-off. Yeah, we weren't deemed worthy.
No. We don't need to know.
No, we don't. Why would we want to know that?
Exactly.
Scott Curry, the tall seamer with plenty of changes of pace, comes in and goes to Montgomery down on the middle of leg. It gets tucked away to deep backward square leg where Tom Prest fields. This total moves on to 56, I think that'll be. Thank you.
Is the pressure on him to, he's seen Ian Holland keep it tight from this end and get wickets. He's seen Brad Wheel keep it tight from the other end and get wickets. Seen Eddie Jack keep it tight.
Gosh, yeah. Pressure's on every bowler that comes on now. You don't want to undo that good work that's been done so far. Slower ball, 2 bounces through to Ben Brown. Player missed as Ben Martindale. There's the change of pace from Scott Curry that we see so often. Slow cutter, just bites into the wicket. The cutters that the seamers are bowling are just holding in the wicket. They'll enjoy that. Encourage them to bowl a few more, and Scott Curry usually doesn't need too much encouragement to do that. Martindale, 28 of 61 deliveries. Hasn't really found any rhythm out there, and nice drive back to Curry, who fields on his follow through.
Against Essex, he got 55 from 58, which is more his natural game.
I just get the feeling this wicket doesn't quite suit him. Oliver's texting me saying it sounds like you're sat under a very squeaky gazebo. It is, it needs oiling. Unfortunately, I think to find oil around here you'd have to walk about 10 miles.
Or dig down about 10 miles.
Yeah. Here comes Curry. There's the cutter. Oh, and it's wrapped him on the stomach, and that's hurt.
Yeah.
See the cutter there from Curry. Not only did it bite in the wicket, but it also bounced, and it probably just hit him probably on one of the little bony bits just above the stomach. That hurt him a little bit. End of the over. As I say, this wicket is definitely responding to the bowlers that try and cut the fingers down the seam. 56 for 4, 20 gone.
Century for Rishi Patel of Leicestershire. They are 212 for 3 with still 19 overs left in their innings at Old Trafford against Lancashire. Patel 106 not out. Colin Ackerman's 11 not out. There's Mason Crane. Oh, false start. I don't think anybody was ready there. Keeper, batter, umpire. Mason Crane was. 56 for 4 after 20. Same stage. Hampshire were 90 for 4. Montgomery just play this casually off his hit. A little bread and butter shot for a single. Out towards the banks. I was going to say natural banks over there, but you'd imagine when they were sort of forging the ground, turning the land, turning the old fields here into a cricket arena, that those banks were put in deliberately. This one's dropped on the leg side, fielded by the skipper, Gubbins. No run.
Yeah, they're perfect, aren't they, really? Perfect for 2 rows of spectators.
Yeah, not quite as pronounced as those at the new close ground at the Isle of Wight, I don't think, as Martindale drags this on the leg side, are they?
No, I bet that was more with the sort of a bowl sort of thought process behind it. Probably could do it because it was a bit of a slope. There's not much slope here, is there?
No, flat as flat. Martindale pushes us in the offside. And is the future of that ground been assured? When we went there in 2019, I think it was up for sale and they didn't really know what was going to happen, if there'd be any more cricket, but I see you've been back for a couple of one-day games over the last...
Yeah, the Vipers were there earlier in the season.
Crane bowls, Martindale will get a single, working it to wide-ish long on. One more, 58 for 4.
If I'm totally honest, Dave, I don't know what the latest situation is with that ground, but you were right. Yeah, I forget the.
Oh, don't you play this? Don't you play Kent this week?
Yeah, next week after next.
You're doing that one?
Yeah.
58 for 4 it is, in fact. As Montgomery will get it away and he'll get a boundary. Crikey, is it that odd? That's a good old distance out towards the pavilion, went all the way along the ground, but scorched the turf on its way over the rope, and a much needed boundary. 62 for 4 for Nottinghamshire. That victory target 254. Looks a long way off, but Martindale still there on 29. Matthew Montgomery 7 from 8 balls faced, and there's still Patterson White, Shaddendorf and Harrison to come.
Yeah, tossed up by Mason Crane, that last delivery, just overdid it a little bit, but still 2 overs 1 for 10, which is still pretty decent figures. Is Curry round the wicket. Martindale pushes that out square on the offside. That run rate required from here on in is just crept to over 6.5 and over now, so it's steadily climbing. It was around 5, just over 5.5 to start with, and then got close to 6, and it went just over 6 and 6.25. Now it's over 6.5. As Curry comes in again and bowls. Martindale on the back foot again finds point. Again finds Fletcher Middleton.
We've seen 5 bowlers used so far. You think we might see a little bit of Nick Gubbins if a 6th bowler is required?
We might at some point. I just think this has a slightly different feel, this innings. So I think with all the bowlers bowling particularly well, would Nick Gubbins bring himself on at the moment? Of course, we haven't had Mason Crane yet in terms of playing the previous 2, so I'm wondering if that might affect Gubbins' thinking. That's pushed out to him actually by Martindale. It may be. I mean, Nick Gubbins has put himself, in the forefront of games. The previous 2, but I don't know. Today, he's probably thinking he might just hang back a little bit.
He's had value for his match fee today, hasn't he?
Well, I was going to say 100. He probably thinks he's done his job.
Yeah.
119 off 123. As Martindale goes to drive it and misses. Again, he's not quite. He's never quite
scratching
the ball. Yeah, outside off stump. There's definitely a little bit of an issue there, I think, with him. He looks neat enough when the ball's straight. It's just outside off stump where he just gets a little bit messy, really. As Curry bowls, driven in the air, caught Gubbins. And there's the slower ball. And Martindale goes to drive it. The ball just holds in the turf. And the ball just balloons up to Gubbins, who takes a catch about ankle height in the end. And Martindale goes for 29. And it is 62 for 5.
Yes, you've been almost calling that over the last 10 or 15 minutes. Not quite on his A1 game there, Ben Martindale. There's Curry bowling to him, as you say, pace off the ball and not in control of the shot. Top hand off the bat, and not in control of it as it just looped out into the offside to the Hampshire skipper, call him Middlesex, the Hampshire skipper, Nick Gubbins.
He just looks the sort of player that might be happy with the ball coming on a bit more, and rather than sort of looking to force it, he drives using the pace of the ball. Just using the angles a little bit, maybe square, maybe behind square. He probably looks as though he's a bit happier. And I think when the ball's coming on a bit more, all you do is you just time your body movement forward into the ball, and you can drive and find the gaps and still pick up boundaries with a minimum of effort. He just looks like somebody that if he has to try and force the ball a little bit, just put a bit of oomph into the shot, he's not quite as happy doing that.
New man is Liam Patterson-White, who's had a pretty decent game himself up to this point. 3 wickets, bowled nicely, direct hit for a run out as well. Curry round the wicket, bowls to him, and first ball isn't too far away, but it bounced again, didn't it, before reaching Ben Brown. And it's the end of the over, a successful one for Curry. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1. He'll be more than happy with those figures. 62 for 5. And right now there's only one outcome to this game, unless Montgomery and Patterson-White can set about rebuilding. But they're going to have to start and do it soon. That required run rate just about 7 and over now.
Yeah, I mean, this is so Scott Curry's wicket. It really is. He has a number of balls, as I say, and the cutter which he loves to bowl. It's just, this wicket is just helping that. Here's Mason Crane then, bowls on the line of off stump, cut away backward a point, well fielded by Toby Albert. There is no run. Score remains on 61 then, 61 for 5 here. Sorry, 62 for 5 it is. As Montgomery faces Mason Crane once more, just quietly pushes on the leg side. Slight hesitation between the 2 batters. Quickly around from behind the stumps was Ben Brown. Mason Crane into his 3rd over here. bowling from that Sukhol Min. We haven't said that for a while. There comes Mason Crane again. Montgomery pushes forward, goes out on the 45. Albert Fields again. Well, he's always looking for the single. It's up to Patterson White to call it early. This is where, in these tight situations, the running between the wickets and the calling is almost as important as working out where you're going to score your runs. There's Crane again, bowls. There's the one that comes back, and it's nicely played by Montgomery out on the leg side, down to deep square leg. 63 for 5. I'll say all that Hampshire have to do from here, but it's not as easy as that. But just keep doing what they've done, and that should be more than enough. But of course, once a player comes in and you start setting different fields and you bowl differently because of that, then the momentum changes. But at the moment, it's all with Hampshire. Flighted, nicely tucked away off his toes by Patterson White, off the mark. Goes out to deep square leg at the other side of the ground this time. I'm not sure there is a hill here, but if there is, it's slightly uphill towards the pavilion. But it's minimal. Coming towards the end of the 23rd over here. There's Crane bowls, just gets wrapped on the pad, come through for a single. That's it. That's the first thing you need to do, is run aggressively, get those singles going, get the heart pumping, get the momentum and the adrenaline pumping, and then you can start thinking about ticking off the runs. But if you're just sort of standing there and just pushing the ball and playing the ball, and then the momentum just disappears very quickly. So end of the over, 65 for 5. That run rate has now gone over 7 from here on in. And Scott Curry to bowl the next over.
At the same stage, Hampshire were 47 runs better off. Also a wicket better off as Scott Curry comes in to bowl to Montgomery. Should be another run here. We'll have a look at it. Umpire Jack Shantry. Yeah, he's going to tap his knee now. So a leg by, 66 for 5. I remember saying at the start of the day that the highest score on this ground by a visiting player since not started playing here in 2015 was Mark Cosgrove's 80 back in 2017 for Leicestershire. Of course, that's now been superseded by Nick Gubbins, first visiting player to register 100 on this ground against Notts, as Curry bowls round the wicket to LPW, and there's no run.
Another cutter there from Scott Curry. Just takes all the pace off the ball. As soon as it hits the pitch, just dies. He'll be loving this.
He's bowled 14 deliveries, 1 for 1. It was an astonishing performance in the 100, wasn't it? Was it yesterday or the day before? 20 balls, 3 wickets, 1 run or some such. It's Curry bowls again. He's got fortunate here. 4 runs for Liam Patterson White. Knew nothing at all about it. Just came back and inside edge past the stumps and down there towards fine leg for 4. In the old days, you'd call it all sorts of things, wouldn't you? The Harrow cut and Eton cut and 1 or 2 others. Gone for 4. Not needed them.
Yeah, there's the quicker ball, you see. The ball before just died on the pitch. There is quicker. Patterson White just not quite sure of the pace of the ball's coming at him.
Curry in again, bringing it down from a big height as well, and pace off again.
Brilliant.
As it goes past Liam Patterson White.
He'd roll this wicket up with him and take it everywhere, Scott Curry. Yeah, I was reading about this Johnson guy, because he's been injured. He's late 20s, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't know.
But he's been injured an awful lot, so nobody's really heard of him. Looks a good bowler.
Curry, 44 on his back, down the leg side. That's a wide. That'll have to be bowled again. So that's 6 from this over. What's got to keep churning out that sort of score every over now. The run rate up to 7. Can't afford to let it get out of hand. It's difficult. Still both relatively fresh at the crease. Montgomery's only faced 14 balls. Patterson White half a dozen. Drives this to backward point. No run.
Flexibility, good fielding. Yeah, it hasn't seemed to be the easiest pitch to smash 6s on. I mean, a couple from Gubbins and a couple from Crane came late on, didn't it, when they sort of wanted to try and up the rate, and did have a couple of wickets to spare.
Curry bowls, chopped to backward point again. Fletcher Middleton doing the fielding, end of the over, so 6 from that particular over. And, no real damage done as far as Hampshire or Scott Curry are concerned. 71 for 5 after 24.
So Hampshire still in a very, very good position here. Nottinghamshire, they're going to have to play well from here.
It's 5 wickets down. As I say, Tom Loughton was listed at 10 for the first few matches. I think they just bumped him up the order just to have a little bit of a look, give him the opportunity. So you know, everybody else is from here on in has gone down a pace. Liam Patterson-White's come in at 7, whereas he'd normally be 6. Scharndorf obviously likewise, he's a number 7. He'll be coming in at 8, and Calvin Harrison and Brett Hutton. So there is a bit in the shed, but there's still a lot of runs required.
Nice drive there through the covers from Montgomery. Start of a new over from Mason Crane, picked up by Tom Prest in front of the pavilion, which has got a healthy crowd sitting just beyond the boundary rope, sat in their chairs, all taking in the action intently. It's not been a particularly boisterous crowd, but
No.
hasn't been close to being one. Patterson-White on the back foot steers that to mid-wicket.
You'd like to see a Mexican wave, wouldn't you?
I feel it's
Or
that
perhaps
sort
you
of
wouldn't.
ground.
No.
The crowd here reminds me of Radlett for a T20 game.
Well, I've not been there,
No.
but Tuesday
Very
I'll be able
quiet.
to.
Very quiet crowd. Patterson-White cuts that to backward a point. Donald Fields.
I'll
Yeah.
be able to see what you mean. I'm going there for the first
Yeah.
time on Tuesday.
Well, I tell you what, it's a similar type setting. Fairly open. Maybe not quite as open as this, but it's a similar feel. Patterson-White at the back foot steers that to Scott Curry, an extra cover, trying to force the gap, but couldn't find it. The only thing that spoils it is the London-bound trains, and the trains going out from London, the high-speed trains, which come along every couple of minutes. Patterson-White drives, half-fielded by Crane, goes through his fingers.
We don't mind having a train to look at.
No, well, you won't see it.
Oh, right.
It's like, you know, like if you look to your left now, it'll be like behind the hedge and down. You'll just hear it, and then it'll be like this for a couple of minutes, and then all of a sudden you'll hear the high-speed train. Here's Crane again. Just played late behind square. Fletcher Middleton in for that nice accurate over from Mason Crane. 2 runs off it. He has 1 for 14 from 4. Nottinghamshire 73 for 5, and that run rate has bumped back up. In fact, it's just over 7.25 from here on in.
Middlesex player at Radlett in your day?
No, I played some club cricket there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were in those days. They were Southgate. Oh no, actually, when I was there at Middlesex, where else did we play?
Uxbridge.
Uxbridge, that was it. And they seem to have jettisoned that ground.
They do, yeah. It's Scott Curry then, not halfway through their allocation. 25 to go. First ball of the 26th over has just worked into the covers, no run. Need a much stronger second 25 overs if they're to mount a challenge here. Set to score 255. Hampshire bowled out with the penultimate ball of the 50th over in their innings. Dane Patterson getting the final wicket, his 4th of the innings. Curry bowls down the leg side, pulled away, but again he's picked out a fielder. LPW there, Liam Patterson-White. Single, 74 for 5.
It's like Brad Wheel down the far end there.
He will throw the bat with purpose, Liam Patterson-White, but as you've pointed out, the difficulty comes up with Curry mixing his pace up, and he might be undone just by that slower ball as Martindale was. Nicely played by Montgomery this time, out to deepish mid-wicket. Tom Prest doing the fielding. Numbers Toby Albert, I keep looking.
15.
15.
I'm trying to think where he is at the moment.
Is he just...
Is he patrolling the boundary? No, I can't see.
No, he's here at mid-on.
Oh yeah.
There's Curry in to Patterson-White, nice and fallen again. I fancy there was pace off that. Just can't get it away. And a nice day if you just joined us. Seabermead won the toss at 10:30. Opted to have a bowl first and Fletcher Middleton had gone, 8th ball of the match. Notts making early inroads. They'd taken 4 wickets by the end of the 15th over. But Gubbins was still there as Patterson White forces this out to Prest again, fielding in front of those spectators congregated in front of the pavilion. I think when Notts first came here, that was a members area. I'm not entirely sure if it is today or not. It might well be. Might be. Curry to bowl to Montgomery. Again, just working it away, but only a single. Look right over to the pavilion. Notts all out in their gold training gear. All watching and just hoping that a partnership can somehow rekindle their hopes here. End of the 26, 77 for 5. Montgomery has 11 and Patterson White has 8.
Yeah, I think all round this is Hampshire's best bowling performance of the competition so far. Of course, there's still a few overs to do, so anything can happen, but I think collectively, to get to this point, I think the coaching staff will be very happy with this. And especially Brad Wheel playing his first game, 5 overs, 1 for 17, really looked as though he hadn't been away. Here's Mason Crane, flighted, driven by Montgomery, back to the bowler. Ian Holland was very accurate, 9 overs, 2 for 19. Eddie Jack, a little bit more tighter than he was in the first game, 4 overs, none for 13, the 17-year-old. And Mason Crane doing a good job as well, 4 overs, 1 for 14 before that one, as that's just pulled away on the leg side, but straight to Donald on the 45, and Scott Curry, 4 overs, 1 for 10. So all the bowlers really strangling the batters, not allowing the batters to get going in any way. As I say, collectively it's been a very good show so far, as Montgomery pushes at that one a little bit, finds the gap, goes out to Prest in the deep on the offside, and the Nottinghamshire total moves on to 77 for 5. So from here on in, if you want to know a total that Nottinghamshire need, 77 for 5 means they need another 178, as Crane flights that one, driven by Patterson White up towards deep mid-on, dealing predominantly in singles at the moment, but at least the scoreboard is ticking over. But each time a single is scored, the actual run rate goes up a fraction.
Yeah,
it's over 7.5 an over needed, but at least the scoreboard is ticking along. As Crane comes in and bowls to Montgomery, reverse sweep, there's a good shot, 4 runs. Past the diving Fletcher Middleton backward a point. Got a lot of bat on that, did Montgomery. That's a good shot.
Got the crowd involved as well. This cheer we've heard for quite some time. Matthew Montgomery, I think nothing about playing that shot in T20 cricket, but the first time he's attempted it in this game. I'm sure they've done their homework on him. They've got 2 there, 2 fielders there actually for the reverse sweep. He's got another one here, and he's going to get another boundary. Back-to-back 4s as the ball enters our bijou marquee. Toby Albert comes and retrieves it, and a useful end to the over for Nottinghamshire, in particular there for Matthew Montgomery. 87 for 5, so 10 runs from that particular over. Is it still going to be? No, going to be a bowling change. Scott Curry coming out of the attack, and we're going to have Tom Prest to have a little bowl here.
Yeah, with his off spin, they're very keen that he develops his off spin, because as a batter, although he hasn't quite shown it this season yet in the first 2, come back to that.
Notts are 87 for 5. We've had 27 overs, so they need roughly 170 or so from the remaining 23. They've got Matthew Montgomery and Liam Patterson White just trying to rebuild the innings here. Montgomery on 20. He's just got there hitting back-to-back boundaries just as you joined me earlier in the day. Hampshire were bowled out for 254. Looked as if Notts were very much in the game at the interval, but they've lost wickets steadily. They're 87 for 5. Tom Prest's first ball just punched to Gubbins at cover by Patterson White. Next one is worked down the ground and he'll get a single. 88 for 5.
Yeah, they're keen to get Tom Prest's off-spin developed a bit, because I think that will help his course to get in the first team, because he is a talented young player and probably should be playing more than he is. He's only played a couple of championship games, but they want to play him and they feel that by developing his off-spin it will give him another string to his bow.
Comes in round the wicket, bowls Montgomery. Can probably just milk it like that all day long. Will come a time, of course, where they've got to increase the tempo, but you'd imagine this pair have got to stick around and put, well, who knows, 80, 90, 100 on for this wicket to get Notts right back into contention as Patterson White punches this down the ground. I know gone very early on saying that Patterson White on to 11 now. Montgomery has 21, but there's a lot of runs still required. Albert into the pads of Montgomery. It's the third time in this over he's played that shot, and the third time he's got a single for it. Moves to 22.
We just feel these two have injected a little bit more positivity into their partnership now in the last over or two, and you know they'll start to feed off that.
Next ball just cramped Liam Patterson White for room a little bit. End of the over. Just 4 from it though, so Tom Prest has done okay there. I'm sure he'll get another opportunity. 91 for 5 after 28 overs.
29 of 37 balls these two have put on so far, unbroken for the 6th wicket, but you do feel they've just decided that they just need to up the ante a little bit more, but of course what they don't want to do is lose more wickets. So it's a delicate situation, it's a delicate line that you run as a batter in these situations, but you've just got to keep ramping it up even if it's slowly.
Oh, we're going to see that reverse sweep again. There's 2 there waiting for it.
Yeah, there is. Well, it was successful in the last over. Oh, there's a nice leg break which just goes past the outside edge, although to be fair to Montgomery, he didn't follow it, played inside the line. Ben Brown had the bails off. But, Mason Crane into his 6th over, 1 for 24. Suffered a bit with those 2 boundaries in the last over as comes in the game. Montgomery just pushes forward there, quietly out on the onside. He has 22 off 28. 91 for 5 in the 29th. 27 balls, I tell a lie, he's faced. As Crane just blows on his hand as he turns from that far end and bowls. There's the reverse sweep again. Fletcher Middleton, he goes straight to him. Slight hesitation between the batters, but they'll come through for 1. Middleton certainly saved 4 there, but had to go straight at him for him to field it, which he did. Otherwise that would have been 4 more.
It's good from Liam Patterson White. He was positive in his running and calling.
That's what you need to be. I mean, there's little chance the fielder's going to pick that up cleanly and throw. Flighted, driven by Patterson White up to mid-on. 93 for 5 now, Nottinghamshire. Sunshine's still out. It's been a beautiful day.
It has.
I don't remember it being like this in 2019,
no.
even on the day that we had a full
No.
day of play.
No.
I don't remember it being as good as this. Crane. Pulled away in the air, that's going to be 6. That's a good shot. Oh, and it's almost over the hedge, or is it? I just see somebody turned around there as if it had gone over the hedge, and I think it has. Well, certainly into it, and that is a good shot. That's the first time Mason Crane has dropped short, and Montgomery was alert and got onto it quickly.
They're asking for a suitcase of spare balls to be brought out. Yeah, here it comes. The suitcase. Is it full of £1 million crisp pound notes? Or is it full of half a dozen cricket balls? We're not entirely sure. 99 for 5. Montgomery on to 29. Kev's just doing an update for Solent Sport to give them what at the moment is good news. Imagine Hampshire are on their way. The old predictor, I guess, right now would weigh heavily in Hampshire's favour. 99 for 5, so 156 more required. 21 overs and a ball remain in the innings, but it's those 5 wickets that have gone down that are going to weigh heavily against Notts. Need a really good 10 overs not, see if they're going to get back into it. So Mason Crane armed with a replacement ball. Bowls to Montgomery, who defends. It should be the end of the over. It is 99 for 5, so 8 from that over, which included that 6.
Hampshire's all out total of 254.
99 for 5 after 29.
For 5, so they need another 157 runs from just over 21 overs. They need to score at nearly 7.5 an over. The Hampshire bowlers are bowled particularly well, notably Brad Wheel, who's playing his first game of the season, 5 overs, 1 for 17. He looked good, but all
It's
the
going to be
bowlers
Tom
are
Prest to get a second over. His first went
54,
for just 4 runs.
Hit 119.
Around the wicket to Patterson White. Ball just straightens up and push back to the bowler. It's Prest again. Bowls and again Liam Patterson White happy to punch it down the ground. Gets himself another single. That's the 100 up to complete indifference.
There is people here.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah. Scoreboard is well, it's still stuck on 99. The scoreboard away to our left, but I think that is the 100. Montgomery attempting another reverse. Doesn't get anything on this.
He's relying heavily on that shot, hasn't he? At the moment?
The scoreboard away to our left still showing 99.
Gone to sleep.
Next ball worked to mid-wicket this time by Montgomery. Prest doing a good job here. He's only gone for 5 runs, bowled 10 deliveries so far. There's a chance now on the leg side with the fielder moving across. Again, you can hear our marquees swaying in the breeze. Somebody earlier said it sounded like a rusty swing. Again, well fielded off his own bowling this time by Tom Prest. Good stuff here. At the moment, Notts just can't find a chink in the Hampshire attack to attack. We'll get a single this time. So just 2 from that over. 101 for 5. That's after 30 overs.
That's good captaincy from Nick Gubbins there as well, bringing the extra fielder over the offside. So it's almost as though Montgomery was thinking, I'm not going to play offside, I'm just going to push it on the leg side because there's always a single. And of course, on a couple of occasions where you miss out on that as well, then the over becomes fairly quiet, and it was. 2 overs for 6, Tom Prest. If you needed to score at over 7.5 and over, which Notts do, you can't allow somebody like a Tom Prest to be getting away with that for too long.
Eddie Jack, I think, is coming back.
Yeah, he was impressive. I have to say, the 17-year-old hit the deck well, didn't he? Got the ball through quite nicely on what is a sluggish pitch. Bowled 4 overs, none for 13. Very much tighter than the game, his opening game in the first team cricket against Middlesex, where he sprayed it a bit. Bowled a couple of no balls as well, but there was none of that first time up. As he comes in and bowls to Montgomery. Montgomery works that away through mid-wicket. That's a good shot, and that's going to be 4 runs. Well, it's a ball that Eddie Jack didn't bowl too much of. Foolish and straight. He just needs to remember what he did in his first spell. Just bowl tight, line and length, keep it straight. Proved difficult to get away. 105 for 5 then, Nottinghamshire. As Jack comes in from that Sukhol end again. And bowls. Slower ball, cut away in the air but safe down to third. Couple of bounces down to Anara and Donald. Well, first couple of balls of, I'd say they were the most accurate, but Nick Gubbins is having a word with Eddie Jack there, just saying, look, just do what you did in the first spell, don't do anything different. It was difficult to get away then, it will be just as difficult to get away. If they play a good shot, if the batters play a good shot, it's a good length ball, there's not a lot you can do. Well, there is, but first and foremost, your captain wants you to bowl accurate. So it brings Patterson White back on strike. 13 off 23 for the left-hander as Jack comes in again and bowls short. I don't think that's going to be called a wide, just one for the over. Good pace. Patterson White not looking to pull that delivery. Just allowed the ball to go past him. It was a good line as well. I think Patterson White realised that if he'd have tried to pull that away on the leg side, it was a line which he might have got into trouble with. So credit to him. In the 31st over here, Jack into his 5th over. First over of this new spell. He's bowled him! No, he's bowled him, and Patterson White gets a length ball. I think he's just trying to work that through the covers there, and there's the length ball that's straight. He needs to do nothing different. The batters are the ones under pressure, not the bowlers. And Eddie Jack has got that in exactly the right place. And Patterson White goes for 13, 106 for 6. First team wicket for Eddie Jack.
Yeah, congratulations to the 17-year-old, and quite rightly getting the plaudits of his teammates out there. Nottinghamshire unbeaten so far in this competition, but it certainly looks right now as if that run is likely to come to an end here at Welbeck. They still require 149 runs. They've only got 19 overs left to do it, but they're running out of batters. Dane Schardendorf scored a bright and breezy 39 not out. Grace Road on Tuesday to get Notts over the line there. Still a more than capable player, but different situation, different circumstances. Matthew Montgomery will be positive. He's just walked across just to have a word with him. Montgomery 35 from 36, but that run rate now is accelerating up towards 8, and I shudder to think what the Duckworth Lewis is. Thank you, Holly. 179, not so 106 for 6.
It's got a little chilly all of a sudden here, having been pretty much warm from the time we've got here until literally a few minutes ago. 44-run partnership ended there between Patterson White and Montgomery, but it did use up 9 overs. So a good partnership, but really just took a little too long. So Schardendorf it is, right-hander, to face Eddie Jack over the wicket. Bowls, short, cut away, good stop from Fletcher Middleton. Bounced into the ground and Middleton flung himself high to his right. And Tom Prest races in off the deep cover boundary to give him the old low 5. Good stop there, good athleticism from Fletcher Middleton. Gubbins is just having a word with Paul Pollard at the far end. I'm not quite sure why. Is it the over rate or what? I don't know. Here's Eddie Jack. Bowling to Schardendorf again. Oh, it's driven straight to Gubbins though. Good line, and that's the end of the over. Well, 5 runs came off it, but most importantly for Eddie Jack, it's his first team wicket, and he'll remember that for the rest of however long his career will be.
Yes, first ball of his second spell was pulled away for 4 by Matthew Montgomery, but was quickly forgotten about by the end of the over.
So you can see on the worm on the live picture feed, pretty much from the 10th over through to now, the run rate, if anything, is just getting further and further away from Hampshire's.
It's going to be Tom Prest. He'll be bowling to Matthew Montgomery. His set has got a start, Montgomery. He's on 35. Punches this through the offside for 4. So second consecutive over that he's found the boundary rope from the first ball. And 10 for 6. Almost 8 and over required. I mean, it's not beyond rescuing this situation, but we'll have to play very, very well to challenge this Hampshire score. Montgomery gets a single, so this is exactly the same as the previous over, with Montgomery starting 4 and then single. And then in the last over, Eddie Jack certainly dragged it back for Hampshire and got that wicket of Patterson White. Dane Schardendorf, 21 years of age, former Zimbabwe under-19 captain, now very much focused on playing and living in the UK. This is pushed back to him by Schardendorf to the bowler Prest. He was nominal for 11 in the 3rd over.
So he'd be your second keeper?
Yeah. Well, this is hit down the ground towards Donald and caught, and Schardendorf has gone for naught. Aggressive intent, picked out an Aaron Donald on the long on fence. Would I think probably have carried for 6 had Donald not been there, but the trouble was he was on the fence, and it's a very brief visit to the middle for Dane Schardendorf, and that's 111 for 7. I say yes in that sense, but when something's happened to Tom Moores, it's generally been Joe Clark or Ben Duckett who've taken the wicket keeping gloves, but he is a regular second 11 keeper.
Well, in defence of Schardendorf, I don't think he's done a lot wrong there. I think, unfortunately, it's just the power wasn't quite there, because I think the ball was there to hit. He's hit straight down the ground, so I think everything is right there. He's picked the right length, but unfortunately, just hasn't quite executed the shot with enough power. And a good catch by Aaron Donald in the end, because he's literally right on the rope and taking that just above his head. So a good catch. Good wicket for Tom Prest. That'll be a good confidence booster for him. He's only ever picked up 7 wickets in first team cricket. Doesn't bowl a lot, as I say. 2 in the T20s. That's his 6th in list A. None first class.
Dane Schardendorf gone. Calvin Harrison is in, and Harrison drives handsomely his first ball away through the offside. Will be dragged back just inside the fence. They're going to push hard and come back for 3. That's good running. Strange sort of over this one. Like the last one, it's begun 4-1, and then we've had a wicket, but now 3 to Calvin Harrison, so he's off the mark. Might just as well give it a bit of a go. Notts going to lose this game, but once they've got a little bit of hope, might as well just see what they can get out of it. That's the end of the over. Prest 1 for 14 from his 3 overs, 114 for 7 after 32 overs. And Montgomery's still there. He's got 40. Calvin Harrison off the mark on 3.
Well, I think that what that wicket has done as well is it's allowed Tom Prest maybe to keep going as well. As I say, you know, these competitions, it's very much about the youngsters. I've said that before. But you know, it's giving them useful match practice, not just, you know, just put them in the 11 and they're just there to make up the numbers. You know, if you're going to look to the future, then stick them in. But of course, at the same time, you want to be winning games as well. So I think that's probably bought Tom Prest 2 or 3 more overs. Here's Eddie Jack. It's pushed out on the offside by Harrison. Prest it is out there at deep cover on 15 for 7. Yeah, so that's, you know, captaining these games I don't think is particularly easy, because you know, you'll have the coaching staff in your ear and probably, you know, your own thoughts as well about, you know, giving the youngsters a proper go and getting them involved in situations that is going to improve them, but also, as I say, trying to win a game. Here's Eddie Jack, bowls slower ball. It's off the big outside edge off the bottom of the bat, goes quickly down to Donald at 3rd. And Montgomery moves on to 41. Let's come off 40 balls. He's playing a useful innings here. Somebody needs to stay with him. I'll give Nottinghamshire a chance, because at the moment, at 116, Nottinghamshire still need another 139 from just under 18 overs. Tough going indeed. Yeah. Over 7 3/4 from here, the run rate. As Jack comes in and bowls, length ball, pushed out to point by Harrison.
In beating Essex by 168 runs, of course they did an awful lot of good for their run rate. They won't want to lose this one by a sizable margin. At the moment they're going to lose it by 139, 138 if they weren't to get another run, so need to work on the run rate. Yep.
Jack bowls straighter, turn to mid wicket. Scott Curry in quickly. Stuff here from Eddie Jack, just the 2 runs off the first 4 balls of this over. Tidy figures so far. 1 for 21. He's 6th. I think in the first game when he opened the bowling against Middlesex, there was probably a few nerves there as well. But his spell there, 5 overs, none for 46. As I say, there was a few no balls and wides in that as well. Certainly wides. That's dug out well up to mid-on by Harrison. Will pick up a single. 17 for 7 now, Notts, as the wind gets up once more.
The Yellow Belly says, looking and listening on the live stream, Notts batting is a bit like your commentary tent, creaky.
Yeah. But it's I presume this structure's staying for the Surrey game as well. That'd be all right. I've stayed in tents that look a lot more rickety than this, I can assure you. Here's Eddie Jack bowls. That's pushed towards mid-wicket, but not particularly confident by Montgomery. End of the over from Eddie Jack. 6 overs, 1 for 22. Good effort from the 17-year-old playing just his second first-team game. Mustn't forget that, 17, and only his second game. I said about Tom Prest maybe earning himself some more overs. Well, I was totally wrong with that because he's being replaced now by Scott Curry.
Hampshire, conversely, will be eyeing up a big win and improving their run rate. Man, if they keep on winning games, it doesn't really matter, does it? It takes care of itself. This will be 3 wins out of 3 for Hampshire if they finish the job off here. Nottinghamshire will slip to 5 points from 4 games halfway through their group phase. 8 matches. Lots have got 2 more matches here, 2 matches away. Middlesex and Kent away. Here's Curry. Bowls to Calvin Harrison, works it to point, and already scampering down to the other end is Montgomery.
Yeah, Hampshire's net run rate isn't particularly great compared to Lancashire, Leicestershire and even Notts. So depending on what happens with the Leicestershire and Lancashire match today, then even if Hampshire win this with a 100% record, not guaranteed to be top.
Curry bowls and another single taken. Quite good, or quietly good rather, from Matthew Montgomery.
Yeah, that's good.
42 from 42. Didn't get much of a go of it with the ball. He came on and went for 15 from his one and only over, and was then dispatched to the outfield again. As Curry comes in, bowls to Harrison, and this has gone through the keeper. Let's have a look. It's going to be 4 for Notts. It's going to be 4 leg buys. Just wondered what it had brushed, but it certainly deceived Ben Brown, who's a more than capable keeper, but couldn't prevent that one from sliding underneath him. 4 to the total.
I think that's another cutter there from Scott Curry, which is not only deceived the batter, but of course when it's bobbling horribly in front of the keeper, it's not particularly easy either.
Curry 1 for 12. This is his 5th over. Bowls, and this is dabbed by Harrison to point, and they were both setting off for the run, which they've been doing almost telepathically since arriving in the middle together, but on that occasion the brakes had to be put on and went straight to the fielder. There's no run. I think 1 or 2 are just starting to make early movements towards the car and the car park.
1 or 2 empty seats in there.
5 to 5. Curry in again, short and chopped away to backward point, but this time they do take the single. Who's that doing the fielding? Had to make a diving stop away to his left. Is that Middleton again?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And 1 more to the total.
So I'll see where Mason Crane is. It'll either be Middleton or Crane. I think that's Middleton there.
Montgomery has 42. Harrison 7. 124 for 7. Not aren't even at the halfway stage yet in terms of runs. Again down the leg side. Don't think there was any bat involved. No. Jack Chantry, one of our umpires today, is going to raise his... Oh, crikey. Raised his right knee there almost up to his chin and tapped it. End of the over. 125 for 7. We've had 34 overs.
Run rate from here on in has gone over 8s now. It's never come down, is it? It's always either stayed the same or slowly but surely crept up, and that was when things were reasonably good for Notts. But If only somebody could stick around with Montgomery, or had stuck around with Montgomery.
Yeah, you suspect it's too late now,
Yeah.
but only 36 behind where Hampshire were at the same stage right now.
A couple of big overs, isn't it? Here's Eddie Jack. Length ball slightly into out there from Montgomery as it goes out to Middleton at backward a point.
Yeah, Hampshire got stuck in the 150s, 160s, 170s for quite a while before that late flurry of runs. Once they got topside of 200, and certainly once Gubbins had reached 3 figures, the acceleration really came with intent.
Yeah, that late onslaught, 64 off the last 8, certainly helped. Here's Eddie Jack, right arm over. Bowles bowled him off the bow to the ground. A second first team wicket for Eddie Jack, and it is the big wicket of Montgomery who goes for 42. And Nottinghamshire now were 125 for 8.
Somebody once famously said, "Start the car." That's almost certainly put paid to any hopes of there being a bit of a nail-biting, barnstorming finish here at Welbeck this afternoon, because Nottinghamshire are down to 9-10 Jack. Matthew Montgomery has comfortably top scored in this innings with his 42, and then gets a really good ball from Eddie Jack, which has completely uprooted his off stump. And it's just going to leave Brett Hutton and after him Dane Patterson to come out and see if they can somehow manage to manipulate a few runs. So there comes Brett Hutton, wicketless earlier in the day, unusually for him. Seen his figures, those of you watching the live stream, best of 46, hasn't had that many opportunities really coming in this format, right down towards the bottom of the order. Might just manage to connect with 1 or 2, but unlikely, you imagine he would be able to mount a late challenge here.
Well, good stuff from Eddie Jack, showing promise. I was told before the start of this competition he's one to look out for. You think it's difficult to think that he's only 17. Comes in and bowls. Full delivery outside off stump. Gone for the Yorker, just a little bit too much wide of the off stump. Hutton didn't quite get the bat down in time, but it was wide anyway. Shows that he's a thinking bowler as well here, Eddie Jack. Doesn't just send the ball down. Good stuff. Goes back to the top of his mark. 2 for 22 he has. Nottinghamshire 125 for 8. Long way behind. Still need another 130. Short! Good pace. Hutton played that well actually.
Yeah.
Just ducked underneath. Didn't do any more than he needed to do. Ball went harmlessly above him, but ducked nicely there. Good delivery. A couple of good deliveries there from Eddie Jack.
Some empty seats can be seen on the bank now. Already a few making their way out of this ground before the fall of that wicket, but now Montgomery's gone. Jack bowls, Brett Hutton digs out a full pitch delivery. No run, remains on naught. Harrison has 7. Knots require 130 more. Not going to happen. Here comes Eddie Jack once more. And Hutton off the mark, just a push to deepish mid-off. Takes the single, so he'll keep strike. 126 for 8. And we've now had 35 overs. And Eddie Jack, 7 overs, 2 for 23. Been very impressive. Just a single from that is 7th over. A wicket as well. Scott Curry to continue. Just waiting to do an update for local radio listeners. All the jeopardy has long since evaporated from this game. Here's Curry. Bowls now. A little drop and run by Brett Hutton. Over to you, Calvin, he says. Harrison scampers down to the other end. 127 for 8. This is Curry's 6th over. Has 1 wicket already. Bowls to Calvin Harrison. Plays it gently on the leg side. You often feel sorry for the lower end batters in this sort of situation. Nowhere really to go. You stick around and get some batting practice. Do you try and swing out in some forlorn hope that you can do something that your career record would suggest it's not likely to happen? We're not so very much on the brink of defeat here, I'm sad to say. Hampshire got 254, 4 wickets for Dane Patterson, but a century from the visiting skipper Nick Gubbins has really led their side into a strong position. Notts have been really outplayed today. They're 127 for 8. Matthew Montgomery has just been dismissed for 42, comfortably the top scorer in the innings. 128 more required, highly unlikely. Notts 127 for 8 in the 36th over. Jack bowling. This one, Shape's back was too high, certainly going over the top. Half an appeal, nothing more really from Scott Curry. It remains 127 for 8.
Hampshire just haven't really allowed the batters to get going and settle and find a rhythm at all, haven't they? Collectively, it's been very impressive.
Next ball is pushed to the offside. The shy at the stumps narrowly misses. Can't tell from here whether Brett Hutton was close to making his ground or not. It's immaterial in the fact that the throw missed the stumps. Don't know, as there's been an over 10. I think there's been 1 over where they got 10 runs. I'm not entirely sure there's been anything larger than that throughout the innings. Kept a tight lid on things throughout. Another push and run, this time by Brett Hutton. Just offering a little bit of late defiance here. 129 for 8. It'll mean Brett Hutton keeps the strike. He's on 3. Calvin Harrison has 8. And the match summary is that Nottinghamshire require a further 126 to win from 14 overs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at all the 6 bowlers that have been used by Hampshire, and you know, they're all pretty good economically. I mean, only Mason Crane, you know, going at 5.3, 6 overs, 1 for 32, but I'm quite surprised at that really, because he bowled better than that. There was 1 over that went for a few, wasn't there? A couple of reverse sweeps from Montgomery in the 1 over, which probably spoilt those figures, but on the whole he bowled pretty well.
Yeah.
Everybody else is way under that. Here's Eddie Jack. He's one of those that's certainly way under, as that's a length ball to Hutton, who plays that out on the onside. In fact, Eddie Jack is going for just over 3s, starting his 8th over.
T's
23.
T's been in touch. Oh well, guess we were due a bad un. Hoping for a better show against the Brown Caps on Sunday. Hope your squeaky tent gets an oiling. Thank you, T.
Tell Mark Church to bring the oil with him. There's Eddie Jack again from that far end. Bowls to Hutton. Hutton drives on the up. Nice shot. Finds the gap in the covers. Shouldn't be any more than 1. It's quickly in, is Tom Prest once more. Seems to be permanently doing those duties out deep. Away to our right.
What I can say is the BBC Radio Nottingham commentators had an easier run of it than the BBC Radio Solent commentator did at the Isle of Wight, because when I arrived there for our match 4 years ago, it was like somebody had been to IKEA and other shops are available, and you'd got the map out, you got all your bits and pieces, and Kev was actually building our bijou marquee there.
It's true. Slow ball from Eddie Jack, pushed out square on the offside.
You were, weren't you? You'd actually taken your bijou marquee from Southampton to erect it yourself, to construct it on that little bit of ground on the Isle of Wight.
I know, people don't realise just what I go through. Yeah, you have it easy, Dave.
I think I went and bought the ice creams.
No, you did. No, you didn't. Well, we enjoyed that, though, didn't we? Enjoyed that game. But yeah, I've told everybody that there needs to be a marquee there this time. Well, it won't be a marquee, believe me. As it's down the leg side, that'll be a wide. First one we've seen for a while in the Hampshire innings.
We were joined briefly by a former player who'd played when Hampshire were last in the Isle of Wight, weren't they?
Alan Raymond. I think
That was it, yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But that's not what he was known as, was he? Didn't he have a nickname?
Well, he was a dancer or something. I can't remember. Dave Allen's your man on that one. Hampshire's historian, archivist. Drive into the covers from Harrison.
Second-hand bookseller.
So yeah, no, I've got a horrible feeling that Alan Raymond might have since have passed away. I'm saying it. I should know, and I'm pretty sure I do know, but I don't want to.
Yes, enjoyed meeting him.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it? Was it back in the 50s or 70s or something? Anyway, that's turned down to 5. And that is going to be 4 runs. Again, a little too straight there from Eddie Jack, and Harrison profiting from that shot.
The thing that I remember is for the 3-day match on the Isle of Wight, each night both teams had to jump on a ferry and go back to Southampton for accommodation.
Incredible, wasn't it? 3-day game. Yeah,
Alan Punchy Raymond, thank you, Dave.
Good man.
Punchy.
Yeah, he died back in October 2020, aged 92. There's Eddie Jack driving the covers. Once more, Gubbins is there. Calvin Harrison remains on 12 at the end of that over. Hutton has 4. 135 for 8, 37 gone.
Yeah, just 6 from that over. It seemed, as I was listening to you and watching the cricket, it was rather better over for Notts, but again, when you want 8 and over, 6 isn't getting the job done. 120 required from 13 overs. Rate is 9 1/4 and over. Not gonna do it if your top 3 or 4 are there, let alone 9 and 10 in the order. There's Scott Curry into bowl to Brett Hutton. Again, just dropping it on the offside, takes a single. Nick Gubbins will be a very happy skipper. Does the fielding.
Got some more information about the new close ground on the Isle of Wight, which you were at, as you said, about 2018, I think it was, championship game.
18 or 19, yeah.
We're there against Kent in this competition in a couple of weeks' time. We were talking about it earlier.
Curry to bowl to Calvin Harrison, right-hander. Just manipulates his wrist to turn it onto the leg side. Mason Crane does the fielding. Oh, that's a horrible one for Ben Brown, because it just died just in front of him and then scuttled along the ground, and it's a good job there were backer-uppers there. Just a single.
Thank you to Julian Dean, because it's reminded me something actually, because you were asking, how's it getting on, because it was up for sale not so long ago.
Curry in, number 44, bowls, and Brett Hutton's missed out on that one. That just seemed to sit up and invite itself to be pulled away, but he didn't get hold of it. Single.
So Julian Dean writes, saloncricket@gmail.com. He says, loving the commentary as ever. Now, Eddie Jack looks like a real prospect. Oh, he talks about Eddie first.
Yeah.
Looks like a real prospect and looks like he could be quite sharp when he's fully grown. Just on the new close situation, I think Newport Cricket Club took over occupancy last year.
Next ball. Again, dropped on the leg side, and Harrison set off. Hutton sent him back, no run.
And I think I remember this, so thank you, Julian. Yeah, Newport took over occupancy last year, which should help to defray the, defray, whatever it is, maintenance costs and secure the ground's future. That's right, I seem to remember that last year when we were there for the Northants game. So thank you, Julian, for reminding me and putting that straight.
Curry in to Harrison, down the leg side. Was there anything on it? Must have been a little bit of something, because we'll just go in the book as a dot rather than a leg side wide. 138 for 8 knots, 117 more. There's the target in theory. Not going to happen. Curry bowls. Oh, this one's given a bit of a wallop. That should be A boundary. It is indeed, yeah. Just one bounce and then just a little roll over the rope. And nice looking shot from Calvin Harrison. Moves under 17, 142 for 8 at the end of the 38th.
Yeah, I mean, you see shots like
There's
that.
another ball left.
Yeah.
Another ball left.
You see shots like that and you think they just don't seem to have had many opportunities to do that.
Yeah, it is over. I was going to say our monitors, the graphics said that's the 6, and somebody's alerted Jack Shantry to the fact that only 6 in an over still. Jack, end of the over, 142 for 8.
All spotted by you. So, still a long way to go here. As Notts need another 113. Yeah. Excuse me. Mason Crane back into the attack, and yeah, this is, again, this is, I know they have to think about winning the game and what have you, but this is all about getting players back into form, or those that haven't played much, and Mason Crane certainly is in that bracket. Just get them bowling, batting.
Same with Brad Wheel. I guess you'd be interested in finding out if after his long spell could he come back and have a couple late in the day, or maybe he's just felt, five's my limit for today. First game back.
Yeah, especially if they're thinking of playing him
on
most
Sunday.
of the rest of this tournament. Sunday, that's right. And then there's a couple of trips away next week.
Yeah.
So Mason Crane it is then. Bowling to Brett Hutton. Comes in with his leg spin. Hutton forward. Good accurate start there from Mason Crane. A few more white seats showing around the ground as people make their way out. Good crowd though. It's been a very good crowd today. As Crane comes in, flighted, driven nicely up towards deep mid-off. Eddie Jack's the fielder. Yeah,
we never did get the
no
attendance, or I've not seen it. I don't know.
Maybe that's another piece of paper that wasn't allowed, that we were allowed to see. There's been a few bits of paper, official bits of paper, that we've been kept away from, haven't we? That is another one, I think. Short, pulled away in the air. This could be caught at deep mid wicket, and it's on the third attempt. That is a super catch, because his body weight, and I think I'm just trying to work out who that is. I'll work it out in a minute, but his body weight was always taking him over the rope, and somehow, is that Joseph Eklund, the sub fielder? I'm not sure. I'll just check in a moment, but always it was hit with power, but the momentum of the ball and his body weight. Might be Don Kelly, actually. No number. Might be Don Kelly on as a sub fielder. But that is a very good catch, because 3 times, you might see this on the live picture feed, and Cumber picks it up. There's Don Kelly out on the boundary. 1, 2, 3. He did actually step outside as well, and just threw the ball up at the right moment and stepped back inside the rope. Super catch. And that is Harrison gone. Yeah, Don Kelly, the sub fielder. Yeah, 143 for 9. And the last man out is Dane Patterson.
Well, this could be brief, but it could be interesting. Yeah, 143 for 9. The outcome of the day isn't going to rest on that catch at all. It was juggled and nicely done, nicely controlled. There was certainly no outcry of complaint or dissent or anything from the spectators close by.
In fact, if anything, they stood up in joy. They'd seen such a good catch outside the off stump and left alone. 1 or 2 of them up out their seat, rising to congratulate Kelly on such a wonderful catch.
Well, generally, if you can see the rope has been stood on or whatever, there'd be the usual outpouring of scorn.
There's a googly there, which is hit in the air but safe. As it goes out towards mid wicket, there's nobody there. Kelly comes in off the boundary, and that is a single to Patterson. 144 for 9 now. Notts coming towards the end of the 39th over here. There's Crane bowls. That's pushed out into the covers by Hutton. And that's Mason Crane's over completed. 7 overs, 2 for 34. Hampshire's leg spinner.
We have mentioned the live stream several times today. Obviously, many of you, I'm sure, will have been enjoying watching the pictures. Just a couple of things. Can I thank our camera crew that are out and about all round the ground? They've been bringing you the pictures, the square-on pictures, lots of detail throughout the day. Kirsty and Aaron have been looking after the other stuff, looking after the cameras from each end and sorting your graphics out and all the replays and whatever. Many thanks to all of them, and a reminder, those of you that do like to get the reaction first hand, Aaron will be on the outfield and we'll grab one or two for post-match interviews, so if you carry on watching the live stream you'll be able to get the first reaction from the Notts campers. Brad Wheel comes back into the attack, 144 for 9, and he's bowling to Dane Patterson. So we do have a revisit of last year's T20 quarter-final. Briefly, Patterson gets a single here. If you may remember there, Notts needed 4 to win in that last over. They were running out of balls, a play and a miss, a play and a miss, and a play and a miss, and then did it get down to the penultimate ball, and Dane Patterson had a waft and nicked it through to the keeper. It wasn't Ben Brown then, was it? Would it have been Lewis McManus?
Good question. I think it might have been. Oh no, it wasn't Ben McDermott, was it?
Wheel in, bowls to Hutton, drives it to mid-off, and there's no run.
Last year, that would have been Ben McDermott.
Right.
Both him and Nathan Ellis have been around for 2 years now.
Wheel set the tone very early on with an accomplished spell from the Sukhum end. Dismissed Ben Slater with just his second ball. He's in now trying to polish off the final wicket. Brett Hutton remaining resilient and defiant. He eases this gently out onto the offside. He's on 7 from 15 balls faced now. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do, Kev? What do you do?
Well, I suppose you try and work out a way. Not sure what way he's thinking of, because whatever it is, it's hard work.
There's Wheel to bowl to Brett Hutton. That's gone through him and bobbles its way to Ben Brown. If you're Brett Hutton, you take the red inker, don't you? I'll have my little knot out because you know that Patterson will go swish, swish, swish out, or swish out, or just out.
I think. I mean, I don't know Brent Hutton's batting at all, but I would say that you just wait to see if the ball's there, and if it's not, it's not, and you don't do anything silly. Don't slog it and just give it away for no reason. Leave that to Patterson.
Wheel to bowl to him. Well, he's pulled this away on the leg side and he's found the gap and he's got a boundary. So, some useful runs. Can Notts get it under 100 required? They need 106. I guess marginally it sounds better if you only lose by 99 than 100, but there's not a lot to be overly cheerful or optimistic about. Nottinghamshire have played pretty well the 2 matches they've won. They've not played as well today up until the latter part of the Hampshire innings. This is down the leg side and that's a wide. I think back earlier in the day they looked to have things reasonably in control, didn't you? When Curry got out, I made a note of that, 167 for 7. But then a very useful partnership. The next wicket to go down was Nick Gubbins. It was 239 for 8. So that 8th wicket partnership of 70 odd. Wheel bowls again down the leg side, taken by Ben Brown. Not so going to win in wides. Back to back wides by Brad Wheel.
Yeah, you're right. I think actually when you look back on that innings, 161 for 7, that could have ended quite horribly. But Mason Crane and Nick Gubbins, 78 for the 8th.
I mean, foolishly then I said they're on for probably no more than 220, and Notts would be happy with that, but Gubbins played really, really well. Mason Crane I thought did as well. As Wheel bowls. Run, says Brett Hutton as he dribbles it up to mid-off. He did run, and that's the end of the 40th over. 152 for 9. So 10 overs left. It won't really bother Hampshire too much, but they can have another fielder outside the ring if they want. 152 for 9. Hutton has 12. Dane Patterson has a couple. The end is 9.
Well, it's probably better from a Nottinghamshire point of view that Brett Hutton does face most of the bowling, because you're right, Patterson won't hang about really. So
it'll either be out or swishing out,
yeah,
or swishing out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's more than capable of hitting 1 or 2 boundaries, but it won't be any more than that, or it shouldn't be. So from a Nottinghamshire point of view, in terms of just trying to do a damage limitation exercise on their net run rate, it's best that Hutton faces the majority of the bowling from here on in, and however long this game lasts. Mason Crane bowls, Hutton pushes that out on the onside, so it's going to be Patterson to face. I just don't think he's going to resist Mason Crane.
No, I don't. If you're Hampshire out there, you say, come on, we've got a long bus journey here, fellas, get on with it. Get on with it.
Long way back, as I found on the way up last night. It's a long way up. Here comes Crane, bowls, Patterson's on the back foot. Plays that back to the bowler, actually.
Sorry, 229 for 6, need a further 102 from 9 overs to beat Kent, so Kent may well
sneaking
get the points there.
Crane bowls, and Patterson plays and misses outside the off stump.
Durham 333 for 8, Derbyshire 241 for 6 after 34, need 93 from 15, good game on there.
Yeah. Crane in the evening sunshine here. As there's the googly, and Patterson plays that well, actually. Plays it on the onside, jogs through for a single.
Somerset made 318 for 6, Sussex 249 for 5, needs 70 from 8.4 overs. 2 o'clock start, Essex made 298 for 9 at home to Middlesex. 80 from Tom Wesley, 70 from Charlie Allison.
Flighted, driven by Hutton, a good diving stop by Gubbins.
And Leicestershire 363 for 6 after 46.4 overs, 161 from Rishi Patel, 81 Sol Budinger, 76 not out Ackerman.
Hutton's on the back foot, steers them up to deep mid on, and will keep the strike. That's the end of the over, so 41 overs gone, 154 for 9.
Could get 400 Leicestershire at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
And in the 100, Superchargers women 143 for 4, Invincibles 111 for 5 after 86. All the scores and everything else you need on the BBC Sport website and app. 155 for 9 after 41. So 100 required from 9 overs with 1 wicket left.
Yes. What's that? That's 10 strikes at 6, maybe a bit more than that.
Who do you want then? A pair to get 100 off 9 overs. Andre Russell and Chris Gale?
Andre Russell? Oh, Andre Russell, I see what you mean, yeah. I thought you were talking about Andre Adams. He used to play for you guys.
We'd have Andre Adams, yeah. Here's Brad Wheel trying to polish it off. And into the thigh pad of Brett Hutton. By all means, Kev, is Hampshire on the brink of victory if you want to do every delivery from here on in.
Oh, well, if you really want me to, but Dave, I'm easy.
Well, I know you like to have...
I'm easy. It depends on some of the games, yeah, but I mean, I'm easy here.
No, you go for it. Go for it.
Okay.
You go for it.
So Brad Wheel. First game of the season. Looks strong today, considering somebody's been struggling with his back injury this year and previous years as well. Bowles, and it's turned away on the onside by Hutton. Just a single. 155, 156 for 9 that'll be.
Yeah, take your red ink, Brett. Get your knot out.
Leave it to Patterson to bring the innings to an end. I'm not sure what he's going to do against Wheel. I think he'll have a little punt somewhere.
4 sixes the next 4 balls. Redemption from last year.
I was going to say the shot of the mid-wicket probably isn't on because there is a man out deep as he bowls. There's a short ball. Stays nicely inside the line though, Patterson.
It was 2 years ago.
Was it?
Yes, it was 2 years ago.
Are you sure? I'm going to look it up because you've got the game. Because this year we're at home. Oh, of course it was 2 years ago because we were at Edgbaston quarter-final last year.
Yeah,
It was 2 years ago.
Notts didn't qualify at the group last year.
Do you know what? I cannot believe that's 2 years. Here's a wheel, bowls to Patterson. Patterson goes up in the air. That's a good shot. It's 6. Oh, I tell you what, that is a proper shot. Straight down the ground, 6 runs. And that's a sweet shot off the bat of Dane Patterson.
Go on, son.
You need about 12 or 13, more like that.
Not
That
quite
is a good
redemption
shot.
yet.
Tell you what, though, that's as good as anything we've seen today. That's a proper shot. Bat comes down nice through the line of the ball. And that is right out of the middle. 162 for 9, 93 needed. Wheel in. Spoiled his figures a little bit, that. Comes in and bowls to Patterson. Patterson flicks that away on the leg side. And there's a man out to deep back and square. But it all looks fairly comfortable for the Notts batters out there at the moment. Patterson moves on to 10 from 9. Hutton 15 from 23.
They put 20 on for the last wicket.
Feels scattered now for the batters. I'm not surprised. Here comes wheel to Hutton. Hutton gets wrapped on the pad. This ball goes out towards short third, and that's the end of the over. Will has 1 for 33 from 7. Nottinghamshire 163 for 9. Need another 92 off the last 8. Well, it's closer than it might have been.
It's like 11 and a bit. Still not entirely sure they've had any overs where they've got 11 and a bit from. Never mind.
It might be you to commentate the game at the end anyway in a minute, because I'm going to have to disappear shortly.
Time of day is it? It's 5:30 nearly. Mason Crane's going to continue. Kev's going to commentate on the last knockings of this Metrobank one-day cup match live on Solent Sport. Here's Mason Crane in to bowl now to Dane Patterson. He's hit that as nicely as anybody has all day down the ground for a single. He is a genuine number 11, you Hampshire folk. You needn't worry too much about this being a prolonged last wicket partnership. There's Mason Crane into Brett Hutton, and now he's taken the aerial route down the ground and he's been caught. Lovely catch in the deep, and the game is over. Brett Hutton has picked out long off, and that is the end of the match, and Hampshire have triumphed by 90 runs, 164 all out Nottinghamshire. Brett Hutton trying to drive Mason Crane over the distant boundary, and it was a good catch on the ropes there, just in front of the side screen. Really good bit of work on the fence in the deep, and Hampshire will move to 3 wins out of 3. Dane Patterson's 11 not out. Brett Hutton is 15 not out. And as we're hearing over the tannoy, congratulations to Hampshire, who've deserved their win today. They were put into bat, lost Fletcher Middleton very early on, and very quickly found themselves 4 down inside the first 15 overs as Tom Prest and Ben Brown, thanks to a direct hit from Liam Patterson-White and Aaron Donald, were all dismissed. 62 for 4. Partnership of some strength then followed between Gubbins and Toby Albert. 150 for 5 when Albert was dismissed for 44. 2 wickets in the over. Ian Holland went for 0. And 167 for 7 when Curry was dismissed. Not very much on top, but Nick Gubbins with a century. And some really good support from Mason Crane, who made 31 late on, helped get Hampshire to 254. Game was in the balance, I think. Maybe Nottinghamshire even perhaps ahead of the game at the interval, but once Ben Slater had gone, and particularly once Lyndon James had followed him inside 4 overs, Notts were 8 for 2. They were in trouble. 29 for 3 when Tom Loughton, who'd been bumped up the order, fell, and from then on wickets fell fairly regularly. Ben Martindale hung around for 29, but not with any great fluency, and Nottinghamshire really only had Matthew Montgomery's 42 to give them any sort of hope of avoiding a huge defeat. In the end it was 90 runs, not 164 all out. They'll have to regroup and come back here on Sunday when they face Surrey. They'll still find themselves in a relatively healthy position in the group, but that is the first defeat. 2 wins, 1 rained off match, and now a defeat. They've been defeated by Hampshire by 90 runs. Those of you watching the live stream, again, if you just carry on looking at the pictures, you'll see Aaron with some reaction just as soon as we get it. Meanwhile, sincere thanks, many thanks to those of you that have spent the day with Kevin and myself. Really enjoyed your company, your correspondence, and your wit and your wisdom. Kev will be back from the Ageas Bowl on Sunday from 11 o'clock. I'll be here at Welbeck. I hope you'll join us then.
Okay, so it wasn't to be for the Outlaws. Hampshire take the victory by 91 runs and they take the 2 points, mainly down to their captain Nick Gubbins, who got 100. But as you can see, I'm joined by Liam Patterson-White now. We'll talk about your performance very shortly, but obviously a little bit disappointing. Did you think at the halfway stage 255, the target, that it was reasonable on that pitch after, you know, obviously you bowled on it?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to back ourselves no matter what the total is. As long as we try and back the overs. Obviously, unfortunately, it was a bit too much for us today. But credit to Hampshire and the way they played and also the way they bowled. Nick Gubbins is a good player, and he obviously to get 100 on that kind of wicket is, got to commend him a little bit on that. But it just didn't happen for us today, unfortunately.
It didn't indeed. Run rate just over 5 was set, but it felt that very much at that start, in that first power play, that Hampshire really restricted the batters. Is that how it kind of looked from the changing room and the sort of feedback that was given as, unfortunately the wickets tumbled at that start of our innings?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, 50 overs is a long time, so we weren't too pressed on the fact that we were a bit tied down in the first power play. We were, again, always going to be positive right till the end and try and chase it down no matter how many wickets we had left. We did get tied down early on, but going out, and especially when I went out there with Monty, it was about 5 sixes I think we were trying to get to for about 10-15 overs. Obviously, again, that didn't happen, and again, credit to Hampshire, the way they came at us and they bowled really nicely on that kind of wicket, and I think they just sussed it out, the conditions a little bit more than we did. Again, like I said, we try and back ourselves to the best of our ability to try and chase it down. Like I said, 50 overs is a long time, so yeah, it's just again unfortunate.
Now let's talk about yourself. 3 wickets for yourself. How nice is it to be back sort of playing after obviously the sort of niggles that you've had in the start of the season and taking wickets?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of been bogged down on wickets this year compared to last year, so it is nice to get a couple of wickets. It would have been nicer to get over the line as well today, but yeah, I have had a few niggles here and there, but yeah, coming back and taking a few wickets is a little bit of a confidence boost for me, so it is quite nice. Should
we talk about the run out? Do you want to talk about the run out? Because let's be honest, you literally pointed over to myself and Kirsty in like the streaming gazebo that we've got set up, going, "Did you get that? Did you get that?" It was a hell of a run out, because you have one stump off a stump. What did you see from as the ball was coming to you?
Oh, I saw all 3, that's for sure. But I mean,
you say that now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I saw all 3, but it was a nice run out. Brown's a dangerous player, so to kind of get him out quite cheaply, and for me to get that run out was also really nice for myself, to a little bit more of a confidence boost. But I had all 3 to aim at, and it wasn't missing until it bounced, and I thought then it was, because obviously it's quite hard with the weather around. So, but yeah, luckily it hit the stumps and yeah, got him out.
Everybody loves a run out as well, don't they? It feels like the team just celebrated that little bit extra, but I think it's kind of got the momentum shifted a little bit, didn't it? And then obviously the other 2 wickets as well, 3 for 43 for yourself. We're here at Welbeck again on Sunday. How nice is it that we know we're at Welbeck? We can almost make it sort of like our home for the next few weeks. You've played here before as well, so how nice is it that we can bounce back on Sunday? Quick turnaround.
Yeah, it is a quick turnaround. I think obviously we're all as a team slightly disheartened about today, but we'll come back fighting stronger on Sunday for sure. And I think this is a great learning experience for some of the lads that haven't played as much cricket as I have here, and kind of getting used to the wicket, the dimensions, and obviously there's a hell of a breeze at the minute, so
it's been a breeze all day, LPW, trust me.
Yeah, so it'll be a good learning curve. There's lots of positives to take out of this game, that's for sure, even though we lost.
I mean, you're still a young person yourself. Just finally on that, you talk about some of the younger lads and not having the experience of playing here. Do you kind of see that as your role now, maybe, in these sort of situation, in this competition, especially that you can offer a bit of experience to those younger lads, especially in this situation where we can, we've lost today, but we've got a game coming up very shortly?
Yeah, I mean, no matter how old you are, I think trying to pass something on to someone slightly younger than you is always a great thing to do. It doesn't matter what kind of information it is. It could be, very, very helpful information for them, regardless of what you say. So, I wouldn't say I'm taking on that kind of role at the minute. I'm like you said, I'm still quite young, but it's nice to kind of share a little bit of information with some of the lads that haven't had as much experience playing on wickets like these and dimensions like this. So,
well, thank you very much for joining us. Lovely to see you in the wickets. Well done on your run out, and we look forward to seeing you on Sunday.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Cheers, mate. Okay. And we look forward to seeing you on Sunday as well, where we will face Surrey back here on Trent Bridge Live. But from everybody here at the John Fretwell Centre, thank you very much for joining us, and we hope to see you on Sunday morning.